I'm going to be trying to survive 100 days of ARK Survival Evolved, modded with new dinosaurs. The mod pack that I'll be using adds hundreds of new high quality dinos that still manage to coexist perfectly with ARK's original creatures. These dinosaurs include new friendly herbivores, different types of raptors, apex carnivores, and so much more. In this video, I plan on discovering new ecosystems, taming as many new dinosaurs as I can, slaying some bosses, and just trying to survive in this new modded world. I hope you all enjoy watching as I try to survive 100 days of ARK Survival Evolved, modded with new dinosaurs. On day 1, I awoke on the shores of Valguero. I admired the scenery and then began harvesting berries and fiber from some bushes. I then collected some stones, punched a tree, and made a pickaxe. With the new pickaxe, I harvested some thatch and wood from some more trees, and harvested some stone and flint by destroying some rocks. I crafted a hatchet, some spears, and a cloth hat. After some more harvesting, I found a wild Pinacosaurus. What is this? It says I can snuggle. Oh, I can tame this thing, what? I tame it by snuggling it. Once he tamed, I named him Peanut. Unfortunately, I couldn't ride him yet, because his saddle had to be learnt at level 40. Later, I made myself some more clothing, and when it became night, I started making myself a small thatch house. On day 2, I finished placing the foundations and walls of my house, and I placed down a campfire. I then went looking for some creatures to kill, so that I could cook some meat in my new campfire. I came across a small herbivore called a Zuniceratops. He seemed pretty weak, so me and Peanut started attacking him. It was going well until he started shooting poisonous darts into me. And then another Zuniceratops came into the battle. Thanks to Peanut, I was able to finish off both of them, and I was able to harvest lots of meat. I also got a lot of hide. Back at my small base, I started cooking the meat. I then made a storage box to throw some stuff into. I also made a set of hide armor, some bowlers, a bow, and some arrows. Then I made a mortar and pestle, split all of my meat so that it would spoil quicker, and then I made some narcotics in the mortar and pestle, using the spoiled meat and narco berries. Day 3, I crafted some trank arrows, using the arrows and narcotics. I then went looking for another dinosaur to tame. I came across a parasaur, bowled it, shot lots of trank arrows into its face, but then it ran away, and I lost it. I found a herd of Pinacosauruses. Oh, there's so many. There's so many of them. And some sort of alpha herbivore that was glowing red. It scared me, so I avoided it. Then I found another parasaur, and I managed to knock this one out. I put some measure berries in its inventory, and he soon became mine. I named him Leonard. I crafted a parasaur saddle, and rode my first creature of this new world. Then we harvested lots of berries and thatch. On day 4 I didn't do much. I just made a forge, harvested metal from some river stones, smelted the metal, and then made a smithy and metal tools. I then harvested lots of berries with Leonard, killed a Phoeomia for her meat, spoiled all the meat, and then made hundreds of narcotics. I also made a handheld torch and put up 2 standing torches to provide light during nighttime. Day 5, I crafted a metal pike and a crossbow. With these new weapons, I was able to easily kill a Phoeomia without the help of Leonard. I then found a Pteranodon that was about to land. After missing my first bowler, I trapped it with my second one, knocked him out, and put meat in its inventory. Then I checked the requirements for crafting a Pteranodon saddle, and saw that I needed lots of keratin. So I then tried to kill a Zuniceratops with the help of Peanut and Leonard, but things went horribly wrong. During the fight, we accidentally hit a pair of Ankylosaurus, and they were much stronger than the Zuniceratops was. You stuffed everything up, Leonard. I was extremely close to dying, and the night was also freezing, so my health dropped even lower. But luckily, I managed to just survive. Leonard, don't die. Okay, I killed the Anky. Oof, killed it. Leonard was also extremely close to dying, because no matter how many times I told him to stop fighting, he would just keep going in. Okay, Leonard, just stay here, okay? No, Leonard! A corner of my thatch hut was also destroyed, and of course it was the corner where I had all my things. At least I got lots of keratin from harvesting the Zuni and Anki corpses, and the Pteranodon that I knocked out before had tamed during the battle. I named him Morin. In the morning of day 6, I repaired my little thatch hut. I then killed another Anki to get some more keratin to make my Pteranodon saddle. After I killed the Anki, an alpha Nazutoceratops came out of nowhere. Oh, there's an— what the heck? What? I then found a group of baby Zuniceratops. I had to passively feed them to tame them, and it took forever. Is that another baby? There's another baby. On day 7, I finally finished taming one of the baby Zunis, and I named him Zuzu. Okay, he is growing before my eyes. He is getting very big. Wow, okay. Primitive Zuniceratops saddle. Nice, look at him. I made a saddle and tried to ride it home when I saw that the alpha Nazutoceratops was walking around my thatch hut. Luckily it didn't seem aggressive to my tames. I was getting bored of waiting for it to leave, so I approached it. And it didn't try to kill me anymore. I guess it only attacked me if it saw me attacking other herbivores. I also found a massive fish, which was interesting. What the heck is that? What is that? What is that? What is going on? That is a giant fish. There's a giant fish here. On the early morning of day 8, I rode Warren the Pteranodon for the first time. Getting all that keratin was definitely worth it. Then I tested Zuzu's abilities properly. Okay, left click. Is it a headbutt? Nice. Right click. Okay, right click, he sniffs the ground. Control. Okay, control your shoot starts. I just shot the parasol. My bad. It was an accident. With Warren, I explored the land around me. Oh, there's a Calicotherium guy right there. Okay, this place is interesting. Oh, so there's like a redwood forest here. What is that thing? Okay, there's a lot of interesting creatures in here. Oh nice, metal and obsidian. Okay, guess I may as well harvest this. Oh, and I'm getting anthracite? I have no idea what anthracite is. That is a lot of metal. Whoa, what is that? What is that? Oh, it's a Acrocanthosaurus. Look at him, he's so big. That is an apex carnivore right there. When day 9 came around, I was a high enough level to make a saddle for Peanut, but I needed lots of keratin again. I tried killing some more Zunis, but the alpha Nazuto came charging at me again, and I almost died. This time almost losing Warren too. Oh, the alpha thing is there. Okay. It definitely gets angry if it sees me attack a herbivore. I led the Nazutoceratops away from my island, and to a dangerous tundra island, where I hoped it would die. I also found a giant baryonyx looking thing. Now I was able to kill a bunch of Zunis with Warren. Also the massive fish died somehow, so I harvested and got lots of fish meat. On day 10, I killed some more Zunis with the help of Zuzu and Peanut, and finally got enough keratin to make Peanut's saddle. I also got a Zuniceratops chibi, which I equipped and named Zane. Finally riding Peanut was great. He had lots of health, did good damage, was able to harvest stone, flint and metal really well. He could also harvest wood, thatch and berries. Day 11, I harvested lots of narcoberries and metal with Peanut. I used narcoberries to make more narcotics, and used the metal to make flak armor. I also made a cooking pot, and made some red and black dye, using tinto berries, narcoberries, water skins and charcoal. Then I used a pair of scissors, and used it with a dye to turn my hair into my iconic red mohawk and beard, but it would take a few days for it to grow out. Day 12, I dyed my flak armor to be red and black. I now looked like the proper ZedFiles. I then made 3 more forges and placed them outside my thatch building. With 4 forges, I could now smelt metal at 4 times the speed. I also crafted a long neck rifle and made hundreds of spark powder. On day 13, I made 2 more mortar and pestles. I could now make spark powder in one, while at the same time making narcotics in the other, while the third one made gunpowder. I also expanded the refining forge part of my base, so I now had 8 forges running at the same time. This gave me lots more metal and lots of charcoal. Then me and Peanut went and harvested more metal. We accidentally hit a pair of stegos while harvesting, but they were no match for the mighty Peanut. Day 14, I made cementing paste, which I used to make a personal grave. This grave allowed me to easily recover the stuff from my corpse whenever I died by just pressing E on it. Then me and Warren flew to the redwood forest again, and we found some new creatures. It seems friendly. What is this? It's so big. Edmontosaurus. We then also came across some Postosuchus nests. On day 15, I hatched the 3 Postosuchus eggs. He's so cute. And with one of them, I got twins. On my 4th Postosuchus, I got 100% imprinting, so she got a 30% damage boost and 30% incoming damage reduction. These guys were carnivorous pack creatures, so I finally got my first hunting dinos. I named them Pacho, Pitchy, Petchy, and Pachi. Pachi was the leader of the pack, since I was able to imprint on her. Let's see how quickly we can kill this guy. Oh my goodness. We annihilated him. We killed him so quickly. Okay, this is great. These guys are amazing. Day 16 was hunting day for me and my pack of Postosuchuses. I was now confident enough to kill the annoying Saltosauruses that kept running all over my base. We got lots of meat, prime meat, hide and keratin on this day. We also got some oil, element dust, scrap metal and electronics from killing some tech parasaurs. I spent day 17 flying around with Warren to find crystal so that I could make a super spyglass. We explored the tundra area a lot, where there were lots of dangerous creatures, like the Utyrannus who scared Warren out of control. We eventually found a lot of crystal and headed back home. On day 18, I made the super spyglass. Now I can see the stats of everything, like my own creatures, and also wild ones. I also made a water jar, and lots of bullets and tranq darts. For day 19, I looked long and hard for a high level RG. I found a level 140, but it got itself killed by a couple of mammoths and a UD. I avenged him by killing the 2 mammoths with Warren's barrel rolls. I found another RG stuck in a rock. I broke her out, eventually knocked her unconscious, but then she got killed by a Kano. No way. No way. No way. For day 20, I found another level 140 RG. I managed to knock her out and feed her prime meat. While she was taming, a UD came pretty close, which was very scary. Once she tamed, I named her Bernadette and flew her back to the base and made her a saddle. On days 21 and 22, me and Bernadette began our journey to fly around the entire map of Valguera. I wanted to find out what biomes were on this map, see some new creatures, and also find a location that I could make my permanent base. While exploring the tundra area, I found a water canteen from a yellow supply drop. In the redwood forest, I found lots of new herbivores. I found Chimerosauruses and a herd of Tarosauruses that were getting killed by something called an Inostransivia. I also found a group of little Europasauruses and a massive Brachiosaurus. I then came across a massive abandoned fortress. I marked the spot as a possible base location. While exploring on day 23, I heard an extremely loud screaming noise while I was flying over some mountains. The noise came from a giant Hadzygoopteryx, a flying apex carnivore. I flew away as fast as I could, hoping it wouldn't notice me. As day 24 began, I entered the White Cliffs biome, a beautiful biome with white and green terrain, and a large variety of creatures. I found a flat area of land and marked it as a possible base location. I then snuck my way into a Deinonychus nesting area. I then found some little herbivorous dinosaurs called Solidosauruses. Okay, I'm sorry I have to shoot you. Okay. Oh, he attacks me. No, passive. We're still passive. Leave him alone. Leave him alone, Haji. Go to sleep. Okay, nice. I got him. He's unconscious. He's eating the berries. Oh, he tamed already. Raj. Hello, Raj. He's so small. It's crazy how small he is, and he's so cute. Oh, I can pick him up. Oh, look at that. He's just riding on my back now. On day 25, I came across a creature called an Andrewsarchus. At first I thought he was aggressive, but it turned out that he was friendly. I tamed him by passively feeding him measure berries and prime meat. I named him Andrew and tested his abilities. Okay, it's pretty fast. Very fast actually. Let's see, can it jump? Okay, it can jump. It can bite. It can do a swipe. It can roar. Oh, it can harvest. It can harvest fiber. This is the best creature ever. Andrew is too powerful. Yeah, good job, Andrew. We killed it. Day 26, I found some giant beavers and beaver huts. I stole the cementing paste from them and flew away. I then came across the jungle and found some really weird creatures called Elephantosauruses. I began taming them, but was rudely interrupted. What is that? No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. No, no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. What is that? What is that? What is that? No, 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 no. No, no, this can't be happening. No, I died. I died. By a concave, I don't even know. I respawned at my thatch hut, used the personal grave to recover my stuff, repaired my flak armor, and took Warren to go look for Bernadette and Raj. While I was flying, I was chased by two giant bird-looking things. Luckily, I could just outrun them. I spent all of day 27 looking for Bernadette and Raj. I eventually found them, and luckily neither of them died. He's there, he's there, he's there, he's there, he's there, he's there, he's there. He's right there. Come on, Warren. Warren, follow me. Warren, what are you doing? Get up here. Okay. When I got everyone back home, I made the Dino Tracker device, which let me see the locations of where all of my creatures were, and gave me directions when I wanted to find them. Then I explored the map again, but this time I explored with Warren, rather than Bernadette, because he was much faster. Day 28 was a sad day. While exploring more of the redwood forest, I got pounced and killed by a thylacoleo. No way. No. Get off me. Get off. Okay, finally. And I'm gonna die. No. And when I got back to where I died, Raj was killed. No! Raj was killed. Raj died. Luckily Warren was still safe though. On day 29, I accidentally tamed a Pegomastax, which I left unnamed because I did not want him. What a loser. Then I tamed another Coelodosaurus and named it Raj too. Then I discovered a snow biome, and it was freezing. Luckily I bought some fur armor to keep me warm. And there was an ice-looking dinosaur that spat at me. I dodged its spit just in time. I don't even know what would have happened if it hit me. Day 30, I found a large body of water that led to a waterfall that led towards the massive lake that was in the middle of the map. I also found a large sauropod called an Apatosaurus. I could tell it was quite powerful just by watching it from afar. Later in the day, I arrived back at my thatch base. It was time for me to choose a new base location. Looking at the two possible base locations that I marked on my map, I decided to go with living in the White Cliffs, since the redwoods was extremely dangerous. Next I began packing up my most important resources and items in Bernadette's inventory, and began transporting them to the new base location. Most of day 31 was just more base moving, but I did find a small pack of Astroraptors, and tamed some of them, but they were really weak, so they immediately got killed by some Dillos. Day 32 was more base moving, and I now had all of my resources, items, Bernadette and Warren at the new base. On day 33, I killed myself, so that I could respawn at my thatch hut. I then recovered my inventory and said goodbye to Peanut, Leonard and Zuzu. They were way too slow to bring to the new base, but I did bring my pack of Postosuchuses, because they were pretty fast. On day 34, I tamed a new Pinacosaurus, since they are great harvesters. I named him Walnut. For the rest of the day, I harvested lots of stone, as I would need it to make my new base. Day 35, I tamed a Parasaur. I tamed him because I thought he would be useful for gathering wood, but then I realized it would be quicker if I just gathered wood with my middle hatchet, so I named him Whoops. I then found a dinosaur called a Centaurosaurus, which was like a mini Parasaur. He was a passive tame and I named him Tatsu. He was good at harvesting berries and had some cool abilities. He can bite. He can roar. Well, that just did a ability. Oh, so this lets me find dangerous creatures and stuff. Oh, and I run faster too, I think. On the early morning of day 36, I found and tamed another Osteoraptor. This time I was able to make a saddle and ride it before anything killed it. I named her Allie. Allie was a fantastic swimmer, had lots of attacks. She also had very bright colours, and while I was with her, a rainbow appeared behind us. Then I found another Andrewsarchus. I tamed it using some mutton that I got from killing sheep, and I named him Andy. Andy was extremely fast and powerful. He would be my main mount from now on. On day 37, I went chopping down lots of trees. Then I began to build my new house. Day 38 included more house building. Day 39 included even more house building, until I decided to go look for a giant beaver to tame, so that I could harvest wood more quickly. Day 40 I found a max level beaver. I kidnapped him from his family, brought him to a beach, and knocked him out. The beaver finished taming on day 41, and I named him Howard. Then I went back to Howard's old home and murdered his family, so that I could steal all of their cementing paste. I got hundreds of cementing paste and thousands of wood. I spent day 42 building more of my house. Day 43 I finished building the structure of my house. I know it looks bad. I'm not a good builder, okay? Shut up. Then I began adding things to the inside of my house. I put down some storage boxes, a smithy, a preserving bin to store my swallowables, a forge, and a fabricator. Day 44 I knocked out an Anki, made some gasoline, started making some jerky in the preserving bin, and made a feeding trough so that all of my creatures could eat from it and not starve to death. Day 45 the Anki finished taming, and I named him Alan. I needed an Anki so that I could carry it to the mountains with Bernadette and harvest lots of metal. Walnut was too big for it to carry. Then me, Bernadette, Alan, and Rush 2 went to some mountains and harvested thousands of metal. On day 46, we went to the massive lake to harvest some oil and crystal from the ocean floor. Alan was surprisingly a great swimmer, even though he looked so heavy. While we were swimming, we suddenly got attacked by some massive fish. The fish grabbed Alan and swam away. Then another fish came and grabbed me, and I didn't die from the fish itself, but instead died because I couldn't breathe underwater. Yeah, I'm dead. Game over. No! The next day I respawned, made a personal grave, and recovered my stuff. Then me and Andy ran as fast as we could back to where Alan was. When I arrived, Alan was still being grabbed by the fish, so I bit the fish with Andy and then let go. Then I got Alan to safety. I just realized how weird this sounds out of context. Imagine a guy called Alan still being grabbed by a fish, and then another guy called Andy biting the fish, so he would let go of Alan. I was even able to save Raj too, and killed one of the fish. Then I went back to harvesting oil, and saw this massive fish snake looking thing. Look at it, it's so fast. It's attacking the manta. It is so scary. Once I got 1500 oil, I went back to base. On day 48, I checked if I had enough materials to make an industrial forge. Only crystal, 2500 metal. I set up 8 refining forges, 3 inside and 5 outside, and put metal in all of them. While I waited for the metal to smelt, I began working on placing gates around my base perimeter. I continued making my base the next day, and then the sky became orange, which was cool. Then a raptor attacked. Raptor. And this is why we need a perimeter. Okay, passive. I then realized that I would need a lot more stone to make my perimeter. And since Walnut and Alan harvested more flint than they did stone, I started taming a Doedicurus. On day 50 the Doedicurus was attacked by some raptors. Luckily Bernadette killed them, but the Doedicurus was almost dead, and the taming effectiveness was now super low. She later tamed and I named her Dora. I then harvested lots of stone and wood. I spent all of day 51 building the perimeter, and I finished it on day 52. I now had a massive chunk of the White Cliffs as my base. I have blocked off this massive section. It goes all the way around. all of this is my base. And my house is here. And then the other side of the perimeter is here. On day 53, I saw that I still needed 500 more metal ingots until I could make an industrial forge. So in the meantime, I went to get electronics as I would need them to make my chemistry bench. A good way to get electronics was to hunt and harvest tech creatures. I then found Andrew, the Andrewsarchus that I tamed on day 25, and apparently he was actually a female, so I changed her name to Andret. Day 54, I used the fabricator for the first time to craft some more electronics, because I didn't get enough from my hunting adventures. And I now finally had enough metal to make an industrial forge. It's so big. That is crazy. It gives so much lighting. Okay, let's see inside. Oh, it makes 1 charcoal every second from this wood. I'm never going to need charcoal ever again. This will just make so much. And it smelts 20 metal at a time. Okay, this was definitely worth it. Day 55, I made the chemistry bench, so that I could now cook up large quantities of drugs. I then made a generator to power the chemistry bench, along with other things that I would soon get. I then connected a bunch of wires and outlets to the generator. Then I began making thousands of gunpowder and hundreds of narcotics. I then crafted hundreds of simple rifle ammo. Day 56, I made an industrial grill, so that I could cook meat faster. Then I made another preserving bin, so that I could make jerky faster as well. At night, I harvested lots of metal. Day 57, I made a fridge where I kept my spoilables. Then I harvested lots of narco braids with Andy, and made thousands of narcotics in the chemistry bench. With those narcotics, I then made hundreds of tranq darts. Day 58, I was almost ready to go taming lots of new dinosaurs. But I first needed to make an air conditioner area of my house, so that I could hatch any new eggs that I would get. To make air conditioners, I needed more silica pills, so that I could make more electronics. So I took Allie and went exploring in the massive lake. On the way, we killed some jellyfish and got their biotoxin, a very powerful type of narcotic. Underwater exploring soon became very boring, because I had to keep up coming for air, like all the time. So I made a scuba tank. We then found the silica pill jackpot. I got thousands of silica pills, and there were still more of them on the ground, but a bunch of manta rays came to attack, so we had to leave. Day 59, I made and placed 9 air conditioners. I then hatched the Deinonychus eggs that I got way back on day 24. When they grew up, I named them Feather and Fluff. On the dawn of day 60, I tried out the Deinonychuses. They were very fast, could climb up terrain, and even managed to climb onto and kill an Allosaurus. But after the fight, Fluff was extremely close to dying. Later, I was harvesting some keratin, and a very, very sad thing happened. Allie was killed by raptors. I avenged her by killing the raptors. Allie, no. No. I spent all of day 61 building the greenhouse. I built it on the beach, so that it could get water easily. Day 62, I finished building the greenhouse, set up the irrigation system, and planted seeds into all of the crop plots. I was now also a high enough level to craft shocking tranq darts, which were much more potent than regular tranq darts. Day 63, I found a red turbine from a red supply drop. It was too heavy for Warren to carry, so I just put it here. My first crops had grown. I then went out to look for a new aquatic creature to tame, so that I could harvest biotoxin more easily, which would let me tame some larger dinosaurs. Instead of finding an aquatic creature, I found a miniature Therizino looking dinosaur, and it was called a Segnosaurus. She was taking a while to tame, and apparently her favorite food was honey, so I went to look for some honey. While looking for honey on day 64, I found tons of new creatures instead. First, I found a family of amphicarons. I sneakily fed the baby some raw mutton, and then picked her up and flew away from the parents. After she matured, I found out I couldn't ride her without a saddle, so I just left her in a safe spot, and I would come back later. Before flying off, I named her Anna. I then found a group of hippos and these tiny herbivores called Psittacosauruses, and I started taming one of them. I then saw a massive creature called a Dinosaurs. What is that? What is that? What is that? It's huge. It's massive. Dinosaurs. 2 of them actually. They looked insanely powerful. I finished taming the Psittacosaurus and named it City. Then I began flying back home to drop him off. It turned out City passively made Psittacosaurus spines in his inventory, which I could combine with stone arrows to make them venomous. I then tested it on an Allosaurus. 30 damage. Oh, and he gets poisoned. You can see damage numbers on him now. Okay, he is attacking me. On day 65, while I was making my way back to Anna, I saw a Suchomimus fighting an Allosaurus. It was pretty fun to watch. And then a large dinosaur started chasing me. Very scary. And then I found this cool looking bridge. And then I woke up a golem, which was even more scary than that dinosaur from before. Then I looked over the beautiful White Cliffs biome. Eventually I got back to Anna, and I decided to change her name to Lucy, because for some reason I did not like the name Anna. I tested out Lucy's abilities. She has a bite, a claw, a roar. I saw some dinosaurs called Nigersauruses and a Plateosaurus. And then I started going back to base. Day 66, I jumped off a massive height. But with my professional ARK skills, I managed to survive. When I got back to base, I checked Andy's inventory, and he had somehow gotten Sago Lilies. Using these Sago Lilies, I would be able to finally tame a Nazutoceratops. But first I wanted to try and tame one of those giant Dinosaurs dinosaurs. In order to tame them, I needed to passively feed them something called Crop Blend. Another thing I needed in order to tame it was a red panda, because apparently the Dinosaurs would be aggressive without it. So I started looking for a red panda. My search continued on day 67, and I was now in the jungle. In the jungle I found a funny looking lemur thing, and then I found what looked like a red panda, but it was actually something called a binturong. I tamed him, named him Baxter, and swapped him out with Raj 2. Then I used the Dino Tracker device to see if there was a red panda nearby, and there was. I quickly followed the directions it gave me, and then I saw him, the majestic red panda. I fought off some compies and insects, and then tamed the little panda. I named him Master Shifu. I swapped him out for Baxter, and made my way home to make some cropland. On the dawn of day 68, I made some cropland, a Dinosaurus saddle, and made my way back to the jungle. I found a level 130 female Dinosaurus. She was very hurt though, and in a fight with an Amphichion. She ended the fight by chucking it into the sky. She then fell down a waterfall, and I had to follow her. I swam through the water, fed her some cropland, and tamed her. On day 69 I named her Doris, and tested her abilities. So it has left click, which is like a little swipe. It has right click. Whoa, I just did I just stunned that thing behind me. Oh no, this thing's attacking me now. It did look how much damage it does. This thing is so powerful. Oh, he can do like a hug. Oh, and then he does a roar. I also found on my Dino Tracker that there was a level 150 male Dinosaurus around. And if I tamed him, I'd be able to breed the two Dinosauruses and have an army of them. So I left Doris in a safe place and flew back to base carrying Raj 2. Day 70 I made more cropland and went back to the jungle again to find the other Dinosaurus. I found a level 150 male and started taming him. But then the worst thing possible happened. He saw Warren, and Warren was not close enough to me and Master Shifu. So he didn't have the cuddle buddy buff. The Dinosaurus attacked Warren, and I got caught in the attack. But luckily I didn't die, I was just stunned. And then later, he saw Warren again, and I got caught in one of his attacks again as well. All of my armor broke and I was sent flying into the air. But I somehow managed to survive. But he was still relentlessly attacking Warren, and when I tried to whistle Warren to fly away, the Dinosaurus no longer trusted me, and sent me flying one last time. Day 71, I flew back to the jungle with Bernadette, and luckily, Master Shifu and Warren were still alive. I looked for the Dinosaurus again, and eventually found him in a nice lake area. He still wasn't hungry, so I had to keep waiting. And while I was waiting I saw a raptor nearby, so I knocked it out with my shocking shrink darts, since it was easier than trying to kill him. Then I tamed the raptor, because why not? And I gave him the animated raptor costume that I had been carrying around for 71 days. I finally finished taming the Dinosaurs on day 72 and named him Dwight. Then I took everyone back to base. I then named the raptor Apsara. Day 73 I swapped Master Shifu out for Baxter. Baxter was a much more useful shoulder pet because he had the ability to decrease the food bar of wild creatures, which would be very helpful with taming. Then I did lots of hunting with Dwight and Doris, and these guys were so powerful. They were definitely stronger than Rex's. They were also extremely fast, had good stamina and good weight. Then I found a Cymosaurus, which I wanted to tame. When I was approaching him, an Arizonasaurus started chasing me. I tried to use an uppercut to send him flying away from me, because I wanted to tame him later, but I accidentally killed him. Then I fed the Cymosaurus some biotoxin, got him tamed, brought him to my greenhouse, and named him Stanley. Day 74 I made some flippers, and then Stanley and I explored the massive lake. We hunted some jellyfish and got lots of biotoxin. Apparently Stanley could harvest silica pearls, so we got 5,000 of them. Day 75 I found a narwhal. All I needed to do to tame him was to give him one piece of mutton. He also didn't even need a saddle to be ridden. He was kinda slow and pretty weak, but he still managed to outrun Megalodon, and I named him Kevin. One of the good things about him was that he could automatically create oil in his inventory. Then I prepared to tame a new flyer, an Ornithocheirus. It was the same creature that chased me and Warren on day 26. I made some stone gates, fence foundations, walls, and bear traps, and then I went to look for one. Day 76, I found a giant sea turtle fighting some Megalodon, and I also found an alpha Ornithocheirus. It was impossible to tame an alpha, so I just left it alone. Finally I found a normal Ornithocheirus, which was hunting some Pelagornis. I started making my trap nearby. The first Ornithocheirus I found got itself killed by attacking some Narzitoceratops. Day 77, I found another Ornithocheirus, but it was too annoying to get into the trap, and started attacking a Celtosaurus. I shot lots of tranks into it while I was fighting, but then it started attacking the Narzitoceratops. Then I had the idea to go get Dwight, kill all of the herbivores in the area, and then use him to tank the Orni while I tranked it. Day 78 I found the third Orni. I brought it to Dwight and almost got it knocked out, but then it flew away. I chased after it with Warren, but I couldn't find it anywhere. For the rest of the day I flew all over the lake looking for more of them, but I couldn't find a single one. Day 79 I found another Orni, but it was right next to the alpha one, which had now flown to shore, so I killed it with Dwight. It was much weaker than I thought it was. After killing some nearby herbivores that were distracting it, I started knocking it out. I got extremely close to knocking it out, but then it started flying away. I spent the rest of the day chasing it with Dwight, but eventually it flew high up into the redwoods, and he was gone. Day 80 I found my fifth Orni, and this time I tried to get it to fly into a bear trap. I think it was glitched or something because it kept on flying through the trap. When I almost knocked this one out, it flew away again. I was so angry. Later I found another Orni, managed to get it into the initial trap I made, but then it broke my helmet and flew out of the trap. After some more tranks, it flew away again. I made some modifications to the trap, found my seventh Orni, and got it in the trap. Many tranks later, I finally knocked it out. I fed it some mutton, tamed it, and named him Sheldon. The Orni was the most annoying creature I have ever tamed in my entire life. I'm never going to tame one ever again. Stupid seagulls. Day 81 I gave Sheldon a test run, or test flight. Sheldon was a bit slower than a Pteranodon, but he had the ability to dive downwards, which made him extremely fast. Whenever he got near water, he also got another boost to his speed. His stamina was also great. He had lots of health too, lots of weight, and did lots of damage. He could even swim under the water, which was cool. Day 82. I made a GPS, more shocking trank darts because I used them all up trying to tame an Orni, and a full set of riot gear. Then I put a cooking pot in my greenhouse and made some red and black dye. Then I dyed all of my new riot armor and cut my beard a bit shorter. Day 83, me and Sheldon went to look for some giant beehives to get honey, so we could finally finish taming the Segnosaurus from day 63. On the way we found a swamp, and we didn't find Shrek, but we found 5 Sarcosuchuses, so I killed them, because I needed their skin to fight the final boss fight. Then I saw a tech quetzal, which was pretty cool. Day 84 I found a giant beehive, and I stole its honey. Then I found a giant beetle and tried attacking it, but it had insane armor, so I only did 9 damage to it. It then stunned Sheldon and I fell off. The beetle did so much damage it was insane. Luckily I was able to whistle Sheldon away and escape. Day 85 I got more honey, and then found a floating rock. I couldn't find the Dinosaurs from before, so I found a new one instead. I fed it the honey and named it Jim. Jim had very useful abilities. He was a great harvester and also a great fighter. Then I made some sweet veggie cakes in my cooking pot, because these would be great for healing Dwight and the other Dinosaurs. Day 86, I wanted to tame a Saltosaurus, because I had seen so many of them in the past 85 days, especially when I was first starting out. I found a group of them, and I tried to tame the highest level one, but because of its armor, I barely applied any torpor to it, so I instead knocked out the lowest level one. It still took quite a lot of shocking trank darts, even though he was so small. I fed him some corn, and then when he tamed, I named him Ryan. Then I saw an apex carnivore, an Acrocanthosaurus, so I quickly ran away. Then I tested Ryan's abilities. He was trash. I then went to tame a Nasotoceratops, as they were one of the strongest herbivores around, and I had seen lots of them in the past. I found a max level 150 male, set up a billboard trap, got him to chase me. Got it. Run, 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 run. Yo, he's so fast. He's faster than I thought. He's faster than I thought. Come on. Okay, he got trapped. Okay. But now... Okay, so then I just put bear trap. I mean this thing. I can't put it, it's glitched. Okay, I got him stuck in there. It worked. It worked. I began tranking him, but then my rifle broke. Went back to base, repaired the rifle, came back, and continued tranking him. 90 shocking trank darts later, he finally went down. I then gave him his favorite food, sago lilies. Then he tamed and I named him Michael. Oh, he does trample damage, okay. You can't run from me. I'm way faster than you. Oh, he pooed. Now's not the time. Now's the time to kill this Bronto. Oh, now he's fighting again. Killed it. Okay, he can harvest meat. That's very useful. Okay, yeah, this guy's pretty good. Now that I had tamed all the dinosaurs that I wanted to tame for now, it was time to get the artifacts that I needed, so that I could fight the bosses of Valguero. I needed to make lots of things before I went spelunking. The first thing I needed was a gas mask. For the gas mask, I needed some black pearls. So I tamed a new Osteoraptor, named her Ali2, and headed into the ocean. I didn't want to bring Stanley or Kevin, because they were kinda slow. Very slow, actually. I hunted some trilobites to get black pearls, and then realized that the lake had a tunnel that led to an underground ocean. Here we go. So this is the underwater cave. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, there's a whole ocean here. What? It goes deeper. Whoa, what? Okay, hopefully I don't see any dangerous creatures. This plesiosaurus is just chasing me. Black pearl? I think this is black pearl. Got it. Okay. The plesio's right there. No, get away. Get away from me. Get away from me. Okay, I'm getting out of here now. I've had enough. There's so many. Get away from me. Oh, I think I found it. Oh, I found it. Oh, I found it. Okay. Thank you, Wikipedia. Or fandom.com. Same thing. Okay, let's get out of here. Get out of here. We're gone. Oh, okay, there we go. And it is now day 88. So yeah, I had some technical difficulties from days 88 to 93. My laptop is extremely trash. For playing ARK on its own, it's not too bad, but trying to record ARK for long periods of time or trying to edit videos, it is very painful. And so basically my screen recording software turned the footage of these days into a slideshow. Don't worry though, because everything goes back to normal on day 94. So yeah, back to the video. Days 88 and 89, I made lots of things that I would need to retrieve the artifacts, such as gas masks, grappling hooks, and healing brews, as well as repairing all of my weapons and tools. Then I went to a supply drop, and inside of the drop, I crafted 2 cryopods. Then I cryopoded Andy, and flew to the Lost Temple to get the first artifact. Day 90, it took me a while to find the entrance to the temple, but I eventually found it, and there was a Scorpio Venator protecting it. But surprisingly, he wasn't aggressive, and I even tamed him with a piece of mutton. I named him Creed, and apparently he was really good at killing bugs, like a Megatherium. I set up some sleeping bags and a personal grave, pressed the button, and walked into the temple. After getting lost many times, and with the help of a YouTube tutorial by a guy called the Magic Worm, I eventually found the power of the cave with the artifact that I needed. With my grappling and parachute skills, I got over to it and retrieved the artifact of the Devourer. I also got a trash supply drop and another artifact from the cave, called the Artifact of the Brute, but I didn't need this one, but I kept it anyway. I emerged from the jungle temple on day 91, and then flew back to base. Unfortunately, Creed was murdered by piranhas. Very sad. And then me and Sheldon began to fly to the Great Trench to get the next artifact. On the way, I found a max level Kakara Dontosaurus, an apex carnivore. I flew above it with Sheldon and knocked it out with tranq darts. It took ages, but I eventually knocked it out on day 92. Then I gave her some mutton, she tamed, and I named her Pam. I flew back to base, made a saddle, came back, and mounted her. She was extremely powerful, and she did tons of damage, and she was very fast. We killed Camarosauruses, Segnos, Therizzinos, Plateosauruses, and Ochilobatus. We even accidentally fought some Dinosaurs, which I thought would be difficult, but it was actually extremely easy. Day 93, me and Sheldon continued our journey to the Great Trench. When we arrived, we saw tons of ice wyverns flying around. I dived through the trench and entered the lava area. Here it is, in here. Down through here. Yep, it's very hot. I kept flying down, landed on a small island, grabbed the artifact of the Skylord. As soon as I started flying away, I began to get burnt alive by fire wyverns. I flew as fast as I could, diving as much as I could, but I could not outrun them. I finally found the exit out of the trench, but then Sheldon burnt to a crisp. Sheldon has died. I died immediately after that, but I could respawn. Sheldon could not. I recovered the stuff using my personal grave, including the artifact of the Skylord. But at what cost? The cost of Sheldon's life. Later in the day, I started preparing to get the final artifact that I needed. The artifact of the pack. This artifact was in the lair, which was a cave protected by broodmothers, one of ARK's bosses. In order to get this artifact, I would need to take down the broodmother. So I began breeding an army of Dinosaurs. While they mated, I finally made saddles for Andy and Andret, since I would need them for the lair as well. I didn't need saddles to ride them, but it gave them some armor. The baby Dinosaurs were actually very easy to imprint on. I named the first one Oscar, the second Toby, and then I had twin Dinosaurs, but they got stuck to each other and couldn't move. I tried destroying some of my air conditioners, but they were still stuck. Later, I just cryopoded them and threw them outside of the house. Day 94, I named the twins Sprinkles and Bandit. Then I continued growing my Dinosaurus army. I named the 5th Dinosaurus David Wallace, the 6th Meredith, the 7th Angela, and the 8th Daryl. Then I went to get some metal. Day 95, I used the metal to make some feeding troughs for the Dinosaurs and lots of saddles, so everyone can have armor. Yay! Then I continued to raise the Dinosaurs for days 95 and 96. I named the 9th one Phyllis, the 10th Bob Vance, the 11th Erin, the 12th Jan, the 13th Prince Unicorn, the 14th Mafia, the 15th Dunder, and the 16th Mifflin. I now had a massive army of Dinosaurs, 18 of them in total. And then with Pam the Car, that made 19. The amount of creatures that you could take to a boss arena was 20, so I had room for one more creature. And I wanted that to be a support creature, specifically a Daedon, the pig that could heal its allies. So then I flew to the tundra to tame one. Day 97, I found a max level male. I kidnapped him, knocked him out, and fed him mutton. When he tamed, I named him Mose. I tested his abilities, and he could definitely heal things. And I had everything I needed to fight the bosses of Valgreva. Then, while I was writing this very script, Tatsu the Centaurosaurus was murdered by raptors. I didn't even know how they got in the base without anyone noticing. Next, I needed some items that were required to teleport to the boss arena. I needed some Argytalons and Titanoboa venom, so I went to get those with Bernadette. Killing, intense killing, bam bam bam, boom boom boom. Everyone's dead except for me and Bernadette. Before setting off to the redwoods where the final artifact was, I leveled up everyone's health and melee damage, and then I healed them all with Mose. Day 98 was the day. I gathered everyone I would need for this final journey. Before we headed into the redwood forest, I first wanted to get revenge on the Alpha Narzutoceratops. Way back on day 6, I was brutally murdered by one of them, but never had the chance to get back at them because of how strong they were. But now it was time for revenge! 60,000 health. Okay, let's do or die. Oops, I dismounted. Kill him! Whoa, he just got flying! We sent him into the air. Kill him! Destroy him! Destroy him! We keep throwing him into the air because of their uppercut ability. Oh, look at him, he's bleeding. Look at all that damage. Look at all of that damage. I can't even hit it, it's almost dead. Look at that uppercut. Look at that uppercut. Oh my. It died. We killed it. Oh, Pam killed it. Apparently. 13 levels. I got 13 levels from that. From killing that alpha. We then travelled into the redwoods, where lots of dangerous creatures lurked. There were concavenators, kalenkins, postosuchuses, tons of things. Then eventually we arrived at the lair, aka the Spider Cave. We travelled down and encountered the Broodmother, one of ARK's bosses that guarded the cave. Me and my army rushed in. There were damage numbers everywhere. The Dinosaurs were showing no mercy. Mifflin jumped down from above like a majestic goose and flanked the Broodmother, and then Prince Unicorn jumped down after him even more majestically. The Broodmother's minions tried to help her, but we were too strong, and with one final strike, Meredith brought down the Broodmother. The Broodmother barely did any damage to the Dinosaurs, so I didn't even need to heal them with Mose. I then congratulated everyone by leveling up their melee damage. It was now time to explore deeper into the cave. So I gathered my cave spelunking creatures together, then me and Michael began to head down. There were lots of little spiders, but they were no match for us. The cave glitched, so I couldn't see the floor, but I could still travel across. Then I put on my gas mask and scuba tank, as there was poisonous gas around. Then we were confronted by some enemies. There were tons of Meganeura, spiders, and Titanoboas. We then got to a part of the cave that was too small for Michael to fit, so I used my cryopod to get him through. On the other side, there were lots of leeches, and deeper into the cave, we found Arthropleuris, Acatinas, and ants. Then we came across a broken bridge, which I got across using my grappling hooks. Across the bridge was an artifact, the artifact of the strong, but this was not the one I needed. Further into the cave, we came across a small tunnel that Michael was too large to fit in, so I had to leave him behind for now. There was some water that I had to swim through, and on the other side was the artifact of the pack. Now that we got what we needed, we started to leave the cave. Unfortunately, lots of creatures respawned, and Michael got really close to dying. We eventually found our way out of the cave and met back up with everyone else. Day 99. I now had everything I needed to fight the final bosses of Valgreva. While we were leaving the spider cave, the worst possible thing happened. Another Broodmother spawned, and I had already gotten the majority of the Dinosaurs out of the cave, so I only had like 5 Dinosaurs fighting this one. It was a lot harder this time. The Broodmother would never die, and it killed Oscar. So I whistled everyone away and then whistled my entire army to attack it. Then we killed it, with Bob Vance getting the final hit. After that I healed everyone with Moe's, and we started heading deeper into the redwoods, to find the closest obelisk. On the way, we found and killed lots of dinosaurs, like Edmontosauruses, Megaraptors, Gigantoraptors, and even Acrocanthosauruses. It took forever to get everyone to the obelisk, like legit, it took hours. It was a nightmare. But finally, we were at the obelisk, ready to fight the bosses of Valgrero. I put in the 3 artifacts and the other items, and it was time to start the fight. Day 100, we teleported into the arena. There are 3 bosses here, the Megapithecus, the Dragon, and the Manticore. Come on guys, we're killing the monkey. Oh, okay, that did damage. Kill the monkey. Just kill the monkey. Oh no, all 3 things are here. Come on guys, you can do it. Just keep fighting. Okay, he is dead. Okay, monkey dead. Get the dragon. Let's get the dragon. Kill the dragon. The dragon has like not much HP at all. Killed him already. Let's go. Good job guys. Okay, the Manticore is not landing. Oh no. Keeps firing these things at us. He's here. Fight him. Get him. Get the Manticore. Here's the final thing. Oh, he ran away already. Yeah, this guy. Oh no, Bob Vance died! How did Bob Vance die? I didn't even know he was low on health. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I only have 4 medical brews left. Oh no, Prince Unicorn is asleep now as well. He landed. Get him. Now's our chance. Now's our chance. Kill him. Kill him, come on. He's so close to dying. He's so close. Just get him. Get him. Get him. Nice. We did it. We killed it. And we're returning already. We had successfully defeated the 3 bosses of Valgrero. We then got teleported back to the Redwood Forest. I didn't want to bring everyone back to base because of how much of a nightmare it was to bring them all here, so I just took the most important creatures. Now that we were back home, I put all the flags on top of my house and hung up the trophies on the front of my house. Then I made 2 trophy stands for the spare artifacts that I got. And then I took a screenshot for this video's thumbnail. And then I made a graveyard for the friends who are no longer with us. First, there was Raj, my first Solidosaurus. Then, those random Osteoraptors that were killed as soon as I tamed them. Then Ali, my first proper Osteoraptor. Creed, the Scorpio Veneta, who only survived a day. Sheldon, the 7th Ornithochirus that I tried to tame. Oh how I miss Sheldon. Tatsu, the Syntausaurus that I never used. Oscar, the Dinochirus who died to the 2nd broodmother. And lastly, Bob Vance, the Dinochirus who died to the Manticore, and then I gave a speech. You were all very good tames who helped me complete this 100 days, so thank you for your contributions, and I'm sorry that you had to pass. Now a moment of silence. As it was now day 100, the very last day of this 100 days video, it was time to say goodbye to everyone. I flew back to the old home and I said goodbye to Leonard, Peanut, and Zuzu. Goodbye Leonard. This is the last time we see each other. Goodbye Peanut. You were my first team, and probably one of my favorite teams. Goodbye Zuzu. It was fun raising you from a baby, but it's time to say goodbye. Forever. Then I flew back to the current home and said goodbye to everyone there. Goodbye Dora. You were a very good Doedicurus. Goodbye Walnut, Peanut's replacement, because it was too hard to get Peanut over here. Goodbye Ryan, the most trash tame I've ever seen in my entire life. Goodbye Howard. You were very helpful for getting wood, even though I never made you a saddle. Goodbye Jim. You were a very interesting looking guy. Goodbye Pacho, my first Postosuchus. And goodbye Pachi, Pitchy and Pitchy, the best Postosuchus family. Goodbye, Feather and Fluff. Goodbye, Dwight, the father of my Dinosaurs army. Goodbye, Lucy. Goodbye, Bernadette. You were an amazing Argentavis. Goodbye, Mose. You were a very good pig. Goodbye, Whoops. Goodbye, Absro. Goodbye, Alan. Goodbye, Andy, the best Andrewsarchus. Goodbye, Andret. Goodbye, Doris. Goodbye, Sprinkles. And goodbye, Dunder. And goodbye, every other Dinosaurus that is not here with us. Goodbye, Michael, the best Nazutoceratops. Goodbye, Ali 2. Goodbye, Pam. Goodbye, Stanley and Kevin, the Cymosaurus, and the Narwhal. And then I watched the 100th sunset from on top of my house with all of my creatures while eating some jerky. Well, those were my 100 days of ARK modded with new dinosaurs. And that is what happened. Comment below your favorite team of these 100 days, and if you enjoyed or found this video helpful, do not forget to like the video, and also make sure to be subscribed to the channel so that you don't miss any of my future ARK videos. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. I'm gonna try to survive 100 days of ARK modded with new dinosaurs on the island. The mod pack that I'll be using adds hundreds of new high quality dinosaurs that still manage to coexist perfectly with ARK's original creatures. It adds new shoulder pets, powerful herbivores, apex carnivores, and so much more. In this video, I plan on discovering new ecosystems, teaming as many new dinosaurs as I can, slaying the Alpha Overseer, and descending off the island. I hope you all enjoy watching as I try to survive 100 days of ARK modded with new dinosaurs on the island. On day 1, I woke up on one of the many beaches of the island. After admiring my surroundings, I started picking up some stones from the ground. Then I harvested some bushes to get berries and fiber, punched a tree for some wood and thatch, and crafted my first pickaxe. I then came across my first dinosaur, a black and white Centausaurus. Well, he looks cool. I then found a little Lystrosaurus and another Centausaurus. Then I hit a rock, crafted myself a hatchet, some clothes, and a couple of foundations, which I placed down to form my thatch base. Then I went looking for a weak creature to kill, in order to get some meat and hide. I found a giant sea slug, and I tried killing it with my hatchet, but then I fell unconscious. I guess it was a poisonous sea slug. Then I found the Lystro from before, killed it, and harvested its meat and hide. I was now able to make the rest of my cloth armor. I then crafted and placed down a campfire, and started cooking the meat that I got, and then made a storage box. I went back to one of the Centaursauruses that I found, and started passively feeding her measure berries. After just 2 feedings, she tamed, and I named her Cinnamon. I crafted and put on a saddle, and I was able to ride her, my first tame of this new adventure. She was kind of like a weaker but faster version of the Parasaur. She was able to harvest thatch, wood, and berries. We then came across a giant green fish swimming along the shore. It seemed dangerous, so we left it alone. We then killed an Oviraptor and harvested its meat and hide, which let me make a water skin and a mortar and pestle. Then in the middle of the night, I crafted my very first narcotic. On day 2, I made some bowlers and a bed, and I split lots of my raw meat so that it would spoil quicker. While me and Cinnamon were looking for small creatures to kill, we found a couple of Osteoraptors. These raptors were friendly and loved to eat fish. We killed a piranha and harvested its fish meat, and began passively feeding the Osteoraptors. But they were taking a while to tame, so in the meantime I harvested lots of metal and flint from some nearby river stones. We then hunted lots of Lystros, a Dilophosaurus, and some Dodos, for more meat and hide. Then I made a refining forge and started smelting all the metal that I got. I also expanded the thatch base a bit, and made 2 more forges, so that I could smelt metal in 3 forges at the same time. On day 3, I crafted myself a set of hide armor and a smithy. I then crafted a pike, a metal pickaxe, a metal hatchet, and a crossbow. I then made lots of stone arrows and some trank arrows, using the narcotics that I made. I then found a Coeluriosaurus, a little herbivore that, once tamed, you could put on your shoulder and get some extra defense. I knocked out the Dinosaurs using my new crossbow and trank arrows, and then I noticed that she was mate boosted. I turned around, and surely enough, a male Dinosaurus started chasing me. I knocked him out too, and when they tamed, I named them Emily and Raj Jr. And I put Raj Jr. on my shoulder as my first shoulder pet. Then I expanded the thatch base a little bit more. We then came across the giant green fish again, and I decided to try and kill it. Surprisingly, it didn't fight back, but it did have a ton of health. When we eventually killed it, we got lots of prime fish meat. Using this prime fish meat, I was able to finish taming the 2 Osteoraptors, and I named them Alex and Adam. These guys were slow on land, but super fast in the water, and they could harvest corpses as well as berries and fiber. Me and Adam then challenged an ordinary raptor to a fight, and we destroyed it. We then came across a Scorpio Venator, a powerful carnivore that preyed on bugs. It wasn't aggressive to us, so I started passively feeding it meat, but it was taking a while to tame, so we would come back for it later when we had some higher quality meat. Back at base, I found a green supply drop, which actually had some really good loot. Arrows! Lots of arrows. Spyglass. That's actually good. Parachute and bow. Oh, okay, that's actually a good supply drop. On day 4, I crafted some more forges, so I now had 6 of them for super fast metal smelting. I found a scary looking fish flopping around, called an Abyssal Xiphactinus. It didn't look like it could fight back, as it was just flopping around, so I killed it with Adam. I then used the spyglass that I got from the beacon to spy on a pretty big carnivore from far away, a Metriacanthosaurus. We then travelled further inland, where we found and killed a Diplodocus, and got some prime meat from it. I then made a long neck rifle, but realised I wasn't a high enough level to make trank darts yet, so I just left in my smithy for now. Using the prime meat from the Diplo, I was able to finish taming the Scorpio Venator. I named him Kyle. Kyle was very similar to Akano, except he became very powerful after killing bugs, and he also passively converted keratin and chitin into cementing paste in his inventory. Then I crafted him a saddle. He didn't need it to be ridden, but it gave him some extra armor. Then I found a Geostone Bergia. I tried to bowler it, but it got scared of me and flew away. I then found a Pteranodon. I bowlered her, shot 2 trank arrows into her face, and she fell unconscious. I tamed her with some of the leftover prime meat, and named her Nami. Day 5 I made an upgrade station, a super useful structure where I could upgrade my armor, tools and weapons to have more protection, damage and durability. I used some metal, wood and fiber to upgrade my crossbow. It now had double the damage and tons more durability. I then made a saddle and flew Nami for the first time. We flew around the island for a bit and saw lots of interesting creatures. We saw a Shurnosaurus, a pair of gigant Spinosauruses, a massive beetle, a Suchomimus, and a massive Brachiosaurus. We then found some crystals and metal on a hill that I then harvested. We flew back to base and I crafted an awesome spyglass. A spyglass that gave lots of information of creatures when you pointed it at them. It gave their name, gender, level, stats, and taming info. It also showed outlines on all nearby creatures as well. The next thing I wanted to do was to make some cryopods, which were basically just Pokeballs, and I needed oil and polymer to make them. So I then went into the ocean with Adam to harvest some oil. We saw lots of dangerous looking fish, but luckily none of them saw us. We then went and killed some Hesperonychus to get organic polymer. Day 6 began with me accidentally punching a trike, which caused a fight to break out. It broke some of my thatch base, but luckily no one got killed. Okay, killed it. Oh, it broke stuff. It broke stuff. Now that I had enough materials for some cryopods, we started flying to a nearby obelisk so that I could craft them. On the way we found a couple of Europasauruses. They were very cute. We then arrived at the obelisk. I put in the supplies and was able to craft 7 cryopods. We then flew towards the mountains to tame some useful creatures. On the way we saw a fight between a Dinosaurs and an Oxalea. We also came across a Plateosaurus, which I decided to tame. To tame her, I just passively fed her some narcotics. She tamed instantly, and I named her Usopp. Usopp was an amazing dinosaur. She was a herbivore that loved to eat narcotics, and automatically converted narcoberries into narcotics in her inventory. I put her in a cryopod and continued to the mountains. Day 7 I saw lots of Phaseolasuchuses, which were very powerful reptiles. I got a bit too close to one and a bit Nami, causing her to nearly bleed to death. It almost killed her in just one bite. I then found a Giganotosaurus, which was terrifying. Then I found a woolly Brachiosaurus and a Doedicurus. I knocked out the Doedicurus and started taming it, as it would be a very useful creature for harvesting stone. When he tamed, I named him Chopper, and put him in a cryopod. We then went looking for an Ankylosaurus to tame, to help with harvesting metal. After looking for a while, I finally found some Ankies along with a couple of Pinacosauruses, but they were being killed by one of the Phasolosuchuses. I tried shooting it, but only did 9 damage to it, because of its natural armor. We were clearly no match for it, so we flew away before it could notice us. Then I saw a Neovenator just standing around with a scorpion in its mouth. Day 8, I finally found an Anky that wasn't being brutally murdered. I knocked him out and fed him some measure berries. While he was taming, I found an Argentavis, which could be helpful for transporting resources around the map, as it had much better weight than Nami did. After she almost killed me, I managed to knock her out and feed her some prime meat. When she tamed, I named her Bernadette Jr. Then I found a red panda, sitting down next to some grass. I tamed it by feeding it prime meat, and named it Poe. The Anky then finished taming, and I named him Zoro. I put him in a cryopod, picked up Poe with Nami, and then flew back to base with Bernadette Jr. following us. We arrived back at base at the end of the day. I threw Usopp out of her cryopod, and gave her thousands of narco berries that she started converting into narcotics. Then I threw Chopper and Zoro out of their cryopods as well. Day 9, I made myself a water jar to replace the water skin. Then me and Carl killed a Baryonyx that was nearby for experience. We then even challenged a Spinosaurus. It was a close battle, but we managed to win, and we got tons of experience from it. I then made a saddle for Bernadette Jr. I also made myself a set of flak armor, which was a very nice upgrade from my hide clothes. Then I flew to some nearby hills with Bernadette Jr. and Zoro to harvest some metal. The hill was in a jungle, so it was extremely hot. So hot that I was literally burning to death. But unfortunately, I didn't realize this until later. I enabled wandering on Zoro, picked him up, and let him smash the metal rocks. I then took a short break to collect an explorer note for the bonus experience, but then a compy attacked. This tiny little dinosaur caused Bernadette and Zoro to panic. When I tried to calm them down, I accidentally fell off the hill. No. I died, are you kidding? I wouldn't have died from the fall alone, but because of the extreme heat that I didn't notice, I was already brought down to half health. Good thing this wasn't hardcore mode, cause your boy needs that respawn. After respawning, I got on Nami and flew back to where I died. I recovered my stuff and picked up Raj Jr., but then I realized that Bernadette was missing. Eventually I found her up in the sky. I whistled her to follow us, but then she glitched out and kept flying higher and higher. Soon she flew as high as she could and got stuck on the ceiling of the ARK. I restarted ARK and luckily that fixed the glitch, and Bernadette Jr. was back to normal. Then we went back to harvesting tons of metal. Day 10, I started smelting the metal. I then made lots of gunpowder, simple rifle ammo, and trank darts. Then I headed out with Nami to find a place to make our permanent base. While we were exploring the island, Nami ran out of stamina mid-flight, and we were forced to land in the middle of a swamp. There was a giant beetle and a Suchomimus right where we were landing. The Suchomimus saw us and started attacking, but it accidentally hit the beetle, causing them to fight. It was an epic battle, but as soon as Nami got her stamina back, we took off. Day 11, we found a base location on some mini mountains, where we found a couple of explorer notes. It was in the middle of the island, which was convenient, but there wasn't that much space. And then a massive spider called a Thorned Dreadweaver appeared. It was very powerful and very ugly, so I decided not to make this my home. Then we found Herbivore Island, an island that was famous for being friendly, due to the lack of carnivores. We saw Pinacosauruses, Narcotoceratops, and a few other herbivores. There were lots of Ornithocheiruses around, which were highly aggressive, carnivorous seabirds. I wanted to tame the Pinacosaurus, so I started cuddling it to tame it. But then these weird things called Prionosuchuses started crawling onto the land and tried to attack me. They looked like that scary fish thing from Ice Age. Good thing they were very slow. I finished taming the Pinacosaurus, but then for some reason a Narcotoceratops started attacking us. Me and the Pina tried to fight back, but eventually the Pina died. I was so sad. Then I avenged the Pina by killing the Narcotoceratops and Nami.
I killed him.
The weird Ice Age creature decided to help us as well. It turned out that even Herbivore Island was dangerous, with all of these new dinosaurs. Day 12 we got chased by an Ornithocheirus for a bit. It was a little bit faster than Nami, but I managed to get it to attack a pair of nearby turtles so that we could get away from it. Eventually we came across a nice looking base location. It was easy to fence off and was in a pretty good spot on the island. It was near to the snow, the mountains, and not too far away from the redwoods either. So I marked its location on my map. Day 13, I put most of my tames into cryopods and packed all of my materials, food, and important items into Bernadette's inventory. Then me and Nami flew to the new base while carrying Poe and being followed by Bernadette. I'd come back later for Emily. Don't worry, I wasn't gonna ditch my teams like in my previous 100 days. Sorry, Peanut. Once we arrived, I cleared out a few rocks that were in the way of the new base. Then I got out Usopp and destroyed most of the trees and bushes that were also in the way. I then started making the stone foundations for my new house. Day 14, I continued working on the house. I added stairs, pillars, walls, and railings, which I turned into half walls. And yeah, this was my house. No proper walls or even a ceiling, but this more open design would let me easily look over the rest of my base. I also placed down 2 large storage boxes, a smithy, the upgrade station, a blueprint station, a feeding trough, and a compost bin. Day 15, I got everyone out from their cryopods and into the new base. Then we flew back to the old thatch base to get Emily, as well as all the wood and metal that I left in my forges. Then I saw a new Meteoracanthosaurus nearby, the same creature that I saw through my spyglass back on day 4. Apparently these carnivores were passive tames, but you could only get close to it when it wasn't hungry enough to kill you. Every time they ate a corpse, they would get a green glow around their head, which tells you that they have eaten recently, meaning that they wouldn't try to eat you if you got close to them. And this Meteoracanthosaurus had a green glow around its head, meaning I could tame it. I fed it a piece of meat, and then waited for it to be hungry again. In the meantime, me and Bernadette killed a Europasaurus for its prime meat in order to speed up the taming process. I came back to find the Meteor was attacking a Brontosaurus, so we helped it by killing it for him. But the Meteor still wasn't hungry. And then an Ichthyovenator started attacking Bernadette and Nami. I told them to fight back, and luckily, they managed to kill it. Day 16, he still wasn't hungry, so I went to look for the other Meteor that I saw on day 4. I found it, but it hadn't eaten anything for a while, so when we got close to it, it tried to eat us. So then I lured it to some weak herbivores that it could kill. She ended up killing a Syntasaurus, then I went to feed her the prime meat, and she tamed. I named her Amy. I made and put on her saddle. She was decently fast and powerful, making her a pretty good hunting mount. When I went back to the other Meteor, I was finally hungry again, so I tamed him and named him Sheldon. I then cryopoded Amy and Sheldon and flew everyone back to the new base. Once I arrived, I got Amy, Sheldon, and Emily out of their cryopods and set up forges in my new house. Day 17, I realized that I should probably change Sheldon's name, since I already named my Ornithocaris from my previous 100 days video that, so I renamed him to Dr. Cooper. Then I picked up Chopper with Bernadette and harvested thousands of stone. Using all this stone, I made lots of gates to build a perimeter around my base that would protect us from any intruders. Day 18, I started making some gasoline in one of my forges. Then I crafted a fabricator in my smithy. The next thing I wanted to make was an industrial forge, so that I could smelt metal quicker. But for that, I needed lots more oil, polymer, and cementing paste. So I went swimming with Adam and mined plenty of oil. Next I needed polymer. I could get lots of organic polymer from killing Kairuku penguins in the icy oceans of the snow biome. But before I could do that, I needed to make fur armor in order to survive the cold. For fur armor, I needed pelt, so me and Nami flew to the snow and tried killing some direwolves. I eventually managed to kill one, but I barely got any pelt from it, so I went back home to get a stronger mount. On the way, I found lots of silica pills in the water. Day 19, I cryopoded Amy and Dr. Cooper and headed back to the snow. We caught a lone mammoth and then a couple of direwolves, but now Dr. Cooper was extremely close to dying, so we had to go back to base. Direwolves are no joke, but at least now I had enough pelt to make a fur chest piece. Then I flew to the icy oceans with Bernadette to kill some penguins. While we were flying, we were attacked by a pair of Ornithocarises. Bernadette was much slower than Nami, so we had no choice of outrunning them. However, Bernadette was very powerful, so we managed to kill both of them. We then found an iceberg with lots of penguins, but there was another pair of Ornies, so we had to kill them first. Then we killed lots of penguins, and got all the organic polymer that I needed. I felt bad for killing them, but it had to be done. I also mined some oil rocks and got tons of oil. But then night approached, and the temperatures dropped super low. My fur chest piece and high fortitude were not enough to help me survive the night of the snow biome. And then a snowstorm began, which made me even colder. But we managed to fly out of the snow biome just in time. Day 20, I crab-potted Kyle and we flew to the swamp. We then killed some Mega Neuro dragonflies for their chitin, which Kyle then started converting into cementing paste. After killing the dragonflies, Kyle got a buff called Going Berserk, which made him do 2.5 times more damage and take 20% less damage from enemies. This was similar to the Megatherium and its bug killer buff. I tested Kyle's strength on a Camarasaurus and we tore it to shreds. I then found a small carnivore called a Herrerasaurus. It seemed interesting, so I started knocking it out. A couple minutes into tranking it, it fought back for a little bit and applied some type of poison effect to Kyle, which drained quite a bit of his health. I eventually knocked her out though and gave her some prime meat. Once she tamed, I put her in a cryopod. I didn't want to name her yet since we were in a pretty dangerous area, so I would name her and test her out back at base. Then I found a weird creature called an Anthracosaurus. I'd seen a lot of them previously, but I never tried attacking it. Until now. As soon as the fight began, it poisoned and electrocuted Kyle, and I got dismounted. Luckily, Kyle managed to finish it off on his own. We then went back to dragonfly killing, and found lots of ants and Arcatinas as well. Then a Dinosaurs decided to try and kill us. If you've seen my previous 100 days video, you'd know that these things are insanely powerful. Luckily I got distracted quickly and we were able to escape. Day 21, we decided to pick a fight with an Alpha Raptor. It was a tough battle, but we eventually came out on top, and earned some good loot, including a journeyman metal pickaxe. We then came across a giant beetle and a giant fish fighting to the death. Then we found an Archaeopteryx. It wasn't a new modded creature or anything, but I wanted to tame it, because why not? I knocked her out, fed her a piece of chitin, and then cryo-potted her once she tamed. We now had over 2,000 chitin, more than enough to make all the cementing paste that I needed. So I cryo-potted Kyle and we flew back to base. When we got back, I named the Archaeopteryx Penny. Then I got the Herrerasaurus out and named her Toxicity. Then I put on a saddle and rode her around for a bit. She was pretty fast and had good attacks, and she also automatically made venom in her inventory, which could be used in the place of narcotics. Day 22, I made an SS crafting table, and placed a mortar and pestle on top of it. Then I made a narcotics table. This thing was from the Balanced Narcotics mod, which allowed me to make much more potent narcotics and trank darts. Inside it, I made some 15cc narcotics, which had the potency of 15 regular narcotics, but at the cost of 16 regular narcotics. But then I needed a lot more spoiled meat, so I made a meat spoiler, which instantly converted raw meat into spoiled meat with the help of some spark powder. Using these very expensive narcotics, I could make my 30cc trank darts. This trank darts had 15 times the potency of regular trank darts, allowing me to easily knock out creatures with high amounts of torpor, such as the many powerful dinosaurs from this mod pack. But these darts were very expensive, taking 2 15cc narcotics per dart, and also requiring rare flowers to be made. I upgraded my long neck rifle to ramshackle quality in the upgrade station, and then we headed to the swamp. At the swamp, me and Adam harvested tons of cattail bushes, and got thousands of rare flowers. Day 23, we flew back to base, and I crafted 3 30cc trank darts. I also started making lots of cementing paste in the mortar and pestle, as Carl was taking too long making it on his own. I then made the Dino Tracker device, a handy tool that would help me with locating both tamed and wild creatures. It had unlimited range for finding tamed creatures, but its range for finding wild creatures was quite small. Day 24, and I finally had enough cementing paste to make an industrial forge. Because I had been smelting tons of metal for the past 20 days, I already had all the 2,500 metal ingots that I needed. I made a little stone platform next to my house, crafted the industrial forge, and then placed it down. I could now smelt 20 metal ingots at a time, and make gasoline a lot faster too. I then looked at what I needed to make the next industrial structure, the chemistry bench. I needed more crystal, polymer, and electronics. So first, me and Bernadette flew to the outskirts of the snow biome to mine a bunch of crystal. Day 25, we flew to the top of the volcano in the middle of the island to get obsidian. Luckily for us, there weren't any creatures here, so I could mine as much obsidian as I wanted. Once I got around 700, we flew back to base. Using all this obsidian, I planned to make polymer, but then I saw that for each piece of polymer, it costed 2 cementing paste. This was ridiculously expensive, so I decided that I would try and go back to the snow and kill some more penguins for their organic polymer instead. But before I could do that, I needed to finish making a full set of fur armor to avoid freezing to death. So I needed to tame a new creature powerful enough to kill mammoths and direwolves. And that creature was the Dinosaurs, a massive alligator. The Dinosaurs was a passive tame, even though he was a very aggressive creature. So I had to make myself a set of ghillie armor that would allow me to get close to it without noticing. On day 26, I went over to the Dinosaurs that I had seen near my base. I could only feed it when it was basking with its mouth open, so I had to wait a while to first feed it. Eventually it decided to open its mouth, and I just managed to feed it some prime meat. After feeding him several more times, he tamed. It was such a scary way to tame something. I named him Mr. Zero and took him back to base. I looked at him now that he was tamed, put on his saddle, and then rode him around. He was pretty slow, but a bit faster in the water. We then fought a Sarcosuchus and a Suchomimus. Using his Gigabyte attack, we were able to kill the Sarco in one bite. We then killed the Suchomimus too. Not only did he have insane damage, but also tons of health. This guy was probably as powerful as a T-Rex. We started flying to the snow to get pelt on day 27, and then came across a Thalassodromeus, a very fast and powerful pterosaur, much better than Nami the Pteranodon. I landed Nami and started to approach it when a raptor came charging at me full speed. I quickly bowled it, and then found out that it was actually a Coelophysis. I started attacking it with Nami, but then it ran away. Coward. I then went over to the Thalassodromeus, and as soon as I got close to it, it saw me and started attacking. I managed to bowl her at first try, and then shot all 3 of my 30cc trank darts into its face. I had just enough tranks to knock her out. I fed her some prime meat and waited for her to tame. When she tamed, I named her Mrs. Wolowitz. I then took her back to base and made her saddle. She had beautiful colours and was much taller than Nami. I then tested her out. She was around the same speed as Nami, except she could dive, making her super fast. Whenever she was diving, she would also get the buff called Blessing of Flight, which boosted her stamina and health regeneration. She could also land in the water without me being dismounted, and she could even regain stamina mid-air. She was an insanely good mount. I tested her combat abilities against the Sarco, and she was pretty strong too. She also had similar weight to an Argy, and allowed rider weaponry, meaning I could use weapons while riding her. Mrs. Wolowitz had quickly become my favourite team. After testing her out, we flew to the snow. Then me and Mr. Zero started getting some pelt. Mr. Zero was very powerful. He could easily kill mammoths and direwolves, unlike Amy and Dr. Cooper. He was definitely my strongest team. Day 28, I now had enough pelt to make a full set of fur armor. Me and Mrs. Wolowitz then flew to the icy ocean to kill some more penguins. And we got over 1,000 organic polymer, but I did feel really bad for killing so many cute penguins. And we just needed electronics. Day 29, we went back to Herbivore Island, killed lots of tech creatures, and got lots of electronics from them. I also killed those weird Ice Age creatures that we saw before. We also found another Pinacosaurus, which I started taming by snuggling it. There was another one too, so I started taming them both. But it turned out that I could only tame one of them, because otherwise they'd get jealous of each other, and the taming bars would reset. So I focused on taming just one of them, and when he tamed, I named him Peanut Butter. Day 30, I showed Peanut Butter to his new home in France, and then I finally made the chemistry bench. Then I also made a generator with some cables and an outlet to power it. With the chemistry bench, I could now make drugs, cementing paste, and gunpowder, super quickly. On day 31, I made a fridge to store my spoilables in. I then made an industrial grill where I could cook my food very quickly. Next I wanted to make an industrial cooker, which I needed a lot more metal and cementing paste for. So we flew back to the volcano and harvested thousands of metal with Zorro, who I had now made a saddle for. Day 32 we kept on harvesting metal, and then went back to base to smelt it all. Day 33 me and Carl went back to the swamp and killed lots of bugs to get chitin. We also found a Darkosaurus swimming around in the swamp. It was a passive tame and I managed to tame it with just one piece of prime meat. I wasn't in a safe enough place to name it yet though, so I just crab-potted it and would name it later. On day 34 I crafted hundreds of cementing paste in my chemistry bench. Then I had all the resources I needed to make the industrial cooker. I placed down a couple of foundations in the corner of my base that had a small pool of water. Then I placed down the cooker and connected some pipes from it to the water. I put in some gasoline and I could now use it. I could now make dye, metal cabrews, and other foods really quickly. I then made some red and black dye and a pair of scissors. And I gave myself my red mohawk and beard, and then dyed all of my armor to be red and black. I now looked like the proper ZedFiles. I also made myself a set of riot gear, but then realized that flak armor was way better, since I could upgrade it more easily in the upgrade station. So I just left the riot armor in Mrs. Willowitz's inventory as a backup set. On day 35, I accidentally restored all my creatures to aggressive, and they killed the innocent Centaurosaurus that was roaming the base. I spent the rest of the day putting everyone back where they were supposed to be. Day 36, I tested out the Darkosaurus that I tamed in the swamp. He had some pretty cool attacks and could kill small fish and jellyfish in one bite. I decided to test this on a horde of Cnidaria jellyfish, which was a horrible idea. For some reason, he didn't kill them in one bite like he was supposed to, and the jellyfish dismounted me and got him in a stunning frenzy. I thought all hope was lost, until he finally got free and killed them. Then he just swam away. I guess he no longer trusted me as an owner. I got him to come back, and then saw that he was only on 600 health. He was super close to dying. Then later, he got attacked by some piranha. After killing them, he freaked out and swam away again. This guy was crazy. Day 37, I named him Bonclay. Then I made a greenhouse where the industrial cooker was. Day 38, I made seamless crop plots from the Superstructures mod, and made them look like one massive crop plot. I set up an irrigation system and planted some rock carrots, citronals, savoroots, long grass and strawberries in the crop plots. I then put in some fertilizer. After the greenhouse was done, I made lots of air conditioners and placed them in a corner of my house. This would be helpful for hatching dinosaur eggs in the near future. Then I upgraded my long neck rifle, hatchet, and armor in the upgrade station. I also made a pump shotgun and started making shotgun ammo. I also re-dyed all of my armor because it looked trash. But now it was pretty good. Day 39, I upgraded my pump shotgun. To upgrade it further, I needed more metal, so we went to the snow. When we arrived, I saw an ovis sheep getting killed by a saber-tooth. I went to join in and managed to get hundreds of raw mutton. This would make taming carnivores much easier. But then we had to deal with a saber-tooth and a Australovenator, who also wanted it. Tyrannus then jumped down from a cliff and started attacking us. It got distracted by Zorro, so me and Mrs. Wallowitz were able to kill it pretty easily. Then a Harpagornis and some Daedons rushed down as well. The Harpagornis was like a much more agile version of an Argy, but since I already had Mrs. Wallowitz, I didn't want to tame it, so we just killed it. In self-defense, of course. After harvesting thousands of metal, we flew back home. Day 40, I made 2 preserving bins and started making jerky and prime jerky in both of them, using spark powder, oil, and cooked meat. Then I made an SS item collector. It was quite expensive, but super useful. It picked up all of the eggs and poop from around the base and put them in its inventory. This would be useful for making fertilizer and kibble. Then I upgraded my shotgun again. Day 41, I harvested thousands of organic polymer from penguins. I even tamed one of them because it was yellow and very beautiful. I named him Sanji. Back at base, I showed Sanji to his new friends, and he was very happy. Then I upgraded my pump shotgun 2 more times, and it was now Mastercraft tier. Upgrading it was super expensive, costing hundreds of metal, polymer, and cementing paste, but it would be worth it for killing my enemies. We then flew to the snowy mountain and harvested a lot of metal. Day 42, I transported all the metal back to base and also tended to my well-growing farm. Day 43, I crafted a harpoon launcher and some spear bolts. These would come in handy for my upcoming deep sea adventures. Then me and Adam harvested thousands of rare flowers from the swamp, as I needed more of them to make my 30cc trank darts. While we were there, I got pounced by a Caparasuchus. This gave me my first reason to use my new shotgun. The Capra stood no chance. Day 44, it was time for me to start taming the creatures that would make up my boss-killing armies. So I went to look for a female Scorpiovenator and some Megatheriums. I found a female Scorpiovenator straight away, tamed her with a piece of mutton, and named her Spaghetti. Then I flew to the snow and found a good level male Megatherium. I shot some 30cc trank darts into him and knocked him out. Then I fed him some mutton and patrolled the area until he tamed. When he tamed, I named him Corza. Day 45, I saw a fight between a woolly Brachiosaurus and a Yeti with 3 Carnos. It's gonna kill all of them, isn't it? Oh, he killed them all one shot. Dang. Then I found a good level female Megatherium, who was buried in the snow. Luckily she got herself out pretty easily, and I was able to knock her out. After getting her boyfriend to calm down, we were able to feed her some mutton. When she tamed, I named her Vivi. We then saw a fight between a creature called an Ankylosaurus and a family of mammoths. The Ankylosaurus was able to light the mammoths on fire. I definitely wanted to tame this guy, once I had the right materials. Then we flew home, and I showed Spaghetti, Causa and Vivi to their new home. Day 46, I went out to find some Carcharodontosauruses and Fossolosuchuses. Carchars were like less tanky but more agile versions of the Rex, and Fossolas were giant reptiles that kind of looked like crocodiles with long legs. It was the same creature that almost killed Nami in one bite back on day 7. Once we got to the mountains, I found a good level female Carchar and started knocking her out. She had a lot of torpor, but luckily I could trank her while riding safely on top of Mrs. Wolowitz. After shooting lots of 30cc tranks, she finally went down, and I fed her some mutton. When she tamed, I named her Candy and put her in a cryopod. We then found a good level male Fossola. I shot a trank into him, but it only applied 200 torpor. Then I found out that it was basically immune to bullets and tranks that were shot into its back, because of its thick hide. So I had to knock this guy out by shooting his belly or head. This would be much harder than it was to knock out the Carchar, as I couldn't just fly above him and shoot. I would need to get on the same level as it. I lured him away from the mountain and to a river, and started knocking him out. Since I had to be pretty close to the ground to actually hit his head, he managed to bite Mrs. Wolowitz. Not only did he do a lot of damage, but he also made her bleed, which depleted a lot of her health. After many 30cc tranks, he finally went down. I fed him some mutton, protected him from some saber-toothed tigers, and then he tamed. I named him Luffy. He looked amazing. I cryopoded him, and then went to look for another one. I found a beautiful red, white and black female, who was also a good level. I managed to knock her out by maneuvering around the mountain terrain, though I did miss a couple of chinks. Then I saw another Fossola right next to us. I didn't want to try feeding her with such a big danger nearby, so I tried luring it away. But then we got too close, and it head-butted me, and I went flying off Mrs. Wolowitz, and all the way down the mountain. I somehow managed to land in the river. Landing anywhere else would have resulted in my death. I was super lucky. But now Mrs. Wolowitz was fighting it. I quickly whistled her away, and saw she was already put down to half health. These Fossolas were crazy strong. Then I went back to the other one I knocked out, fed her some mutton, and she tamed. I was afraid the other one was still chasing us, so I cryopoded her and would name her back at base. Day 47, we flew back to base. I got the new Fossola out and named her Scarlet. Then I got Luffy and Candy out of their cryopods as well. They looked so cool. I made Candy a saddle and went hunting to test her abilities. She was very fast and had great stamina. She was also very powerful, able to easily kill Cynosauruses and Brontosauruses. After lots of hunting, we returned to base, and I made Scarlet a saddle. She was much slower than Candy, but did tons of damage with the bleed effect from her bite. She also had lots of health and took 40% less damage from enemies due to her thick hide. I began day 48 by tending to my crops. Then I made some cropland, which I would use to tame a creature called the Edmontosaurus. Then we headed out to find one. On the way we came across a family of Anzus and some Anzu nests. We murdered most of them and then stole their babies. Now I would be able to hatch and raise Anzus of my own. I also got an Anzu chibi, which I equipped and named Ruben. We then found a male Carchar, but he was a really low level, so we killed him. Then a Titanosaur fell out of the sky. I have no idea where it came from. It just appeared. I marked its location on the map, and would come back for it later, and kill it. I have never killed a Titanosaur before, so it could be a pretty fun little thing to do. Day 49, we found a group of Edmontosauruses. I didn't have any particular reason for wanting to tame one, they just seemed interesting, and I had seen a lot of them in the past. I found the highest level one, and started shanking him. It took a while, but I eventually knocked him out. I gave him the cropland, and a few moments later, he tamed. I named him Eddie. I didn't have the resources to make his saddle yet, so I just cryopoded him for now. I then went to look for a male Carchar, one that wasn't low level. Day 50, and I still hadn't found a good Carchar, but instead, a little Bangula. This pterosaur was great at harvesting honey, so I knocked him out with a regular trank dart for in case I ever needed honey. I thought it would be an easy tame, but his torpor was going down super fast, and it would take him 6 pieces of mutton to tame. So I went to go and find some honey, and then finished taming him with it. I found a giant beehive nearby and took its honey, but then when I returned to where the Bangula was, he wasn't there. He must have woken up and flew away, so I used the Dino Tracker device to find him. I found him again, knocked him out, and gave him the honey. While he was taming, I saw a high-level male Carchar, but the stupid guy decided to pick a fight with an alpha for solo. There was no saving him. What a waste. The Bengula finished taming, so I crab-potted him and went to look for another Kaka. We then flew to Carnivore Island, one of the most dangerous places on the island. Flew around the whole place, but I still couldn't find a single Kaka. Day 51, we found another male Kaka. He wasn't the best level, but I knocked him out just in case I couldn't find a better one. I gave him some mutton, and then a random ninja turtle started attacking him. The Kaka probably attacked it before I knocked him out, and this turtle wanted revenge. I managed to get it away and shot it in the face a couple of times. Once the Kaka tamed, I named him Callum. But because of the turtle, his taming effectiveness was really low, and his stats were awful. I cryo-potted him and decided to search one more time for a better one. Then I found one, a decent leveled male attacking an RG. I knocked him out, fed him mutton, and then waited for him to tame. This time making sure to be on the lookout for any more Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Then he tamed and I named him Chad, and his stats were way better than Callum's. Day 52, I got Chad and Callum out of their cryopods. Then I got Eddie out, made him a settle, and tested his abilities. He was pretty fast, had good health, alright damage, and quite a lot of weight. He was mainly good for harvesting berries, thatch, and wood. I could also tell him to sit down. Then I got the Bengula out and named him Berry. Then I hatched one of the Anzu eggs that I got. She grew up super fast. She was very fast and had some interesting attacks. But the best thing about her was that she was able to care for baby creatures, meaning that she would automatically give babies food and also imprint on them for me. I sat her down next to Eddie and named her Jazz. Day 53, I hatched the other Anzu and named it Snaz. Then we went to the redwood forest to get some honey and sap. I made a tree tap and attached it to a redwood tree so that it would collect sap over time. Then I made a bunch of thatch walls with ceilings on top so that I could land next to it and access the tap. Day 54, me and Barry harvested lots of honey from giant beehives. I added him to his own whistle group, whistled him to attack the beehives and then threw him off my shoulder. Then he would fly up to it and collect its honey. We did this a few times and got hundreds of honey. Then I collected the sap from the tree tap and flew back to base. Next we flew to the snow to tame a Uteronus. I found a really good level female and started knocking her out, but then it feared Mrs. Wolowitz and made her fly out of control. Once she calmed down, we continued shanking it. After killing a Kano that was trying to protect it, I managed to knock her out and feed her some mutton. She finished taming on day 55 and I named her Going Merry. Back at base, I tested her Courage Roar ability on my tamed creatures. At first I thought the Courage Roar buff didn't work on the new creatures, but then I realized that they were getting the buff, but they just didn't glow like the other creatures did. Then I cooked up some simple kibble in my industrial cooker to help tame the next creature that I needed. Day 56, we set out to find a Shantongosaurus, a large herbivore that passively increased the damage and resistance of some allied creatures, the Kaka and Yuti being two of them. We flew around for a while but didn't find any. Day 57, we continued our search and came across an Alpha T-Rex, one of the most powerful carnivores on the island. We would need to come back later and kill it if we wanted to ascend off the island. Day 58, we kept searching for the Shantu, but still no luck. By the end of day 59, we had pretty much flew around all of the island, but still couldn't find a single Shantu. So I decided to call it a day and return to base. I guess I would carry on doing other things, and if I one day came across a Shantu, then I would tame it. Day 60, I made and placed a cryo fridge, which would help me to store all of the cryopods. I then made 23 more cryopods at a nearby obelisk. Then I began breeding the boss killing armies. For the first boss fight against the Alpha Broodmother, I'd bring an army of 9 Megatheriums, 9 Scorpio Venators, Going Merry the Yuti, and of course, Raj Jr. The Megatheriums and Scorpio Venators both got insane buffs from killing bugs, so they would be great for taking on the Broodmother and her minions. Day 61, Vivi gave birth to her first 2 sons. After struggling to get them away from their mother, I named them Maverick and Marshall. Thanks to my Anzus, Jazz and Snaz, the baby Megatheriums were automatically fed and imprinted on. Then Vivi had another son, and I named him Max. I planned to breed 9 Megatheriums, because I didn't want to bring any parents to the boss fights, just in case things went wrong and everyone died. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, but by leaving the parents back at base, I would always be able to breed more creatures if I needed to. For the next couple of days, Vivi and Koza kept breeding. Then she had another son, and I named him Maxwell. Day 62, she had 4 more sons, who I named Prison Mike, Michael Scott, Marcus, and Matthew. And then we finally got a female. After 8 sons, Vivi finally had a daughter, and I named her Molly. We now had 9 Megatheriums ready for the boss fight. Next I began breeding Carl and Spaghetti, and placed their first egg next to the air conditioners. Then it hatched. I brought her out of the house and named her Pastry. Day 63, I hatched the next egg and named her Pasta. Then I made 2 water canteens for myself, which was quite the improvement from the single water jar. For the rest of the day, I kept hatching Scorpio Veneta babies. I named the next 5 Pizza, Gnocchi, Garlic Bread, Fettuccine, and Zucchini. Day 64, I hatched and named the last 2 Carbonara and Pesto. But then I forgot how many I had, and accidentally bred one more, and I called him Minestrone. So now I had 10 Scorpio Venetas. I guess I'll leave Minestrone back at base when we went to do the boss fight. Next it was time to breed the second army, the army that would fight the Alpha Megapithecus. For this one, I needed 10 Karkas, 7 Fasolas, Going Mary the Uti, Raj Jr., and a Shantu, which I was yet to tame. For the Megapithecus, I basically just needed the heaviest hitters I had, and the Karkas paired with the Shantu would be perfect for that. The Fasolas with their bleed ability would also be very handy. So I set Candy and Chad to start mating. Day 65, I set Luffy and Scarlet to start mating as well. Once I had a lot of eggs, I would start hatching them all together. Day 66, while I was still waiting for the eggs to be made, I moved the Broodmother army slightly outside of my base, as they were taking up a lot of space inside. They would definitely be safe from any wild creatures though, as they were super strong. Then I took Callum out to the other side of the base, where the Megapithecus army would be. I spent all of day 67 hatching all of the Karkas. By the end of day 68, we had 10 of them. We had Callum, Cindy, Charlotte, Connie, Courtney, Caitlin, Connor, Charlie, Clarissa, and Clarinet. Then I moved them all out of the base to where Callum was. Day 69, I hatched 7 Fasola eggs and got 7 Fasolas. I named them Scarlet Jr., Crimson, Blush, Carmine, Claret, Carnelian, and Ash. My Megapithecus army was now complete. For now. I mean, once I had a Shantu, it would be fully complete, but for now, it was good enough. Day 70, it was time to breed the third army, the army that would take on the Alpha Dragon. Definitely the hardest of the 3 bosses of the island. However, luckily for me, I already had tamed the best dragon killers on the island, the Fasola Sucuses, and I had already hatched 7 of them. Fasolas were good to go against the dragon, because their thick hide allowed them to be fully immune to the dragon's fire breath, which was the main danger in this boss fight. And for the Overseer fight, I would use my strongest tames from the 3 armies. So for the rest of day 70, I hatched 11 more Fasolas to join the dragon army. I named them Apple, Tomato, Tomata, Brush, Brash, Vermilia, Vermilion, Flagrant, Conflagrant, Ham, and Bloodborne. But there was a lot of twins, so there was 3 extra Fasolas in the end, who I named Nico, Robin, and Nico Robin. I left them in the base with their parents, Luffy and Scarlet, and would keep them as my spares. My third boss killing army was now complete. I was finally free from the mating madness. Day 71, I found out that all of the thousands of meat in my feeding trough was finished. It turns out that creatures eat a lot when they are growing up. So then me, Bloodborne, Carmine, and Carnelian went hunting to restock on meat. These guys were insanely powerful. We killed Camarosauruses, Therazinos, Gigant Spinosauruses, and even Dinosaurs like it was nothing. Day 72, I started cooking up lots of medical brews, which would be very handy for healing myself. Then we headed out to the snow biome to tame an Antiosaurus, a creature that I saw back on day 45 that was able to light things on fire. I waited to tame it till now because I wanted to tame it using kibble, but unfortunately I still didn't have any of the right eggs to make the kibble, so I'll just have to try taming it with mutton. Day 73, we arrived in the snow and found the same Antiosaurus that we saw before. I lined up a shot and started shrinking it. It didn't take long for her to get a bite on Mrs. Wolowitz though, a nasty bite with bleed damage. She took a lot of tranks to go down, more than the Karkas, but still not as much as the Fasolas. I gave her some mutton and the simple kibble that I had been carrying around. This kibble was meant for the Shantu, but I decided to try giving it to her anyway. She preferred the mutton over the kibble and started eating pretty quickly. After 14 pieces of mutton, she tamed, and I named her Priya. Back at base, I made her a saddle and tested out what she could do. She was very slow, but had a ton of health. Then I realized that she gave me a buff called Antiosaurus Insulation, which kept me at the right body temperature whenever I was on her. Then I tested her combat abilities. She did pretty good damage, and whenever something attacked her, they would be set on fire. This happened because of a chemical in her blood that spilt out whenever she was wounded. This fiery chemical also helped her to cauterize her wounds, helping her to regenerate her health very quickly, at the expense of consuming lots of food. She was a pretty good combat mount, especially for her size, and her insulation ability was very handy. Day 74, it was time for me to explore the ocean. I needed quite a lot of resources from the ocean if I wanted to ascend. Adam, Mr. Zero and Bon Clay were pretty good ocean mounts, but they were all kinda slow, and I wanted to try and tame a Xiphactinus, as I had seen a lot of them flopping around on the beaches of the island. I flew over to one nearby and knocked it out. It couldn't really swim away because it was too busy flopping around. But then a Megalodon started attacking it. I quickly pulled out my shotgun and took care of it. Then I fed the flopping fish some mutton, and when she tamed, I named her Lemon. Lemon was, very ugly, but at least maybe she was strong. I made her a saddle and made myself a set of scuba gear. Then I got on her, got Bon Clay to follow us, and we swam into the ocean. Straight away we encountered tons of giant fish. There were lots of Haineria, and these things called Heinosauruses. And then they saw us, and the whole swarm of them started approaching. As they got closer and closer, they got bigger and bigger. We managed to escape just in time. We then came across a Megalodon who we decided to fight. Lemon was pretty powerful, but she still wasn't as strong as Bon Clay. She also had pretty bad health and wasn't that fast. Day 75, me and Bon Clay did a lot of ocean exploring. We came across another Hinosaurus, and this time decided to stay and fight. Despite Bon Clay's small size, he was very powerful. He was also able to cause enemies to bleed with his barrel roll attack. Soon another Hinosaurus joined the battle, so we took her out as well. The main problem with Bon Clay was that he was kinda slow. Day 76, we took on a lead Sichthies, who was surprisingly weak. Then we went into the deep ocean, where we killed some Electrophorus and Anglerfish. Then we came across a Gigantophis, an extremely fast sea snake. Day 77, I tried to tame the sea snake. I parked Mrs. Wolowitz next to it, and began tranking it with my harpoon gun and trank spear bolts that I had made back on day 43. But I underestimated it. Even on land, it was really fast, and every time it bit me, it applied venom, causing my health to drain down super fast, bypassing all the armor that I had on.
I'm gonna die.
And yeah, it killed me. I respawned, got on Nami, and flew back to where I died. When we got back, the sea snake was attacking Raj. I got Mrs. Wolowitz to follow us, picked up Raj, and flew away. I got Raj back on my shoulder, and we went to get my stuff. And then somehow, the sea snake died. I guess it died because it was on land. Then I recovered my stuff and flew back to base. But I still wanted to tame a new ocean mount faster and stronger than Bon Clay. So I decided to try and tame a Tusoteuthis, a giant vampire squid. Day 78, me and Bon Clay swam to the ocean floor and killed lots of Eurypterids to get their black pearls, which I would need to tame the Tuso. But the whole time we were swimming, tons of Hinosauruses were chasing us. I had no idea why there were so many. And these Hinos weren't little sea creatures. They were massive, almost Mercer-sized monsters that were extremely fast. Bon Clay barely managed to survive his many encounters with them. Once we got enough black pearls, we started looking for a Tuso. Day 79, we found multiple alpha Hinos, which were even more deadly than the normal ones, but still no Tusos. I would have tamed one of the thousands of Hinosauruses if I could, but to tame them there was a very long process that included needing Tuso tentacles, and I couldn't even find a single Tuso, let alone kill and harvest one's tentacles. But then we finally found one, a Tuso, but we were still being hunted by 3 Hinos. It took a while, but we managed to kill them. Then we went back to the surface so that I could regain my stamina that was for some reason really low. But then, when we came down, it was gone. The Tuso just disappeared. It probably got eaten by more of those stupid Hinos. After searching around for it forever, I gave up and decided to look for a new one. Day 80 we found a Mosasaur. It wasn't a Tuso, but I decided to tame it just in case we never found another one. After a lot of intense tranking, she finally knocked out. I didn't have any mutton on me, so I just gave her prime meat. A few moments later, she tamed, and I named her Angela. Then we swam back to base, which was all the way on the other side of the island. In the morning of day 81, we finally got back to base, and I upgraded all of my flak armor to Apprentice, and upgraded my main scuba tank to Mastercraft. This was so that it would have lots more durability. Then I crafted Angela as saddle. Angela was definitely much faster than Bonclay, and had quite a bit more health too, but her turning radius was awful. We tried killing some hyenas, but it was basically impossible, because we just kept circling around each other. Her damage was better than Bonclay's as well, but still not strong enough to take on the swarms of hyenas. I needed something stronger. I still needed a Tuso. So then we continued the search for a Tuso. Day 82, we arrived on the other side of the ocean, near Carnivore Island. The oceans were surprisingly quiet here, not a hyena in sight. And then we found one, a Tuso, but it was right next to an alpha mosa, which was scary, but luckily we were able to lead it away. Then I got off Angela, as she would play the role of being the bait. The Tuso grabbed onto Angela and started attacking her. I quickly swam towards the Tuso's beak. Okay. Then I gotta go and fed her a handful of 50 black pearls. Got it. Back at base, I crafted her a saddle, and then I tested her out. And she was extremely powerful. She did tons of damage and also had tons of health. She could even steal the life out of enemies by grabbing onto them, helping her to regenerate health. She could also spray a cloud of ink to help her escape enemies. Day 83, we challenged some hyenas to a battle. But then too many. Way too many of them. And there was a couple of alphas attacking us as well. The Tuso got extremely close to dying, and we had to use our ink ability to escape. No matter how strong any mount was, there would never be a match for these stupid swarms of hyenas. We spent a lot of time killing random things and regenerating our health. After all of our hunting, I realized I hadn't named her yet, so I named her Mrs. Kuthrapali. Now that I had tamed a powerful enough water mount, it was time to start getting the 10 artifacts that I needed to do the boss fights. But first I needed to make some preparations. Using some leftover black pearls that I had, and the sap that I had collected on day 54, I made some absorbent substrate in the chemistry bench. I used this stuff to make 3 gas masks that I would need to go spelunking. Then I made 20 grappling hooks and fished out my old trusty crossbow from Mrs. Wollowitz's inventory. Then I dug out the parachute that I got from the supply drop way back on day 3. I also made myself a couple more. Then I made some stimulant and cooked up some kaleen soup and fryer curry. These would help protect me from the severe temperatures in the caves. I was now ready for the artifacts. I swapped Raj Jr. out for Emily, as I didn't want to risk losing Raj in these caves. I also bought Minestrone, Carl's youngest child, rather than Carl himself, because of the imprint buff that I got on him. Day 84, we headed out to get the first artifact, the artifact of the Clever, from the central cave of the island. When I arrived, I set up a thatch foundation with 2 bits, just in case I died and needed to respawn. Then me, Emily, and Minestrone headed into the cave. We were greeted by some Aranea spiders and a dung beetle, who gave Minestrone his going berserk buff. Nothing could stop us now. With my navigation skills, Minestrone's strength, and Emily's moral support, we were unstoppable. We charged through the spiders, scorpions, bats, and snakes, and before long, arrived at the artifact. I got down, quickly took it, and then we exited the cave. I now had the artifact of the Clever. We also managed to get 4,000 chitin from all the bugs in there, which was great. We returned to base where I put away the first artifact. Then I made thousands of cementing paste using the chitin we got. Then I upgraded my pump shotgun to Ascendant. It now had 300% damage and insanely good durability. I also upgraded my fur armor to Ramshackle and some of my flak armor to Journeyman. Day 85, I took Charlie, one of the Karkars, and went to the swamp to get some leech blood. Then I harvested some rare flowers with Adam. Using these materials, and a few others, I made some lesser antidote. I needed this for in case I contracted mega rabies from Onyx or Megalanias in any of the next caves. Next we headed to get the second artifact, from the lower south cave. This one was buried within the jungle, but luckily there were no dangers around. This cave was extremely easy. Since I barely needed to dismount Minestrone in this cave, I could pretty much just ignore all of the creatures in here. And they would ignore me too, since they were afraid of Minestrone, the unstoppable bug killer. We did need to kill 4 spiders that were near the artifact though. We were in and out of the cave in minutes, and I now had the artifact of the hunter. Day 86, we went to get the third artifact, from the lava cave. On my very first playthrough of ARK, back in 2017, I attempted this cave with a terror bird, and got scared and just ran around like a madman, and died almost immediately. But this time I was more prepared, and much more experienced. As there was lots of lava in this cave, I ate up a kaleen soup before entering to cool me down. There were tons of creatures in this cave, way more than the previous 2. but there was still no match for the mighty Minestrone. The best part of this cave was the parkour, and since Minestrone couldn't jump very well, I did the parkour on foot with a lot of grappling hooks. At one point, Minestrone decided to sit down and wouldn't let me mount him, and then I had to kill some onyx with my shotgun. And one of them gave me mega rabies. It was a good thing I made those lesser antidotes. I killed myself immediately, and we headed deeper into the cave. Then we found the artifact of the Massive. I had conquered the cave that I had feared so much 5 years ago. We then got out of the cave and returned to base. Next we headed to the Carnivore Cave on Carnivore Island to get the 4th artifact. We arrived on the early morning of day 87. For this one I brought Toxicity the Herrerasaurus, as I needed a mount that could jump well and be small enough to avoid bumping the walls while mid-air. As we looked for the cave, lots of creatures started chasing us. Sabertooths, raptors, Dilongs, Carnos, and scorpions. But then we found the entrance to the cave and safely got away from all of them. I ate some fry curry as it was pretty cold, then we had to dive through this water area. On the other side, lots of bats and scorpions started attacking us. Toxicity didn't have as much brute strength as Minestrone, but with her venom she could quickly bring down any enemy in these caves. Her venom stacked, so with each bite on a victim, the venom got stronger and stronger. This cave was basically a big pit, and you had to circle around the edges until you got to the bottom, where the artifact was. There were a lot of holes in the edges, but Toxicity was able to easily jump over them. Halfway through the pit, after killing lots of bats and bugs, we came across a Megalania. It tried to ambush us from above, but it stood no chance against Toxicity. After killing more bats, bugs and Megalania, we arrived at the bottom of the pit, where we found the artifact of the Devourer. After killing some very persistent Sabertooth, we flew back to base. Then we headed to the Upper South Cave to get the 5th artifact. For this cave I went back to using Minestrone, as there was no dangerous parkour this time. This cave was massive, by far the biggest cave we had seen so far. There were lots of bats and bugs, including Arthroplurus. After getting lost a couple of times, we found a large chamber in the cave, where there was a rundown building and lots of water. We dipped our toes into the water, and hundreds of piranha came at us. After we killed them, I swam into the water and found a secret tunnel near the ceiling. I grappled up to it and found myself in a small, fungi-lit tunnel, and at the end was the artifact of the pack. Then I went back to the chamber and parachuted down to Minestrone. We emerged from the cave on day 88 to find Mrs. Wolowitz killing a little Dilophosaur. Then we went to the swamp cave to get the 6th artifact. This cave was next to a swamp in the redwood forest. Since the redwoods were pretty dangerous, I got Toxicity out to protect Mrs. Wolowitz, while me and Minestrone were exploring the cave. There was poisonous gas all around this cave, so I put on a gas mask to protect myself from it. Luckily the gas was only poisonous to humans, so Emily and Minestrone were safe. There were tons of bugs in here, way more than any other cave. There were spiders, dragonflies, ants, snails, Arthroplurus, and leeches, as well as some snakes and Megalania. It took a while to clear out everything in this cave, even with Minestrone. We got lost many times in this cave as well, since there were a lot of confusing tunnels. But eventually, I found a small tunnel that led to the artifact of the Immune. As soon as we got out of the cave on day 89, we saw damage numbers nearby. We ran to check out what was happening. Mrs. Wolowitz was fighting an Alpha Raptor, and Toxicity was nowhere to be seen. We started helping Mrs. Wolowitz with the Alpha Raptor, and then a group of Dimorphodons and a Microraptor joined the battle, but we were still able to win the fight. I was about to start looking for Toxicity when I saw an orange Edmontosaurus, and then I realized that wasn't an Edmontosaurus, it was a Shantangosaurus. We finally found one. Unfortunately though, I didn't have any trinks, so I went back to base to make some. I returned a few minutes later with 10 more trinks, and the Shantu was now fighting a pack of raptors. It was a long fight, but with the help of a Parasaur, the raptors lost. Then I started tranking the Shantu. She was much easier to knock out than I thought. Gave her the simple kibble that I had been carrying around since day 55, and when she tamed, I named her Jolie. I then cryopoded her, and then used my Dino Tracker device to find Toxicity, who was in the back corner of the swamp. Back at base, I made Jolie in a saddle and tested her out. The first thing I noticed was that she gave all the Karkars and Going Merry the UT an arrow symbol next to their names, which meant that their damage and resistance were increased by 30%. This was a great ability, and was the reason why I tamed her. She also did decent damage and had quite a lot of health. We now had all the creatures we needed for the boss fights, but we still needed some more artifacts and trophies. Day 90 we flew to the northwest cave in the snow biome to get the 7th artifact. The entrance to this cave was on the very edge of the island, and it was also pretty high up. For this cave all I needed was my fur armor and my trusty shotgun. This cave was very small and pretty easy. There were lots of bats, but they were pretty easy to deal with. Closer to the artifact there were a few spiders, who were also easy to deal with. After a few minutes I was at the end of the cave, and there was the artifact of the Skylord. I dropped down and collected it. Going back was pretty scary though, as I was surrounded by a dark pit. But I was able to grapple my way through pretty easily. The next cave was also in the snow biome, and it was called the Ice Cave, one of the most deadly caves on the island, and at the end of it was the 8th artifact. The entrance to the cave was giant, and I was able to park Mrs. Wolowitz in it, and I got Toxicity out again to protect her. For this cave I brought Priya the Ankylosaurus and Charlie, my strongest Karka. I then went deeper into the cave and had to crawl through a very small gap. Straight away on the other side was a Yeti, a direwolf and a polar bear, so I quickly got Priya out of her cryopod. This cave was much different from the others. Rather than bugs, bats and snakes, there were much stronger creatures. Yetis with thousands of health, polar bears with insane damage, overwhelming packs of direwolves, and Palovias that would stun you off your mount. Just getting through the entry was near impossible. Priya had already lost half of her health. Good thing she was able to regenerate it so quickly. Then I got Charlie out for the extra help. Further into the cave it became so cold that even with a full set of fur armor and having eaten fry curry, I was still freezing to death. Luckily though, whenever I was on Priya, I was warmed up and immune to the freezing temperatures. After half an hour of battling through the cave, we arrived at the room with the artifact. Me and Priya killed 4 more Yetis and 1 last polar bear, and the room was clear. Then we went up to the end of the cave and I grabbed the artifact of the Strong. This cave was brutal. Charlie, my strongest mount, only had 6,000 health left by the end of it. Once we finally got out of the cave, it was already almost the end of day 91. Day 91 I prepared to go into the next cave, the Caverns of Lost Hope, to get the 9th artifact. This cave, unlike the others, was a water cave, meaning that I would need my best water mounts to conquer it. So I cryopotted Mr. Zero, Bonclay and Angela, got a Mrs. Kuthrapali, and then headed to the cave. And luckily for me, this cave was right under my base. Day 92 we found the entrance to the cave and went in. The first enemies in this cave were a couple of jellyfish, who we easily took out. But then, a level 288 Alpha Megalodon appeared, as well as a normal Megalodon and some mantas. After fighting for a while, a group of Electrophorus ambushed us from behind, and they did so much damage. Mrs. Kuthrapali was very close to dying, so we ran away. Back outside of the cave, we used a bunch of Hyneria fishies to replenish our health, and then we went back. We tried picking off the eels first, but we got too close and everything locked onto us at once. These eels were insanely powerful. Kuthrapali's health dropped almost all the way down, but then we used an ink cloud and tried to run away. But they were blocking the exit, so the only place we could swim to was deeper into the cave. But then, we ran out of space to swim. We were trapped. I tried to cryopod Kuthrapali, but I didn't have any spare cryopods. And then more eels came. I ran onto the land and hoped that she could fight back. I hoped that she would survive. And I got out my shotgun and started blasting. But then, she was killed. Mrs. Kuthrapali had died. I guess this is why the cave is called the Caverns of Lost Hope. But since Kuthrapali gave her life for me to get this far, I continued on and went deeper into the cave. Then I got to the artifact chamber, a massive room with a lake in the middle, and in the middle of that lake was the artifact. I got Toxicity out and killed a Mosa. It took a while, but for some reason, I didn't want to fight back, so it was actually pretty easy. Then I got Mr. Zero out and killed the rest of the nearby enemies. We then swam down and grabbed the artifact of the brute. I cryopoded Toxicity, and then me and Mr. Zero swam as fast as we could to the exit of the cave. The stupid eels tried to chase us again, but we were able to escape. And we now had 9 of the 10 artifacts of the island. Day 93 we arrived back at base. The last artifact we needed was in the Caverns of Lost Faith, another water cave. Since my strongest water mount stood no chance against the eels, I would need a new water mount that was immune to the electric shock of the eels. And that mount was the Brachiochenius. I had seen a couple of them before, so we just started swimming towards the Caverns of Lost Hope and would tame one on the way there. During our swim, we found lots of Basilisauruses, who we killed and got lots of special Bacillo blubber from, one of the creature trophies that we needed for the boss fights. Then we found an Alpha Mosa, who we tried to fight. It was bigger and had way more health than Angela, but it did far less damage. It took a while, but we finally killed it, and Angela got 23 levels. We also got tons of other loot, including an Alpha Mosa tooth. We also found an Alpha Lead Sichthies, who gave us Alpha Lead blubber, and an Alpha Megalodon, who gave us Alpha Megalodon teeth. These are all more trophies that we needed for the boss fights. Then we found a Brachiochenius right next to the entrance to the Caverns of Lost Faith, and it was a pretty good level too. These guys had the same hunger mechanic as the Meteor Canthosauruses that I tamed back on day 16, meaning that I would have to wait for her to kill some things before I could get close to her. Then I tamed her using some mutton, put on her saddle, and named her Ace. Then I crowd-potted Angela, and me and Ace headed into the cave. We were kindly welcomed by a horde of Megalodon, and they were very strong. Ace wasn't as big or fast as Angela, but definitely more agile. She could turn on the spot, and had an attack that allowed her to quickly dash forward, doing a lot of damage to those in her path. While not doing as much base damage as Angela, she could cause enemies to bleed, which caused their health to drain over time. She was also immune to being electrocuted from jellyfish and eels, which was extremely helpful for beating this cave. However, this cave was much more dangerous than the previous one. More than just sharks, eels and manta rays, there were Dunkleosteus, Mosas, and even Tusos. Ace got very close to dying many times, and she would have died if not for her fantastic agility. We arrived at the end of the water part of the cave, but it was taking forever to kill all the enemies, so I threw Mr. Zero out onto the nearby land and quickly used the cryopod to get Ace out from the water. We were now safe from all the water threats. Me and Mr. Zero then explored all the dry parts of the cave. The cave was very beautiful, but I couldn't find the artifact anywhere. Then I checked the ARK wiki page, and it turned out that the artifact was back near the start of the cave. So I crowd-potted Mr. Zero, got Ace out, and dove back into the water. Using her dash ability, we were able to finish off one of the Tusos, and then swim back to the start of the cave. Then we found a secret tunnel in the cave floor. It was really pretty in here, but still very dangerous. So we quickly swam to the end of the magical tunnel, and then I grabbed the artifact of the cunning. The final artifact. Then we swam out of the cave and back into the ocean. Then I swapped Ace out for Angela, and we started swimming home. When we almost arrived back at base, we came across an Alpha Tuso. Tusos on their own were strong enough, and now there was an Alpha one, but I needed to kill it in order to get the Alpha Tuso eye, another trophy needed for the boss fights. So I got Ace, Lemon and Bonclay out of their cryopods, and we charged in. The Tuso had an insane amount of health, but Ace, Lemon and Bonclay's attacks applied bleeding effects to it, so its health still drained very quickly. When it was almost dead, it used an ink cloud to blind us all, but even in the darkness, we continued fighting. And then Ace got the final hit. We had brought down the Alpha Tuso. It was actually surprisingly easy when we had so many of us attacking it, probably even easier than fighting the Alpha Megalodon. And I had the Alpha Tuso eye, as well as lots of squid tentacles, oil, absorbent substrate, and for some reason, a fishing rod. Day 94, now that I had all of the 10 artifacts of the island, we were almost ready to start the boss fights. But we just needed a few more things. First, I needed to make saddles for everyone in the boss killing armies, so we flew to the snow and got tens of thousands of metal. Then me and Eddie harvested a lot of wood. Day 95, I made saddles for all the Megatheriums. Then I made ramshackle saddles for all the Scorpio Venators and Karkars, using the upgrade and blueprint stations. Then I made regular saddles for all the Fasolas. The saddles were already expensive, so I couldn't afford making ramshackle ones. I also upgraded Jolene's and Going Merry saddles, and then I made lots of medical brews. The last thing we needed before starting the boss fights were more creature trophies. We had gotten a lot of creature trophies in the past 94 days from killing all sorts of creatures, but we still needed a few more. So then I cryo-potted Bloodborne and we went hunting. First we came across a couple Sarcosuchuses and killed them for their special Sarco skin. Then we hunted a lot of Diplodocuses and also a group of 4 Brontosauruses for their sauropod vertebrae. And then we found a Rex, one of the few Rexes we had seen on the island, and we killed it for its arms. Day 96 we continued hunting. We found some Spinosauruses who I killed with Bloodborne and Carmine to get Spinosails. We also found and killed an Alpha Carno, who was actually pretty easy to kill, and we got an Alpha Carno arm from it. Then we got Allosaurus brains from some Allos. And then we found the Alpha T-Rex that we saw back on day 57. I got Bloodborne and Carmine out, and we attacked it. This Rex was supposed to be one of the strongest creatures on the island, but it was no match for the Fossolius. We killed it pretty quickly, and got 2 Alpha Rex teeth from it, as well as some other loot. Then me and Mrs. Wolowitz found and killed some more Rexes. We then headed to the snow biome and killed lots of Uties for their lungs. Then we went into the redwood forest and killed some Thylacoleus for their hook claws. We now had almost all the creature trophies we needed, the last trophies being 2 Giganotosaurus hearts. On day 97 we flew to the mountain where we saw a Giga 90 days ago, way back on day 7. But it was gone! I guess it despawned, having been a wild 90 days old creature. So then we looked for another one. We searched a large mountain in the snow that we had never explored before, but there were still no Gigas. Then we flew to the mountain near Carnival Island, we flew around for a bit, and then we found one. I built a trap on the nearby beach with metal gates and large bear traps, and then got it to follow us. We tried luring it into the trap, but it kept getting distracted by other creatures. Eventually we got it to the trap, but instead of going into it, it decided to just start chewing it. Since it was staying still, I decided to just start shooting it with my shotgun. My shotgun actually did a lot of damage to it, but it was kinda hard to aim at it with my chibi's feathers in my face. Silly Ruben. Then I got Bloodborne out, and we went in to finish the Giga. The Giga did a lot of damage, but not as much as Bloodborne. And Bloodborne was also immune to the Giga's bleed, due to its thick hide. Then we brought it down, and got 1 Giga heart. We then went to find another one. We found this one pretty quickly, and it was on the other side of the same mountain. I set up the same trap again, and this time I actually managed to get it inside of it. Then I got Bloodborne out straight away and started attacking it. Now if Bloodborne started getting low on health, we could easily run away, because it couldn't chase after us. We also tried to keep biting its tail, so that it couldn't bite us back. It took a while, but with Bloodborne's amazing bleed ability, we killed it. We now had 2 Giga hearts and had all the creature trophies that we needed for the boss fights. But there was one last thing I wanted to do before the boss fights, and that was to kill the Titanosaur. We flew to the Titanosaur location that I had marked on my map, and found it hiding under some trees. I shot at it with my rifle, and got it to follow us out of the jungle. It was massive, bigger than anything we had encountered so far. With Bloodborne's bleed ability, we used a hit and run strategy, slowly draining its health while trying to avoid being hit back. But this thing had hundreds of thousands of health, and it took reduced damage from our attacks. It also did tons of damage, even more than the Gigas did. But luckily it was pretty slow, so we were able to outrun it pretty easily. After lots of fighting, we ended up in a large grass field in between 2 central mountains, a great place for our hit and run strategy. 20 minutes after the fight had begun, we finally brought down the Titanosaur. And what did we get? 1 sauropod vertebrae and 2 levels for Bloodborne. Oh, that was so worth it. On day 98, it was time for the boss battles. The first boss we had to take down was the Alpha Broodmother, so I cryopoded my Broodmother killing army, and we flew to the green obelisk. When I arrived, I landed Mrs. Wolowitz to the side, and got everyone out of their cryopods. Then I put the artifacts of the Clever, Hunter, and Massive into the obelisk, as well as 10 Ardu talents, 10 Sarka skins, 10 sauropod vertebrae, and 10 Titanoboa venom. And then I activated the teleport to the Alpha Broodmother arena. I wish you all luck. I'll see you on the other side. Okay. There we go. Attack. Attack. Oh, it's so fast. Why is it so fast? Okay, good. They've all killed a spider now, which is good. Keep killing. Don't hold back. Oh no, Carbonara died. Okay, come on, just keep fighting. I know you can do it. Okay, keep fighting. Okay, another Scorpio Venator died. Pesto is gone. Rest in peace, Pesto and Carbonara. They're so close. No, Marshall. Megatherium died, dang. Oh, what? Tons of people just died. Everyone's dying now. Why is everyone dying? Come on. Just get her. So close. So close to dying. Got it. Did it. Good job, guys. We did it. We had defeated the first boss of the island. And from it, we unlocked a lot of tech engrams and got 148 element, the spider flag, and the Alpha Broodmother trophy. We then went back to base and I hung up the spider flag on the front of my house. Day 99, I leveled up and cryopoded the Megapithecus killing army. Then we flew to the blue obelisk in the snow biome and I got everyone out of their cryopods. Then I ate some good fry curry and put in the artifacts of the Brute, Devourer, and Pack, as well as 10 Megalania Toxin, 10 Megalodon Teeth, 10 Spinosaurs, 10 Therizino Claws, and 10 Thyla Hook Claws. Then I activated the teleport to the Alpha Megapithecus Arena. Okay, Megapithecus time. Yeah, okay, I need fur. Okay. Oh no, Jolene didn't come through. Okay, so Jolene decided to ditch us. It's fine, we don't need Jolene. Who needs Jolene? Okay, it's there. Get it. What can I? Attack. That boulder did a lot of damage. Okay, this thing does way less damage than the Brood Mother. Yeah, we are melting it. It's so weak. You're pathetic. I guess we have much better saddles too. And we're dead. You can do it. One more hit. Come on. Yeah, good job. Good job, you did it. Good job, everyone. That was easy. 220 elements, Gorilla Flag, and Alpha Megapithecus trophy. Guys, what are you doing? What? Oh, it's a celebratory party thing. We had defeated the second boss of the island, and it was much easier than the first one. Then we went back to base, and I hung up the Gorilla Flag across from the spider one. Then I cryopotted the dragon killing army, and we flew to the red obelisk, which was actually the closest obelisk to our base. Then I put in the artifacts of the Cunning, Immune, Skylord, and Strong, as well as 10 Elebrains, 10 Basilar Blubber, 2 Gigahearts, 10 Tuso Tentacles, 15 Rex Arms, and 10 UD Lungs. And then I activated the fight. I'm just gonna take my nice soup. We need those greens, you know? Those healthy greens. I'm nervous. Aren't you nervous, going Mary? Okay, here we go. Dragon. Ride. Okay. He's like up there. Come on down, man. Yo! Run! Dodge it. Oh, wow. Okay. Yo, he's just sniping us. What a guy. Oh, is he landing? Okay, he landed. Get it. No. Oh no, my going Mary's on instead. And these dumb Dimorphodons as well. No, attack the dragon. Attack the dragon. Look at that damage. No, Apple. Apple died? Where did Apple die? No, Vermilion, no. No. No, Carnelian. No. How could you, dragon? No, Ham and Claret. No, Vermilia. No, Conflagrant. Conflagrant, no. No, it ran away. Okay. Just follow me, guys. Why Pteranodon's attacking us? I don't understand. It's supposed to be friendly creatures. Oh no. Oh, okay. It's here. It's here. Get it. Get it. Don't worry about us. Just kill it. Kill the dragon. Oh, they got slowed down or something, so. No, Brash! Brash, no. Okay, we're so close. Just a few more bites. A few more bites. Come on, guys. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Just kill it. Yes! Oh, we did it. We did it. We'll always remember you, Claret. No. That's so sad. We had now defeated the third boss of the island, and only had one more to go before Ascension. From it we got even more Techgrams, 440 Element, the Dragon Flag, and the Alpha Dragon Trophy. But we had lost 8 poor Fasolas. Then we flew back to base and I hung up the Dragon Flag. After that, I decided to make some of the tech gear that I had just unlocked from those 3 boss fights. First I made the tech replicator, and inside of it I made a full suit of tech armor and a tech rifle. This was my first time in ARK to properly use tech armor, and it was amazing. I could fly. I could land and take no fall damage. I could run at super speed and break anything in my path. I could do massive punches that could break rock. I could swim super fast without losing oxygen, and I could even shoot plasma blasts. With these new abilities, I then 1v1'd an Ornithokairos. After testing out my new toys, I felt it was a good idea to hold a funeral for all the teams we had lost. First, there was that random Pinacosaurus I had only tamed for a few minutes, before it was murdered by a stupid Narcitoceratops. Then, there was poor Mrs. Koothrappali, the two Satoothas who died to those dang eels. And then Carbonara, Pesto, and Pizza, the Scorpio Venators who died to the Broodmother. And Marshall, Max, Maxwell, and Matthew, the Megatheriums who also died to the Broodmother. And lastly, the poor Fasolas who died to the Dragon. Apple, Vermilion, Carnelian, Ham, Claret, Vermilia, Conflagrant, and Brash. And then I gave a speech. You are all amazing teams, and I wouldn't have been able to do these 100 days without you. And I am sorry that I could not save you from your deaths. I miss all of you. And now a moment of silence. Day 100, I was now ready for the final boss fight, and ready to ascend off the island. For this boss fight, I would use my dragon killing army again, as they were my strongest. I would also bring my carcass, since they are pretty strong too. Before heading out, I upgraded my flak helmet and gauntlets to be ascendant tier, as well as my foot ones. Then I made hundreds more shotgun ammo, and I made up some shadow steak saute and battle tartar in my cooker. Before heading off on my last adventure, I said goodbye to all my teams, as this would be the last time that I would see them. Goodbye Poe, you were a very cute red panda that I never used. Goodbye Sanji, you were the best golden penguin ever. Goodbye Emily, you were a very good girlfriend for Raj. Goodbye Benny, you were a very interesting looking bird thing. And goodbye Berry, you are the best honey harvester I have ever known. Goodbye Priya, you were very helpful for doing the snow caves. Goodbye Dr. Cooper and Amy, you were pretty trash and very weak. Goodbye Minestrone, Kyle, and Spaghetti, the best 3 Scorpio Venators in all the land. Goodbye Causa and Vivi, you were very nice Megatheriums. Goodbye these 5 other Fasolas, which I never really used. Goodbye Candy and Chad. Goodbye Little Chopper. Goodbye Bernadette Jr. You were pretty helpful before I got Mrs. Wolowitz. Goodbye Peanut Butter. Goodbye Zoro. Goodbye Nami. Goodbye Jazzy. You were a very good mother to all the random babies. Goodbye Eddie. You were a very chill dude. Goodbye Usopp. Your narcotics were very helpful. Goodbye Cinnamon, my very first team of this 100 days. Thank you for everything, Cinnamon. Goodbye Toxicity. Goodbye Adam and Alex. Goodbye Snazzy. Goodbye the Megatheriums that were able to survive the boss fight. And goodbye Scorpio Venators, who also managed to survive the boss fight. Goodbye Mr. Zero. You were a very powerful alligator. And goodbye Lemon, Bon Clay, Ace, and goodbye Angela. You were both very helpful ocean mounts. Then I cryo-potted all the Fasolas and Carcass from the Megapithecus and Dragon armies, and of course Going Mary and Jolene as well. And then we started heading to the volcano. Goodbye everyone, I'll miss you. A few moments later, we arrived at the top of it, and landed next to the entrance of the tech cave. Let's put in all the trophies. An alpha trophy from every alpha creature we have killed, and the 3 alpha trophies from the Broodmother, Megapithecus, and Drac. Then I just activate that. It will open the door. And there's the tech cave. Okay, goodbye Mrs. Wolowitz. Thank you for the lift, and it was good knowing you. You were an amazing flyer. Goodbye. Attack the Rex. Level 500 Rex. Dang. What level is this guy? 595. I'll try it here. Okay. Just come into the lava. There we go. He's in. And he is dead. Yeah. Guess I'll pull a Yudi. We just hit everything. We just hit everything. There's 2 Yudis and 6 Kanos now. Come on guys, get in here. Yes, come this way. Come on Giga. Silly Giga. Look at that knockback. Just sent the other one flying. Okay, got it, got it. Yeah, you dumb giga. That's what you get. That's what you get. He's right there. Whoa. He's flying. Okay, I'm going in here. Ah, you two stay there. Oh, okay, there we go. We have gotten the next group. No, oh no, oh no, oh no. The gig is still there. Okay, yes, Charlotte. Good job, Charlotte. Okay, Charlotte got up. Nice, nice. They did it. They actually did it. And they don't go flying for some reason. Oh, never mind. I jinxed it. No. Okay, shoot. I'm sorry, Brush. I'm sorry, Brush. There's nothing I can do. Ah, Blush died in the lava. We made it. Some people died, but most of us made it. Okay. You ready, guys? You ready to fight the final boss? I am not really ready, but should be good. Okay, here we are. Oh look, it's Earth. Planet Earth. Oh, Australia, you can see my house from there. Oh yeah, Jolene didn't come. Big surprise. Oh, is that Earth now? Earth has been destroyed. Supply drops are being dropped from here. That's funny. Oh, and you can see down on the island. That's cool. You can probably see our base from here. It's like over in that direction. Oh, we're in space. Yeah, we're in space right now. Okay, you ready, guys? Oh, nice. Rush Jr.'s still with me. Okay, let's do it. Oh, there he is. There's the Overseer. Here it is. The final fight. Oh, he's spawning stuff. Okay, we still attack my target. Kill these dumb defense units. Okay, attack. 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 Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. No. Okay, I was just sparing med breeze. Okay, get it. Get it. Get it. Chase it, guys. Run it down. Just concentrate all power on it. Look how fast they are there. Okay. Oh, I managed to avoid that one. He's transforming. Just keep fighting them. No! Okay, I'm out of here. I'm killing these. Oh, hi Ruben. Ruben's just flying around here. Okay. They're doing good. Okay, it's over there. It's a monkey now. Get the monkey. Concentrate all fire. Yeah, to get into the air, because I kept getting dismounted. Courtney's just 1v1 and Enforcer. Get it. Okay, they're all running to it. Oh, so they get stunned from it as well. Keep attacking it, guys. Oh no, everyone just died. Going Mary, Charlie and Connie just died. Oh no, Callum died. How did Callum survive this long? He's the weakest one. Okay, Gridmother's dead. Oh, Flagrant died. Dang. Oh no, Scarlet Jr., no! That was the first one. No, Cindy. Cindy just died. I think she was the last Carcharodontosaurus. So I guess Charlie already died. Oh no, all the Fasolas are dying now. Carmine, Bloodborne, and Crimson is left. No, Crimson's gonna die. No, Crimson! Crimson died. Shoot. Come on. Us 4, us 5. We got me, myself. We got Raj Jr., you know. We got Ruben. We got Bloodborne, and we got Carmine. Okay, nice. Killed it. It's so close, man. No, Carmine died. How did Carmine die? Okay, I'm just gonna try and kill it. No, Bloodborne died. Bloodborne died. One more hit. Got it. Okay. Come on. I can't shoot it for some reason. Got it. I got it. Ooh. We did it, Raj Jr. We did it, Ruben. Oh. Everyone died though. Oh, I can't believe we did it. It took so long though. And everyone died. Except for the people who couldn't come. What's going on? Oh, we're going to another ARK. These are ARKs. Okay, so we're ascending. Oh shoot, I need to get my stuff. Here, Raj, take my stuff. Always remember me, Raj. Oh, Ruben, take Ruben too. Just take everything. Take everything I have. I'm gonna try to survive 100 days of ARK, modded with new dinosaurs on Scorched Earth. The mod pack that I'll be using adds hundreds of new high quality dinosaurs that still manage to coexist perfectly with ARK's original creatures. It adds new shoulder pets, powerful flyers, apex predators, and so much more. In this video, I plan on taming as many new dinosaurs as I can, building an epic base, surviving the insanely hot weather, and slaying the alpha manticore. I hope you all enjoy watching as I try to survive 100 days of ARK, modded with new dinosaurs on Scorched Earth. On day 1, I spawned in and found myself surrounded by an endless desert. I soon found a little Jaboa. Hello, little Jaboa. Then I started harvesting some basic resources, including some cactus sap from this big tree. Then I found mini Christmas trees and a flying beetle. Then using the resources I got, I crafted myself some basic tools and cloth armor. I then threw a spear at a Jaboa. I felt kinda bad, but I needed the hide. Then I used the hide to make more cloth armor and some boulders. Then I ate some of the cactus sap stuff that I got. Not only did it act as food, but it acted as water as well. I then realized that I was boiling hot. I looked at what I needed to make a tent, and I saw that I needed silk. So then I went looking for some. While looking around, I found some Morellatops and a Doedicurus. I kept running around and then dropped down into a flatter part of the desert, and for some reason, I wasn't burning to death anymore. Then I found a Centaurosaurus, an early game herbivore that is super easy to tame. I started passively feeding her measure berries, and while waiting for her to be hungry again, I crafted a slingshot and harvested some stone. Then I found and knocked out a Jaboa, and fed him some berries. When he tamed, I named him Jerry, and put him on my shoulder. Okay, we have a Jaboa now. I don't know why I tamed it. I guess it's very cute. And then the Centaurosaurus tamed. I named her Terry, put on a saddle, and then I was able to ride her. She was basically a weaker, but faster version of the Parasaur. She also had the ability to run at super speed if she detected a nearby enemy. While I was testing this, we spotted 2 terror birds. Terry had no chance of taking them on, so we turned around and ran. We harvested a lot of berries and then came across another Centaurosaurus. I started taming him, as 2 centaurs would be better than 1. Then we came across an Elephantosaurus. He looked really weird, but I started feeding him, because he looked much stronger than Terry. And then the guy that I was taming was being attacked by a terror bird. I tried to rescue him, but it was too late. And then the terror bird started attacking us. We tried fighting, but then another one came, so we ran away at full speed. Without Terry's speed, those birds would have killed me in seconds. After a while, we finally lost them, and then we came across an oasis. I got off Terry to check it out, but then the terror bird found us again. Oh, terror bird is back. He's back again. But then I realized that his friend wasn't here, so I bolted him, threw 2 spears into his face, and finished him off with Terry. On day 2 we came across some white flowers. I harvested them by hand, and they gave me silk. Now I could make a tent. Then I found some metal rocks. I found a good place to make my starter base. It was on top of a rocky platform that overlooked the oasis. I made some foundations, a forge, and then placed down the tent. There we go. We have a tent. A little tent. I started smelting the metal in my forge to get metal ingots, which I used to make a smithy. Inside the smithy, I began crafting some desert cloth armor. These clothes provided me with more armor and more protection from the heat. Then I crafted a metal pickaxe and harvested a lot more metal. After that I made another forge, so that I could smelt all the metal more quickly. We killed and harvested a jaboa, and then tried killing Emeralatops. But we had to give it up to some raptors. And then more raptors appeared near my base. Luckily they didn't see us, so we were able to sneak past them. Back at base I crafted the sickle, and it looked like a pirate hook. While searching for more white flowers, we found a couple of Segnosauruses, which were basically the smaller and friendlier cousin of the Therizino. Then we found some more white flowers. I harvested them with a sickle, and got hundreds of silk. But then the pack of raptors started patrolling my base. I guess I would have to tame something strong enough to kill them, before I could get back to my smithy. So I bolted a terror bird, and started pelting him with stones. He would be pretty powerful if I could manage to tame him. But then another pack of raptors came close to us, so we had to give up on that plan. Then we came across a couple of Pegomastaxes. One of them jumped at me and stole my berries, and then he tamed. I guess he thought I was giving them the berries on purpose. I didn't name him for now, and he just followed us around. We bolted the terror bird again, and this time I tried using a boomerang to knock him out. And then a giant carnivore appeared behind us. This carnivore was very fast and very powerful, killing everything in sight. It even killed the Elephantosaurus that I was trying to tame. On day 3 we found a pair of centaurs. I wasn't having any luck with taming anything else, so I started taming them, and hoped that maybe with 3 centaurs, I'd be able to kill the raptors at my base. When they tamed, I named them Perry and Larry, and then I decided to name the Pegomastax Berry. We went back to base, but it turned out that the raptors had left. Kind of anticlimactic, but anyway, now I was able to finish making my desert cloth armor, except for the helmet, which for some reason needed crystal and silica pills to be made. Then I crafted a pike, a metal hatchet, a crossbow, and a lot of arrows. I then crafted a mortar and pestle, and started making some narcotics. Even though the raptors weren't patrolling the base anymore, they were still pretty close, so I decided to try and kill them. I got Terry, Perry and Larry, and together we tried fighting the raptors. Kill them guys! There were only 2 of them, but they killed Perry and Larry! Then me and Terry retreated. These centaurs were terrible at fighting. We went back to get our revenge, and this time I would use my bowler and crossbow to bring them down. We killed the first one with the help of an Ankylosaurus, and then we killed the other one too. We had avenged the fallen Perry and Larry. Then at night, I found and harvested silica pills that were in the oasis. On day 4 I crafted a bunch more narcotics and some trank arrows. Then I made an upgrade station, a super useful structure where I could upgrade my tools, weapons and armor to have more damage, durability and protection. Inside it I used a lot of metal, wood and fiber to upgrade my crossbow 3 times. It was now apprentice level. Then I went to look for a stronger creature to tame, and we came across a thorny dragon. She seemed more powerful than Terry, so I started knocking her out with my new trank arrows and upgraded crossbow. A few moments later she fell unconscious, and I fed her some meat. Then I made some spiked walls and placed them around her, to protect her from any threats. While waiting for her to tame, I found a herbivore called a Sauropelta. For some reason he was very bloody, but I tried to knock him out anyway. He took reduced damage from all of my arrows, and took basically no damage if I shot his head or back. He was definitely much more powerful than Terry. And then a heatwave began. For some reason it wasn't even that hot though. I guess because of my desert cloth armor and all the levels that I had pumped into fortitude. I continued tranking the Sauropelta, but then I killed it. I knew that it was bloody before I began tranking it, but I guess it was even more injured than I thought. The thorny dragon still wasn't tamed, so we went exploring. Then we found a phoenix.
Yo, there's a phoenix.
One of ARK's most elusive creatures that only spawn during heat waves, and I had found one on day 4. But I definitely had no chance of taming it at the moment. I also saw a Pososuchus, a pretty powerful carnivore. We left it alone and continued exploring. We got to a mountain kind of area, and accidentally ran into more Pososuchuses.
No.
We tried running away, but they were way faster than Terry, and they did a lot of damage. I used Terry's danger alert ability to make her run faster, but we're still barely faster than them. Then we got pushed off a cliff. I dismounted midair to save Terry from taking fall damage, but I dismounted a bit too early and almost died. I managed to get back on her, and we continued running. A few moments later, we found another Sauropelta, and we managed to get the Postosuchuses to attack it. We were able to escape. Terry was extremely close to dying, but at least now we were safe. We got back to the thorny dragon, and she tamed. After witnessing another thorny dragon kill itself on the spiked walls, I named the thorny dragon Nezuko, and brought her back to my base. Then I crafted some clay in my mortar and pestle using cactus sap and sand. On day 5 I used the clay along with some other materials to craft Nezuko's saddle. She was slower than Terry, but did way more damage. She was also really good at harvesting wood, which was super handy. Then we got attacked by a terror bird, and we were able to easily kill it. Then me and Terry went looking for another Sauropelta to tame, because I still wanted to tame one. Instead we found a couple of large herbivores, called Edmontosauruses. Then we found a lone direwolf. I shot lots of tranks into him, and when he fell unconscious, I fed him some raw meat. While he was taming, I found the Sauropelta that helped us out before, but it was very bloody, so it would just die if I tried to knock it out. Next there was a beautifully coloured Scorpio veneta, a friendly carnivore who preyed on bugs, so I started passively feeding her meat, but I would need prime meat if I wanted to tame her anytime soon. A few moments later, the direwolf tamed. I named him Tanjiro. He was around the same speed as Terry, and even more powerful than Nezuko. I then put Terry back at base, and me and Tanjiro went exploring. While exploring we saw a poison wyvern in the distance, which was pretty scary. We found a field of purple flowers, which I got hundreds of silk from. We found a water vein that I could drink out of. And then we found this canyon sort of thing. And then we came across a Phosphato Draco, a large flyer. I started tranking it, then it flew into a rock and got stuck. It was the perfect opportunity to knock it out. But then a pack of hyenodons started attacking. They were surprisingly strong, but we managed to take them out. On day 6, I accidentally killed the Phosphato. I guess my trank arrows did too much damage to it. We harvested its body, and we got prime meat from it. Now I could finish taming the Scorpio veneta. Then we found an explorer note, which gave us lots of experience. Whoa, what's going on here? Whoa. I finished taming the Scorpio veneta with the prime meat, and then I brought her back to base, named her Tengen, and made her saddle. Welcome to the team, Tengen Uzui. Tengen was now my strongest and fastest tame. Before heading out, I crafted a long neck rifle. I also made spark powder that I would later use to make gunpowder. Then me and Tengen went looking for crystal. On the way we found and harvested a lot of metal. Then we killed an oil jug bug, which gave Tengen a buff called Insect Killer, which more than doubled her damage and also made her take 20% less damage from enemies. She was also able to slowly convert chitin into cementing paste in the inventory. We killed lots of tech parasaurs and got lots of electronics, oil and scrap metal. These would soon come in handy. After that we found a mountain and some more hyenodons. We attacked them, but they were much bigger and stronger than usual. And then I realized that they were actually Dinocruta, not hyenodon. They're strong, man. After the battle, Tengen was pretty hurt, so I told her to sit down, which helped her to regenerate her health faster. Then I found a little Psittacosaurus, who I started taming. Little Psittacosaurus. When she tamed, I named her Sally, and put her on my shoulder. I made a little thatch house for Jerry, and would come back for him later. On day 7 we travelled up the mountain, and found some salt rocks. Then I found a Lymantria. I bolled him and knocked him out. I gave him some berries, placed some spiked walls, and waited for him to tame. While waiting we went further up the mountain, and found lots of crystal. There was also some obsidian that I harvested. Then we killed some Zuniceratops and a Harpagornis. Later, the Lymantria finally tamed. I named him Leo and made him a saddle. While I was flying him, we bumped into a rock elemental. There's a rock elemental. Leo had pretty decent speed, but his stamina and weight were horrible. I would definitely need a better flyer. When we arrived back at base, I started smelting the metal that I got, and also started making gunpowder from the spark powder and some charcoal. On day 8, now that I had crystal, I could craft a lot of useful things. First, I finally made the desert goggles. Then I made an awesome spyglass. This amazing spyglass showed me tons of information on creatures, both wild and tamed. It told me their name, level, gender, stats, health and torpor, and even how to tame them. Then I crafted 2 water jars and filled them up. After that, I crafted some soul traps. These were from the Dinosaurs V2 mod, and they were basically much better versions of Crybots, or Pokeballs. That would be super useful for transporting my teams around the ARK. Then I made a fabricator. My base was too small for it though, so I expanded it with some wooden foundations. And I placed it down and gave it some gasoline that I made in one of my forges. Using the cementing paste that Tengen had made, along with the obsidian that I got, I made some polymer. With this polymer, I crafted a soul gun. This made me able to use the soul traps more easily. Then I upgraded my pickaxe to Mastercraft tier and made some simple rifle ammo and trank darts. On day 9 I saw that Sally produced Psittacosaurus spines in her inventory, which I could combine with my arrows to make Taco Venom arrows. These arrows applied venom to things. The venom did a lot of damage and increased in potency with every shot. After testing it out, we found a Herrerasaurus. I bowled him and knocked him out. Fed him some prime meat, he tamed, and I named him Joker. Joker was very fast and very powerful. He also applied venom to his victims, just like the new arrows that I had just made. Inside his inventory, he produced Herrerasaurus venom, which could be used as narcotics. This would be super useful for making more trank darts. Then we killed one of those Postosuchuses that almost killed me and Terry on day 4. After that, I knocked out a Morellatops, fed him some berries, and named him Morrison. Morrison was decently fast, could harvest berries well, and could also store water in his hump. I could drink this water directly, or use it to fill up my water jars. On day 10 I upgraded my rifle to ramshackle quality. Then we went looking for a new flyer to tame. While searching we found Jerry again, so I put him in a soul trap so that I could take him back to base. Then we found a Pinacosaurus, a very powerful yet friendly Ankylosaurus. He was so friendly that all I had to do to tame him was snuggle him. I named him Smooth Peanut Butter. I put him in a soul trap and would take him back to base. Then we came across a giant mountain and found a large group of Nymongosauruses. There were so many of them, and they were so cute. I wanted to tame one so badly, but they only tamed with honey, which I didn't have. Then we found a big oasis, much bigger than the one that I built my base at. And here there was a Massospondylus, a very weird dinosaur that looked like E.T. The day ended with a terrifying thunderstorm. Day 11, me and Tengen climbed up the massive mountain. It took forever, but it was worth it, because look at this view. We found a lot of Nasutoceratops up here, and then we found a Tapejara. I managed to snipe it with a bowler from far away, and then knocked it out with a couple of headshots. While he was taming, a Tarbosaurus walked past us. He looked extremely powerful, maybe even stronger than a Rex. When the Tapejara tamed, I named him Tomioka, and then we went back to base. When we got back, I welcomed Jerry back home, and he was very happy. Then I made Smooth Peanut Butter a saddle and tested him out. He was pretty slow, but had a ton of health and could harvest rocks. Day 12 I crafted Tomioka his saddle. He was way faster than Leo. He also had more stamina, more weight, more health, more everything. He could also fly backwards and side to side, allowing him to be much more agile. We then went and explored our surroundings. We found another oasis, and it was the nicest one we had seen so far. And there were more Nymongosauruses here as well, and they attacked us. Despite being so small, they were very aggressive. I marked the spot on my map as a place where I might make my permanent base, as it was way better than where I was living at the moment. Then we entered the dune area, and found an Alamodactylus, a very large flyer. Apparently she was a passive tame, and I really wanted to tame her, but then she killed a bug and got the insect killer buff, the same buff that Tengen got, except in this case, the buff made her do 60% more damage, and made her rapidly regenerate stamina. The buff also made her highly aggressive, so I'd have to wait for the buff to wear off before I could try taming her. While we were waiting, we got jumped by a Microraptor. It threw me off Tomioka and stunned me for 10 seconds. And then I saw that right in front of us was the same carnivore that we saw back on day 2, the thing that killed the Elephantosaurus. It was a Megaraptor. As soon as I was no longer stunned, I ran away as fast as I could. But the Megaraptor saw Tomioka. I kept running, but Tomioka decided to try and fight it. And then it picked him up in its mouth. I tried whistling him onto passive flee so that he could run away. There was nothing I could do, except run. Once I was in the clear, I tried making my way back to him. After fending off some hungry Nymongos, I found a bag. It was Tomioka's, which means that Tomioka was killed. I got revenge on the stupid Microraptor that ruined everything, and then went looking for a creature to tame, because now I needed a ride back to base. Then I got jump scared by a saber-toothed tiger. I quickly bowled him, knocked him out, and gave him some prime meat. Then I had the idea to try and tame the Alamodactylus that I saw before, but there was another saber in the way, so I knocked her out and started taming her as well. The Alamo landed, and with just one piece of prime meat, she tamed. She didn't even need a saddle to be ridden, and she was way faster than Tomioka, a lot more powerful too. Being stranded in the middle of the desert without any mounts was so scary. I could have died so easily. But now I had this Alamo, who came in like an angel and saved me. I named her Angel. On day 13, the 2 sabers tamed. I didn't need them anymore, but I wasn't going to just leave them, so I named them Samantha and Samuel and put them in soul traps. After that I tested Angel out properly. Besides being fast and powerful, and getting the insect killer buff after killing bugs, she also had an ability called Predator Vision that helped her with detecting nearby creatures. To help her with killing bugs that she loved to eat, she had an insanely strong beak, and with this beak, she could harvest rocks, and from them she got hundreds of sand and stone. Despite being a carnivore, she could harvest berries, thatch, and cactus sap, and in her inventory, she converted sand and cactus sap into clay. Angel was an extremely useful mount, easily my best tame on Scorched Earth so far. After that, I decided to try taming the Megaraptor that murdered and ate Tomioka. What better way to get revenge than by forcing him to be my slave? I could knock him out while riding safely on Angel, because she allowed rider weaponry. It took a while, but I finally knocked him out. We killed a nearby Dinosaurs for its prime meat, and then fed it to him. I named him Tom Killer, because you know, he killed Tomioka. I could ride him without a saddle, and he was very powerful. He could also pick up small creatures in his mouth and chew on them. Then we found another large carnivore, called a Daspletosaurus. We went up to him, and then he started chasing us. We bit him, but he didn't fight back. Instead, he just kept staring at us. Then I realized that maybe he wasn't trying to eat us, but instead wanted me to give him some food. And I was right. I tamed him with a piece of prime meat, and named him Daz. I couldn't ride him yet though, so I just picked him up for now. After that, me and Angel explored the sandy dunes. There were a lot of scorched Acrocanthosauruses here, one of the apex predators of the desert. Then I found another Alamo, a high level male with beautiful colours. I started taming him, and while waiting for him to be hungry again, we found an explorer note in some ruins. We killed a group of mantis, and got thousands of chitin, and hundreds of organic polymer. Then we found a deathworm. We tried fighting it, but it was too strong, even for Angel. We flew away, and then I found a vulture who I tamed with a piece of spoiled meat. I picked him up, and would name him back at base. On day 14, I finished taming the other Alamo, and named him Icarus. He was a higher level than Angel, so I started flying him instead. Then we went to explore all of Scorched Earth, in order to find a new base location. While exploring, we found lots of interesting things. We found some concavenators that swim in the sand. We found a carnivore called a Draco Venator that sprayed some sort of poisonous water at us. We found tons of explorer notes that always came with ruined buildings. And we came across the World Scar, the home of the wyverns. I would come back here later to try and steal a wyvern egg, and raise it as my own. On day 15, we found a massive abandoned town. There were lots of destroyed houses and a large arena with a manticore statue on top. And there was a gigantic thorned dreadweaver spider running around. Oh, look how fast it is. Look at that speed. A few minutes later, we arrived at another broken down town, and I could enter one of the buildings. A loud howling emanated from the back of the room, where there was an entrance to an underground cave. I was not prepared to go in there yet, but I would come back one day to explore it. Then we stopped at an oasis to get some water, and killed some Nimongos that were trying to kill us, and we got some chibis from them. I would equip and name it once I got back to base. We then found these really tall rocks that a Pinacosaurus somehow managed to get up to. How did you even get up here, man? And how are you gonna get down? And then we found another large oasis. I marked the spot as a possible base location. We then flew to the top of the highest mountain of Scorched Earth. On day 16, a Titanosaur fell out of the sky. We found another nice base location. It was in a canyon area with a baby waterfall that led to an oasis. Then we found this very large mountain place. Then we arrived back at base. Hey guys, we're home. I equipped my Namango chibi and named him Numpty. Hello little Numpty. So cute. So small and fluffy. Then I showed Samantha, Samuel, Daz, Tom Killer, the Vulture and Angel to their new home. I named the Vulture Vitamin, and apparently he could preserve spoiled meat for longer, which was nice. Then I saw that Daz's food bar was draining, and fast. I fed him hundreds of raw meat, but he couldn't stop being hungry. And he was also pooping a lot too, for some reason. I made him a saddle, and then realized that he was in a state of starvation. I didn't want him to starve to death, so I put him back in his soul trap, and would get him back out later. On day 17, now that I had explored most of Scorched Earth, it was time to decide where I would make my new base. I decided to go with my third base option, the one in the canyon area with the baby waterfall. So then I put everyone, except for Icarus, Angel and Sally, into soul traps, and I packed all of my items and important structures into their inventories. And then we started flying to the new base. When we arrived, I cleared out all of the nearby dangers, got out some of my creatures, and cleared out some rocks, trees and bushes. On day 18, I began making my new house, out of adobe foundations. Adobe costed a lot of clay to make, so it was a good thing that Icarus and Angel could produce them in their inventories. I started building next to one of the walls of the canyon, but then I ran out of clay. I then saw that we needed more cactus sap to make it, so me and Icarus went and harvested thousands of it from some cactuses. On day 19, I went back to building. Day 20, I got Nezuko out and we harvested a lot of wood. We also found a random Titanoboa egg. After a while of building, a sandstorm began. It made it super hard to see, prevented me from sprinting, and drained my stamina. Luckily I had my desert goggles on, so that made it a bit easier to see. But the stamina drain was still an issue, so I made a tent and placed it down, which I went into whenever my stamina was getting low. On day 21, I kept on building. Then while I was harvesting more wood for the house, I got attacked by a group of Microraptors. I didn't die, but I got pretty hurt. Day 22, I kept on building, and then a thunderstorm began. It didn't really affect me, besides being very loud and blocking out the sunlight. All of day 23 was more building. On day 24, I finished the exterior of the house. It was looking pretty good. Day 25, I added all the structures that I needed inside my house, including 8 forges. Day 26, I unpacked all of my items and resources, and then got out my creatures out of my inventory. On day 27, I finished making the main parts of my new base. There's a lot of room in here, and there's a rock coming through, which is a nice natural addition. Then we have this room, which is my main room, which is where I have my crafting stuff and all that. Then I can go up here. Oh yeah, and here's Angel and Leo. And yet you can look over the canyon from over here. And yet you can see the amazing waterfall. Look how nice it is. This is why I moved here, pretty much. On days 28, 29 and 30, I added a roof to my base. It made my house look a lot nicer, but it took forever to make. I am never going to build with pillars and sloped roofs ever again. After that, we went to harvest metal from some nearby mountains. I needed this to make an industrial forge. While I was transporting the metal back to base on day 31, 2 Titanosaurs fell out of the sky. I had never seen this happen before. And then a heatwave began. This heatwave was so hot that it was actually making me lose health. I wasn't going to make it back to base in time, so I quickly set up my tent in the middle of nowhere, which kept me nice and cool. Once the heatwave ended, we were able to safely fly back to base and start smelting the metal. On day 32, we got a lot of wood, then we went to get organic polymer from some mantis. On the way, we found an Alpha Herosaurus. Me and Icarus decided to try and kill it, and it was a very long battle, but we were able to win, and we got something called Alpha Blood from it. Apparently I could use it to make prime trank darts, which did 6 times more torpor than regular darts. After killing some mantis, we heard a loud screeching noise that came from a Hadzegoopteryx, an apex carnivore flyer. These guys were insanely powerful, so we made sure to avoid it. Back at base, I upgraded all of my desert cloth armor in the upgrade station. It costed me thousands of materials, but it was worth it. They now gave me more armor, durability, and protection from the heat. On day 33, I made a cooking pot and a campfire. In the campfire, I started cooking some meat. And in the cooking pot, I made some red and black dye that I used to dye all of my armor to be red and black. I now looked like the proper ZedFiles. Then I made some special food using the cooked meat, called Pet Food Kibble, and tried helping Daz with a starvation problem. The starvation effect would still go on for a couple of hours, so hopefully all this food would help him get through it. On day 34, I started building a greenhouse. This would be super helpful for growing crops. I started making it next to the mini waterfall, and started by placing down some stone foundations. Then I added some wooden stairs with stone railings, and a compost bin. I also brought over the cooking pot from my house. Then I added lots of large crop plots, pipes and taps that irrigated the crops, using the water from the oasis. On day 35, I made the walls and ceilings of my greenhouse. I used slope roofs instead of just plain ceilings, and I think it turned out looking pretty good. After that, I planted seeds in the crop plots. I planted savoroots, raw carrots, long grass and citronals, as well as some new fruits from the mud pack, strawberries and sweet melons. On day 36, I now had enough metal ingots from my forges to make the industrial forge. The only thing left was crystal. While we were looking for crystal, we found these yellow rocks, which gave us sulfur and coal. We finally found some crystal, and we had to harvest it right next to a rock golem and lightning wyvern. Luckily neither of them saw us. Back at base, I could now make the industrial forge. Now I could smelt metal a lot faster. And then, while I was writing this very script, Daz died. I guess he ran out of food, even though I gave him thousands of it. But I didn't really care that much, because he was really annoying to look after. After that, I put Tom Killer in a soul trap, and kept him in my inventory. He would be a good backup mount if I ever got stranded in the middle of the desert again, like back on day 12. Then I made a generator, a chemistry bench, a fridge, and an industrial grill. On day 37, I needed more gasoline to power all of these new structures that I had made. But I had no more oil to make gasoline, so I made 2 oil pumps and went looking for some oil veins to place them on. Eventually found one, but there was a large pack of Coelophysis guarding it. After taking care of them, I placed down the oil pump. It looks pretty cool, and it collected 1 oil every 20 seconds. Then I placed the second one at another oil vein nearby. After that we found and killed a Techrex. He was pretty strong, but still no match for Icarus, and from him we got hundreds of oil and electronics. On day 38 we found an Alpha Concavenator. Unlike the sand shark ones we had seen back on day 14, this was an inland Concavenator. This type of Concavenator had a much more powerful bite that applied corrosive acid, which made Icarus take increased damage from its attacks. It was extremely powerful, the strongest creature we had fought so far. Icarus got very close to dying, but we eventually managed to kill it, and we got 27 alpha blood from it. After that intense battle, I collected the oil from the pumps, and then I had over 200, which I started converting into gasoline in the forge. My structures now had enough fuel to keep running. After that, I made a water well and placed it at a nearby water vein, because I had never made one before. Then I made 6 air conditioners and placed them next to my fridge. These would be useful for hatching dinosaur eggs in the near future. Then I spent thousands of wood, hide and metal ingots to upgrade my long neck rifle to Mastercraft tier. And I made a pump shotgun in the fabricator and upgraded it to Journeyman. This would come in handy for killing anything that tried to eat me. I also crafted hundreds of simple rifle ammo and shotgun ammo. Day 39 began with us being attacked by a pack of Dino Critter. It didn't take long for us to kill them, but they killed Samuel. No, Samuel died! After that, we went and got lots of metal. While we were doing that, I got jumped by a pair of Dilongs, as well as some scorpions and vultures. If it wasn't for my upgraded armor and pump shotgun, I probably would have died. Then we stopped by the pumps for more oil, and then I made a lot of trank darts back at base. I used the alpha blood to convert some of them into prime trank darts, and I used the oil to convert some into improved tranks, which applied 50% more torpor than regular ones. After all of that, I was now ready to try and tame a Tarbosaurus, one of the apex predators of Scorched Earth. On day 40, after searching for a very long time, we finally found a level 140 Tarbosaurus. After killing all of the nearby Daedons and Microraptors, I started knocking him out. It took a while, but thanks to being able to shoot tranks while riding safely on Icarus, it wasn't too hard. Once he went down, I got Tom Killer out, and we cleared the area of angry saber-tooths. On day 41, a group of Dino Critter attacked Tom Killer. Luckily, they didn't touch the Tarbo, but they still did a ton of damage and were very difficult to kill. A few minutes later, the Tarbo tamed. Back at base, I made him a saddle and named him Guillaume. Then I went to test him out. Guillaume was pretty similar to the T-Rex, except he did less damage and instead had more health. He also took 20% less damage from incoming attacks, due to his natural armor. We were able to kill direwolves and megaraptors pretty easily. We were even able to 1v1 a Carcharodontosaurus. He also excelled at hunting rock golems. While his bite wasn't as powerful as the Rex's, it was built in such a way that allowed it to do over 2 times damage towards golems. It was a tough fight, but Guillaume managed to take it down. And we got a lot of rocky materials from its body. On day 42 I made 2 canteens to replace my water jars. Then I turned into my crops, which were growing very well. Then we set out to tame another Tarbosaurus, but this time a female, so that I could breed an army of Tarbosauruses. After a bit of searching, we found a level 120 female, but it was in battle with 2 Narcitoceratops. With that help, she was able to kill them, and then we led her to a more safe area. I knocked her out pretty easily, killed some nearby threats with Tom Killer, and when she tamed, I named her Mitsuri. On day 43, we came across a Harpagornis. We killed one back on day 7, but now I wanted to try and tame one. I began shooting darts into him, and then he started flying all over the place, making it really difficult to hit him. After a few more tranks, he started flying away at super speeds. Icarus was barely able to keep up. Eventually I knocked him out on top of a mountain, and when he tamed, I named him Tomioka 2.0, because for some reason he reminded me of the original Tomioka. Back at base, I showed Mitsuri to her new boyfriend, and then I made Tomioka 2.0 a saddle. He looked like a bigger, faster version of the Argentavis, and that's pretty much what he was. He was extremely fast, even faster than Icarus, especially with his dive ability. He also did a lot of damage, and did extra damage while diving, but he didn't have as good weight or stamina like the Argentavis did, and he also could not pick things up. On day 44 I made a food called crop blend, using the crops that I had been growing. Then I went out to tame some herbivores that I had tried taming in the past, but failed. First, there was the Elephantosaurus. I tried taming one way back on day 1, but it ended up getting eaten by a Megaraptor. I found 2 of them near my base and started taming them with the crop blend. While I waited for them to be hungry again, I found a Sauropelta. I tried to tame one back on day 4, but I accidentally killed it with my trank arrows. I was about to begin tranking it, then I realized that I couldn't shoot while riding on Tomioka 2.0, so I went and got Icarus back. It was actually really difficult to knock out the Sauropelta, because I was only able to shoot it in the sides. Its head and back were immune to projectiles, due to its armor. But I eventually got it down and gave it the crop blend. And then a Utaranus came out of nowhere. It tried to fear roar Icarus, but he was too brave to be scared. The Sauropelta finished taming on day 45, and I named him Inosuke. Inosuke was pretty good. He could turn on the spot, harvest stone and berries, and had pretty good weight. He was also pretty strong. Together we fought a pack of Achillobatas, who were very powerful. After that, I finished taming the 2 Elephantosauruses and brought them back to base. I thought they were gonna be slow, but they were so fast. They also did tons of knockback with their attacks. It was crazy. They could also have Asperis and had tons of weight, even more than Inosuke. I named the girl Ellie and the boy Orange. On day 46, I wanted to tame one of those cute little Nimongosauruses that I had seen so much of, but to tame them, I needed honey. So we flew to the chasm thing that I saw on day 5, and it turned out that you could actually fly into it. There were a few creatures here, and also giant beehives. I collected some honey from them, and then we went to find a Namongo. We soon arrived at an oasis and found a high level one. I knocked him out with just 2 tranks. After getting his hundreds of friends to stop chasing us, I fed him some honey, and he tamed instantly. I accidentally typed all into his name thing, but I decided to keep it. Back at base on day 47, I got all out of his soul trap and made him something called a Namongo utility bag. When I put this on all, he could preserve food for longer and also make jerky over time in his inventory. So I gave him some cooked meat, oil and spark powder. After that, I made a beer barrel. Over time this would make beer, which I would need to tame the Massospondylis. On day 48, while waiting for the beer to brew, I made a stone perimeter around my base, as I didn't want another pack of Dinocruta attacking us. I finished building it on day 49, and I now felt much safer. Then I checked in on all, and he made his first jerky. I was so proud of him. On day 50, the beer still wasn't ready, so I went out to tame a Utaranus. It wasn't a new modded creature, but I would need it for the boss fight. After killing some low level ones and an Alpha Herosaurus, we found one that was an okay level. I shot some tranks, Icarus got scared, shot some more tranks, and he went down. I named him KFC. On day 51, I made KFC a saddle, and tested out his Courage Roar ability, that would buff my Tarbosauruses during the fight against the Manticore. Day 52, I made an industrial cooker, and replaced my cooking pot with it. Inside it, I cooked up some cactus broth, which reduced my water consumption, and also made aggressive creatures have a harder time of noticing me. Then I cooked up some Kaleen soup, which also reduced my water consumption, and helped me cool down as well. Then I cooked up some Metal Brew, which just helped me regenerate my health. On day 53, I still didn't have enough beer to tame a Massospondylis, so I began breeding my Tarbosaurus army. I set Gyomei and Mitsuri to start breeding, and a few moments later, Mitsuri laid her first egg. I put it near the air conditioners so that it was at the right temperature, and then it hatched. I named him Slayer. After imprinting on him, I kept on breeding and hatching Tarbos. I named them Happy, David, Shadowclaw, Crazy Scorpius Rex, Geki, Kefla, Normal User, Singlove, Medium, Child, Ebony, Sussy ARK Raptor, Acro, and Grim Reaper. If you're wondering why their names are so random, it's because I named them after the most active members in the ZedFiles Discord server. There'll be invite links in the description and comments below if you want to join. I finished imprinting and raising all of the baby Tarbos on day 55, and I had my army that would kill the Manticore. Next I wanted to try and tame a pack of Dino Critter, those massive hyenas that we kept encountering. To tame one, I first had to make myself a ghillie suit. We found a pack of them the next day. I parked Icarus nearby, put on my ghillie suit, ate a cactus broth, and began approaching them. I tried feeding one of them prime meat, but then it somehow saw me and bit me. Ooh. I'm on half health. I was super lucky to be alive. If I got bit one more time, I would have died. Then I saw that one of them was stuck in some rocks. I built some wooden walls around her to make sure that she was completely blocked in, and then I tried feeding her. Got it! Whew, got it. As I was falling. I couldn't find where the rest of her pack went, so I went looking for another. On day 57, I found a male who was separated from his pack. Got it. Got it. Back at base, I named them Harley and Quinn. Looking at them close up, they were actually kind of cute, and a bit larger than Tanjiro the direwolf. I made them saddles and tested them out. They were decently fast, had a lot of emotes, and were extremely powerful. They did even more damage than my Turbosauruses. It was insane. They also drained their victim's stamina, and regenerated their own health quickly after eating our corpse. They were also pack creatures, so the more of them I had, the more powerful they would be. On day 58 I bred them and got 2 more. I named them Bud and Lou. Now I had a whole pack, and we went hunting in the dunes. One of the most dangerous places on Scorched Earth, and not a single creature could bring us down. We killed everything in sight. Alamos, Oronasauruses, and even entire herds of Saltosauruses. We continued hunting on day 59, and killed some even stronger creatures. We killed Australovenators, Dracovenators, Sandshark concavenators, and even a scorched Acrocanthosaurus. Then we attacked a deathworm, the strongest creature of the dunes. It had a ton of health, but we still tore it to shreds. On day 60, I now finally had enough beer to tame a Massospondylis. I filled up my water jars with the beer, and combined them with the sweet melons I had grown to make fermented sweet melons. Then we went out and found one at an oasis. To tame her, I dropped the melons in front of her, and she ate them off the ground. I named her E.T. On day 61, I put on her saddle and checked her out. She had pretty good stats and could harvest tons of berries. She harvested like entire fields of bushes in just one bite. She could also shoot fermented melons out of her mouth. We bonked an Edmontosaurus with one. Her damage wasn't the best though, so it took a while to kill it. Now that I had finally tamed a Massospondylis, I could move on with my life. The next thing I wanted to do was make a bunch of random items that were special to Scorched Earth. First, I made a mirror. It was very expensive, and it looked kind of weird. Next day I made a vessel, which made preserving salts last longer, but I didn't have any preserving salts, so I made some of them too. When the salt was in my inventory, all my food would last twice as long, which was very nice, and when I put the salt in the vessel, the salt basically lasted forever. Then I made a wind turbine. There wasn't enough wind in my base for it to work, so I placed it on a nearby mountain, and look at that, it actually spins around. I connected a cable and outlet to it, and made a lamppost, and it worked. In this video, I'm showcasing my new ring light, and my new setup. On day 63 I made a whip. It could pick stuff up from the ground and tell my creatures to move. Then I made propellant, which I used to make oil jars and flame arrows. I could throw the jars on the ground, and they'd create a puddle of oil that slowed me down when I walked over it. I tried chucking one at a Doedicurus, but it didn't do anything. Then I shot a flame arrow at the puddle, and I had made fire. I was curious, so I walked over it. I almost died. The Doedicurus got curious as well, and then blamed me for being set on fire. I tested the flame arrows on him, and they did pretty good damage. Then I tested them on some bigger things. On day 64, I made a flamethrower and burned everything to the ground. Committing deforestation. My geography teacher would not be proud. With a scorpion. Burn! 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 Oh, there's another one. Die! Then I made a chainsaw. Yeah. Cut this tree right there. Yo, look how much wood I get. Yo, that is good. Die. 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 Okay, that's actually... On day 65, I made lots of explosives. I made smoke grenades, normal grenades, poison grenades, cluster grenades, and C4. Hey yo, it blew up on me. Okay, let's try. 105 damage. Hey! Yo, it didn't even do anything. Hey yo, it does stuff to me though. Hey yo, my topo. Okay, I have a cluster grenade. Yo, just... Yo. That was like 10 different bombs. Well, I can put it on him. See ya. Okay, that does a lot of damage. And it destroys rocks. I made more explosives the next day too. A rocket launcher, some RPG ammo, and a homing missile. Goodbye, Muscle Spondylus. 690 damage. Oh no. Retreat. Yo, he just threw a melon on me. Oh. Get it. Oh, look at that. One shot out of the sky. After that, it was time to actually use some of the explosives. So I went to try and tame a sand shark concavenator. Because they swim underneath the sand, normal tranq darts would not work on them. The only way to knock them out was to blow them out of the ground with C4. On day 67, I found one and tried to knock it out. Got him. I got him. Whoa, he's here now. He's just... Oh, hey, come back. Then I used 3 C4 at once, and they all hit. But it was going to take tons more to knock it out. And then it got murdered by a pack of vultures. Went back to base, made a lot more C4, and went looking for another one. Instead we found a deathworm, who me and Icarus managed to kill. And we got black pearls and leech blood from it. On day 68, we found another concavenator. This time I decided to make a trap for it, to make things easier. Shout out to ARK for the tutorial on how to make it. Then I put down 15 C4 and got it to chase me. Got him. Got him, man. I actually got him. Yo, look at his health. Hello, Sandy. What, she's just on the ground. Look at that. We're just in the sand. Oh, and we can jump while in here. That's cool. Yeah, look at that, we blinded him. Slowed him down. That's such a cool attack, nice. On day 69, me and Icarus hunted some deathworms for more black pearls. We fought 2 at the same time, and it was a pretty tough battle, but they just dropped angler gel, polymer, and leech blood. On the early morning of day 70, we found another one, and this one dropped 12 black pearls. Back at base, I mixed these pearls along with oil and tree sap to make absorbent substrate. Using this, I was able to make 2 gas masks. These would come in handy in the fight against the manticore, as it would protect me from being poisoned by him. Next I needed to make a bug repellent, so I went to my greenhouse to get some rock carrots and citrinols, and then I walked straight into a Caprasuchus. What the heck? Why is there a Capra here? I just walked into... Hey yo, don't do that. Hey, stop that. That was crazy, what? I can't even get out of my house. Look at his head. Just getting flailed around. Oh, there you go. After that, I made the bug repellent and went to look for a mantis. I found a pair of them, so I put on my ghillie suit and bug repellent and approached them. I fed the first one a deathworm horn, and he tamed straight away. But when I was about to tame the second one, it saw the one I had already tamed, then they attacked each other. That's a shame. On day 71 I got the mantis out, and then a megatherium killed him. No, no, it killed the mantis. Bro, I just tamed it. I just tamed it, man. I forgot they get aggressive. So then I tamed another mantis. Got him. Okay, quick. Quick. Get him. Get him, Tom Killer. Kill them. Get rid of them. Save mantis. Got them. I named him Gyutaro and made him a saddle. Gyutaro. Whoa, he can turn on the spot. What is that? No! He does a lot of damage. Oh, look at that, I gave him swords. Minecrafter. I just chopped him out of the sky. Look at that. Dang, he can harvest stone and stuff. Hey, look at that, you can just get fiber. On day 72, it was time to steal some wyvern eggs. For this mission, I would use Tomioka 2.0 as my flyer, because he was much faster than Icarus. We flew to the world scar we had seen back on day 14, and commenced Operation Kidnap Wyvern. Okay. Got it. Run, 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 run. Oh, you almost did, almost did, almost did, almost did. You have the tiniest bit of health left. Oh, killed it, one shot. Tomioka was insanely strong. With his dive attack, we could easily take out wyverns. And that's exactly what we did on day 73. We killed lots more wyverns and managed to get lightning and fire wyvern eggs. They were pretty low level, but I didn't plan on hatching them. I planned on using them to tame a Draco Venator, the predator of wyverns. I found a really good level right outside the wyvern trench, so I went back to base and made some structures for a trap. Day 74, I returned to the Draco Venator with Icarus and made a simple metal gate trap. I managed to get her in the trap and blocked her in, but I overestimated how big she was, and she walked straight out. Whoa, what? He just walked straight out. I remade the trap and tried again, but she just walked out of it again. Then she began trying to break the trap, so I started shooting her with tranks while she was distracted. After lots of tranks, I switched to my Apex trank darts, and they were very powerful. She finally went down, and I gave her 2 of the wyvern eggs. A few moments later, I realized that her torpor was draining super fast, meaning she would wake up soon if I didn't give her narcotics. But I didn't have any, so I harvested some stone and narco berries, made a stone foundation and a mortar and pestle, and began making narcotics in the middle of the dunes. On day 75, I fed them to her and was able to keep her from waking up. When she finally tamed, I named her Muzan. On day 76, I made her saddle and tested her out. She was okay at fighting. She didn't have that much health or do a lot of damage, but she was able to use the power of wyverns, so I would have to kill one to see her true power. I weakened a fire one with my rifle, and then finished it off with Muzan, and from it, she got the essence of fire. Using this, her eyes and claws lit up with fire, and she was now able to use fire abilities. We tried fighting another fire wyvern, but she was still pretty weak. I thought she'd have like a damage increase towards wyverns, but she didn't. So yeah, she was pretty weak, and even Tom Killer was even more powerful than her. So if I wanted to kill more wyverns, I would just keep using Tomioka. For the rest of day 76 and 77, me and Tomioka killed lots of wyverns. By the end of day 77, we had killed over 60 wyverns, and I now had 60 wyvern talents, 20 of each type. I needed these to start the fight against the alpha manticore. We also killed an alpha fire wyvern. Got it! I killed the alpha. After we killed it, we got 50 wyvern milk, an alpha wyvern trophy, and the wyvern glove skin. I also got a lot of wyvern eggs. I kept the highest level poison, lightning and fire ones, and ate the rest. On day 78, I made a trophy wall mount and hung up the alpha wyvern trophy on the front of my base. Then I hatched the wyvern eggs. First I hatched the poison one, fed him some wyvern milk, and named him Obanai. Then I hatched the lightning one, and named him Zenitsu. When Obanai was fully matured, I rode him around for a bit, and he was massive. He was my biggest creature yet, even bigger than the Tarbos. Then I hatched the fire one, and named him Rengoku. On day 79, I took Obanai out for a test drive. He could fly pretty fast, and did a lot of damage, with both his poisonous breath and his bite attack. He could harvest thatch very well, for some reason, and he could also pick things up. Goodbye, Kano. This is the end of the road. Goodbye. He wasn't as fast as Icarus or Tomioka though, and his turning radius was awful. After that, I tried out Zenitsu. The only difference between them, besides looking very different, was that he had lightning breath, and it was way more powerful than the poison one, but a lot harder to aim with. Lastly, I tested out Rengoku, and his fire breath attack was pretty good. It didn't do as much damage as the lightning one, but it was a lot easier to aim with. And then while we were testing it on a Nasutoceratops, this happened. What on earth is going on? What the on? I'm running. See ya. I didn't know what just happened. Kill him. Get him, Rengoku. While the wyverns were very strong, they weren't as fast, agile or useful as Icarus and Tomioka 2.0. So I just kept them in my base for the rest of the 100 days. On day 80, with the Draco Venator tamed, and I had all of the modded creatures that I wanted. But there was still a non-modded creature that I wanted to tame, and it was the Rock Golem. This guy was a knockout tame, but Trank Darts were not strong enough to take him down. Instead, I would need to use my rocket launcher and a cannon. So I made a few more rocket launchers, lots of RPG ammo, a cannon, and some cannonballs. Then I made some metal gates and went looking for a Rock Golem. On day 81, I found a good level 1 on some mountains. I placed down the metal gates and got the golem to follow us into them. Then I set up this wooden platform thing that I could climb up to, place down my cannon, and shoot the rock golem in the head. It was going really well for the first couple minutes. I'd already brought it down to like half torpor, but then it broke the cannon.
No,
I didn't know his stupid boulders could break a metal cannon, so then I switched to my RPG. But the RPGs barely did any torpor, so I flew back to base to make another cannon. On day 82, I returned to the golem with a second cannon, but then he broke it in just 2 hits. He was now almost unconscious though, so I decided to try and finish him with the RPGs. Then he magically walked out of the trap. What, he just came through? How do you come through? And then we ran all over the mountain while shooting him in the face, and in the end we managed to knock him out.
Did I get him? Wait, did I get him? I got him.
And I gave him some sulfur and waited for him to tame. After waiting for the rest of day 82 and all of day 83, he tamed, and I named him The Rock. On day 84, I made him a saddle and tested him out. Yo, he's like almost as tall as my base. This guy's crazy tall. 230, dang. Okay, so he's a very good stone harvester. Yeah, he harvests a lot of wood. Okay, can you harvest metal? You can't even harvest metal. Okay, sorry, Pelter. You have met your match. I can chuck rocks. Destroyed him. The Rock wasn't my best combat mount, but he was definitely the most tanky. On day 85, it was time to do some final preparations for the boss fight. All that was left was to make saddles and get experience for the army, as well as get the 3 artifacts of Scorched Earth. So then me and Smooth Peanut Butter harvested tens of thousands of metal. We kept doing this on day 86, and then me and Gyutaro harvested thousands of fiber. On days 87 and 88, I used these resources to make upgraded saddles for the Tarbosauruses. Most of them were ramshackle, some were apprentice, and one of them was mastercraft. I only made 14 because I wanted to bring my Dino Cruiser pack to the boss fight as well, so I'll leave my 4 lowest level Tarbos at base. Then I made journeyman saddles for the 4 Dino Cruiser and a ramshackle one for KFC. On day 89, a heat wave began. Then I remembered that I hadn't tamed a phoenix yet. We had only seen one so far, way back on day 4, so I never had a proper chance to tame one. I quickly picked up Rengoku, and then we went searching for a phoenix. We looked around for ages, but we couldn't find a single one. I was so angry. On day 90, I repaired my flamethrower, made another one, and some more flamethrower ammo. These would be useful for taming a phoenix if I came across one in the future. On day 91, I made grappling hooks and parachutes. Then I got out the Kaleen soup and cactus broth from my fridge and headed to the house that we saw back on day 15. It was time to explore the cave and start collecting the 3 artifacts that I needed to fight the Manticore. When we arrived, I got Harley out and we entered the cave. Oh, there's like crystal. Okay, there's crystal around. More ruins. Killed them both. One shot. Oh, there's a door. Can we go inside? Knock knock. Anyone home? Okay, so I have to get over there. So this first one's easy. This one's easy. Okay, got up. Another house. Okay, there's a house here. Oh, is this the artifact? Oh, the artifact's right here. Let's take it quickly. Artifact of the Destroyer. And a scorched sword skin. After that very easy cave, we headed to get the second artifact from the next cave. Pretty sure it's in here. Yeah, in there, right? Okay, so there's fungi. Spider webs. Oh, what's that? They're like worshipping the obelisk. Hey yo, there's skeletons here. Like dead people. Oh, there's tons of dead people. Oh, there's Manticore, Broodmother, Dragon, and Megapithecus. And then this hand. Oh, cause you get the implant leveled up. Okay, I think I go around. I think I go over here. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, no, no. I almost died. Artifact of the Gatekeeper. And I got a pike skin. We exited the cave on day 92 and then headed to get the third and final artifact. While I was looking for the entrance to the cave, another heatwave began. So I went back to base, picked up Icarus and Rengoku, and went looking for a phoenix. After lots of searching, we actually came across one. In order to tame a phoenix, you have to give it lots of fire. So I got Rengoku out and started using his breath attack. But it wasn't working at all. So I got Icarus out and tried using my flamethrower on it, but it only tamed 0.3%. And then the heatwave ended, and it disappeared. I decided to give up on trying to tame a phoenix, because it was literally impossible to do, and the phoenix wasn't even that useful anyway. So then we went back to base, and I equipped the pike skin that I got. Then we went back to trying to find the third cave, and we found it on day 93. Ooh, I almost fell down. I almost fell down, I didn't even see. Try. Okay, did it. That's scary. There's so many bones. This cave is massive. Oh, there's another one. Where did it come from? There it is. Artifact of the Crack. Very interesting name. And a torch skin. And I had all of the 3 artifacts of Scorched Earth, and was now almost ready for the Manticore. The last thing that I needed to do was to level up everyone in the army, since they were still pretty low levels. So I picked them all up and headed to the mountains. Then we started killing everything in sight to get tons of XP. And that's pretty much all we did from days 93 to 97. Oh, they're attacking us. Get them, get them, get them. Rajasauruses. I've never fought these things before. Okay, well, we killed them easily. Kill it. Okay, the alpha's coming. Yo, it actually does a lot of damage. Just kill it. Kill as fast as you can. So bloody. Okay, we got it, we got it. So I got 47 levels. That is so much. Look at how fast they kill it. Got it. Nice, steady. At the end of our hunting adventure, I accidentally tamed a Pegomastax. I named him Barry's friend. And then another one. I named him Barry's friend's friend. Then we flew back to base and I showed the Pegos to their new friends. On day 98, I checked out the stats that my boss killing army now had, and we were definitely ready to take on the Alpha Manticore. Then I took the screenshots for this video's thumbnail. On day 90, I held a funeral next to the tiny waterfall for all the creatures who had passed on. First, there was Larry and Perry, the two Centauruses who died to raptors on day 3. Then, there was Tomioka, the Tapejara, who was eaten by the wild Tom Killer on day 13. Then, there was Daz, the Daspletosaurus, who starved to death on day 36. Then there was Samuel, the saber-tooth that I never used. He was killed by a pack of Dinocruta on day 39. And lastly, there was the first mantis that I tamed, who was murdered by a Megatherium before I could even name him, on day 71. I also made graves for Going Merry, Charlie, Bloodborne and Carmine, the Kaka army, and the Fasola army, because I wasn't able to make graves for them in the previous 100 days video on the island. Then I gave a speech. Thank you all for helping me get through this journey of Scorched Earth, and I'm sorry that you all had to pass, but you all helped me to get to where I am today, so I thank you. And now a moment of silence. Day 100, it was time to fight the Manticore. Before heading off, I said goodbye to all of my teams, as it was the last time that I would see them. Goodbye Zenitsu, Rengoku, and Obonai. Goodbye E.T. You were a very strange looking guy. Goodbye Orange and Ellie. Goodbye Morrison. Goodbye Inosuke. Goodbye Nezuko. You were very good at harvesting wood. Goodbye Smooth Peanut Butter. You were an amazing metal harvester. Goodbye my amazing house. You are my proudest creation. Now I'll miss you. Goodbye my main room. Goodbye Vitamin. Goodbye Barry's friend. Goodbye Barry. Goodbye Barry's friend's friend. Goodbye Jerry, my very first tame of this whole adventure. I'll miss you Jerry. Goodbye Terry. You're an amazing Centaurosaurus, and my very first mount of this 100 days adventure. Goodbye Joker. Goodbye Gyutaro. Goodbye Numpty. Goodbye Leo, my little moth friend. Goodbye Icarus. You were such an amazing mount, and you helped me to tame a lot of things. Goodbye Angel. You were a very good wife to Icarus. Goodbye Samantha. Goodbye Tanjiro. Goodbye Tengen Uzui. Goodbye Sandy. Goodbye Muzan. Goodbye Mitsuri. Goodbye Shadowclaw. Goodbye Singelove. And goodbye Ark Raptor. Goodbye The Rock. I'll miss you. You were a very large man. Goodbye Greenhouse. You were a very helpful greenhouse, and I'll miss you very much. Goodbye Mini Waterfall. You're very nice to look at every day. And I picked up everyone from the Manticore killing army, and we flew to the nearest obelisk. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye Tom Killer, and goodbye Tomioka 2.0. You were a very fast flyer. Okay, this is it. This is it guys. Artifact of the Destroyer, Gatekeeper and Crag, and 20 Poison, Lightning and Fire, Live and Talents. Then I just go Alpha. Whew, okay, I'm going to put on my gas mask. Let's eat these foods. Okay, let's go. Let's go Harley. Okay, where's Harley? Harley. Okay. Come on guys. Oh, it's over there. Oh, it's just shooting stuff. Okay, he's kind of here. I can't tell them. Oh, is he landed? Oh, he's landed. Okay, they're attacking. They're attacking. Get him. Get him. Oh, here he is. Okay. We're doing decent damage, I guess. Not as much as I thought. Where'd he go? I can't even see. Look at him. He's super speed. Okay, get him. Get him. Get him. Come on, guys. Destroy this man. Destroy this lion scorpion thing. Okay, yeah, we're doing a lot of damage, actually. Okay, some people's top 4 are really high. Okay, they're attacking again. Attack it. Get it. Kill it. Come on. Oh, death him, death him. Get the death him. This thing just keeps flying.
Okay, there's tons of death worms. This is actually a pretty cool battle. Just biting its feet. This arena is so massive. I never even realized. Get it. Kill the manticore. Oh, there's a death worm here. Okay, I killed it. Get the manticore. Yo, look at its health, it's like barely there. We can get it. We got it. Yeah, we did it easy. Easy. That was actually so easy. I'm gonna try to spend the next 100 days in ARK, modded with new dinosaurs on Aberration. These mods add hundreds of new high quality creatures, including new herbivores, powerful hybrids, apex predators, and so much more. In this video, I plan on taming as many new dinosaurs as I can, building an epic base, slaying Edmund Rockwell, and descending off this broken ARK. On day 1, I woke up inside a giant metal portal, and was already surrounded by danger. But there's a raptors and a basilisk.
I'm a snag.
I gathered some mushrooms and berries from the ground, but then started to become dehydrated, so I went looking for a water source. I came across a metal tunnel that I ran through, and at the end of it, I found a big lake. Let's drop right here. Now that I had water, it was time to find some stone to make a pickaxe with. Instead I found a sheep, and almost bumped into a pack of ravagers. Ooh, ravagers. On day 2, I swam to a small island in the middle of the lake, and found lots of metal and crystal. I also found a gross looking plant, and some red mushrooms that made me trip out. Whoa. I kept on exploring, and got some silica pearls from under the water. Then I walked right past a megaraptor. Oh my, it's a megaraptor. And into a dead ravager. I didn't see any other ravagers nearby, so I quickly harvested it with my bare hands. And then there was an earthquake, and from it, I finally got some stone. Stone! I punched a mushroom tree for some thatch and fungal wood, and I was now able to craft a pickaxe. I harvested a rock and crafted a hatchet, torch, and a set of cloth armor. On day 3 I returned to the small island and made a thatch foundation, a storage box, and a campfire. I cooked up the ravager meat that I got, harvested another rock, and made a forge. I got some metal and then started smelting it. With the metal I made a smithy, and inside it I crafted a metal pickaxe. I harvested a ton more metal and crystal, and then made an awesome spyglass, which showed me a lot of useful information on creatures when I pointed at them. On day 4 I made a mortar and pestle, and started making narcotics. Then I crafted a metal hatchet, some bowlers, a crossbow, a lot of arrows, and some trank arrows, and I went looking for creatures to tame. I spied on a Dinosaurs from afar, a very powerful and aggressive herbivore. I found a very colourful aberrant Zuniceratops. I couldn't tame it though, as you can only tame their babies. Then I found a bulb dog, and tamed her by feeding her an aquatic mushroom. I named her Inu, and put her on my shoulder. She would be helpful for lighting up dark areas. Then I found a dead Kano. I harvested its body, and got some loot from its inventory. I spent the rest of the day harvesting materials. My search to tame new beasts continued on day 5. Ravagers killing a Nasuto. Tons of bugs. And I found a herd of aberrant Pinacosauruses. These friendly dinosaurs were very easy to tame. All you had to do was snuggle them. I started taming a blue one, but then dragonflies started attacking me. It was a challenging fight, but I managed to bring them down with my crossbow, and I got a lot of chitin from their bodies. I went back to snuggling the Pinaco, however it was very difficult to find him, because of how many there were. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Pinacos. Okay, I was taming this one. Snuggle.
Tamed it, yay! Crunchy peanut butter. I made his saddle and I was now able to ride him. He was very slow, but he was good at harvesting berries and rocks. Then I found a fertilized Postosuchus egg. I couldn't see its parents anywhere, so I took the egg and we ran away. Back at my thatch base, I was now able to harvest the red mushrooms, as crunchy peanut butter was immune to the hallucinations. From them we got biotoxin, a very powerful narcotic. After that I tried hatching the Postosuchus egg, so I made a bunch of standing torches to warm it up to the right temperature. The egg hatched the next day, and a little girl was born. I gave her some meat and named her Tenten. I needed more hide to make her saddle, so we went out and killed a parasaur together. Then I made her saddle, and she was much faster than crunchy peanut butter. She was also good at killing small to medium sized creatures. Then we watched a pair of parasaurs fight something called a Belurosaurus. The parasaurs won, so we harvested the Beluro's corpse, and also killed one of the parasaurs, as it was very weak after the fight. Then I made some improved cryopods, called soul traps. These would be handy for transporting my dinosaurs around. After that I crafted 2 water jars and a set of hide armor. On day 7, me and Tenten went exploring. We saw lots of Suchomimuses, as well as giant crabs and Spinosauruses, all very dangerous creatures. We got attacked by a Sarco, but Tenten was able to kill it. Then we came across a strange dinosaur called a Daspletosaurus. She started following us, but she didn't attack. She seemed friendly, so I started feeding her meat, and she continued following us around. We arrived at a cliff and she jumped off. Bye. She was never seen again. Then we saw the bioluminescent region in the distance, also known as the Blue Zone. Tenten was definitely not strong enough to explore it though, so I would come back later. After that I found some green gems, a massive Brachiosaurus, and a group of scorpions that were bullying some bulb dogs. Yeah, leave the bulb dogs alone. No, I killed a bulb dog. It murdered it. The next day we arrived at the place where I first spawned. We found lots of sheep here, which we killed for their mutton. Now taming carnivores would be a lot easier. At the end of the day we arrived back at base, and I made myself a set of flak armor. Then I made an upgrade station, a useful structure where I could upgrade my equipment without the need for supply drops or blueprints. I upgraded my crossbow to journeyman tier, which was pretty expensive, but worth it, as it now did a lot more damage and had a lot more durability. On day 9 I made zipline anchors. These would be good for getting to high up places, as there are no flies on Aberration. Oh, look at me, I'm on a zipline. Then I saw a Suchomimus near my base. I wanted to try and tame it, so I started harvesting resources to make a trap. The next day I made structures for a stone ramp trap, but the Suchomimus had disappeared. So I went looking for more, and I found a ton, even hundreds, all crowded along a river. We ran past all of them and found a good area to build the trap. I built most of it, but then I had to go back to base for more supplies. On the way we got attacked by a wild Postosuchus. We also found a dead crab. We got lots of chitin and organic polymer from its body. And then we found an aberrant Oxalea, a small and friendly type of Spinosaur. I started feeding her mutton, and she would be an excellent tame. After a whole day of waiting for her to be hungry again, she finally tamed. If it wasn't for the mutton, it would have taken forever to tame her. I named her Hinata, put her in a soul trap, and we went back to base. Oh, right on the side. And like right here. Whoa, look at that, she could sit down. She was bigger and faster than Tenten, both on land and in water. I tested her combat abilities against a pair of parasaurs, and she destroyed them. She was definitely stronger than Tenten, but she still wasn't strong enough to rival the apex predators in the area. So we went back to the Suchomimus River on day 13, and I finished building the trap. But while I was building it, no, Suchos kept trying to kill me. Hinata wasn't able to outrun them, so we had to fight back. Luckily she was strong enough to kill them one at a time. We found a decent level Sucho, got him to chase us, and lured him into the trap. Get in the trap, come on. Got it. Then I started shooting him with trank arrows. Nice. I'll give you the mutton. And he finished taming on day 14. I named him Neji. Back at base I made him a saddle and tested him out. Whoa. He was around the same size as Hinata, but he was a lot faster, and swam at super speeds. Then we tried fighting a parasaur. He had a lot of awesome attacks, but then we accidentally hit a red panda, which made every creature in the vicinity try to kill us. We ran away and shook off all of the creatures, except for an angry Narcitoceratops. These large herbivores are very strong and very annoying. If they see you hurting any herbivore, they'll defend it and stop at nothing to kill you. It was a long fight, but we managed to beat it. And after that we fought and killed 2 other Suchomimuses that were very close to the base. On day 15, now that I had a fast and powerful mount, I went exploring the map in search of blue gems and a new base location. While exploring, I saw an alpha Narcotoceratops with almost 100,000 health. Then I found a giant beehive. I stole its honey, and then a swarm of giant bees started attacking me. I almost died. After dealing with them, we started walking away, and then all of a sudden, I started hallucinating. My health was rapidly going down. I respawned and got all of my stuff back, and saw what killed me. Spores. Little mushroom spores floating around in the air. How could a man like me be beaten by these yellow specks of light? Depressed and defeated, I started making my way back home. Then I came across a roll rat. As I had just collected some honey, I decided to try and tame him. I put 1 jar of honey in my hotbar, waited for him to dig underground, and then threw the honey at him. He ate it and started taming. I did it again, and he tamed. Yay! Got him. Hello, Georgie. I was about to make his saddle the next day, when I realized it costed 425 metal ingots to make. After that, me and Neji continued exploring, and we found lots of interesting things. First we found an alpha Dinosaurs, and this guy had over 100,000 health, and was much stronger than even the alpha Narcotoceratops. We left the area immediately, as something like that could kill us in mere seconds. Then we arrived at the other end of the Suchomimus River, and I found a Plateosaurus. These dinosaurs love narcotics, and were able to convert narcoberries into narcotics without the need of spoiled meat. We tamed him with a piece of biotoxin and named him Shikamaru. Then we found the entrance to the blue zone, where we killed an aberrant megalosaurus and harvested some blue gems. On day 17, we found an amazing spot to make the new base. It had water, a gas vein, metal, and easy access to the blue zone. I marked its location on my map and returned later to build the base. Later we killed tech dinosaurs to get electronics, and then we came across a massive lake. I found and knocked out a Ravager and tried to tame her, but then she got murdered by a Dinosaurs. I tried to get my mutton back from her inventory, but then Neji ate her corpse and accidentally hit a Chunkingosaurus, a type of stegosaur that was very fast, very strong, and used poison to kill its victims. Luckily Neji was able to outrun it, because I did not want to fight something like that. We found a Postosuchus staring at a Parasaur's corpse. It was very creepy. On day 18, I almost died to mushroom spores again. Luckily this time I was able to get away from them before dying. We then found giant crystals that made chiming noises. And we watched a 1v1 between another Suchomimus and a Spino. On day 19 we found another Ravager. I knocked him out while riding safely on Neji, gave him some mutton, and he tamed. I named him Naruto. Then we arrived here. This place was where me and my friend made our base on my first playthrough of Aberration. My first ARK videos were also made during that playthrough. Ah, good times. After that trip down memory lane, we took a swim in the lake, and this lake was insanely huge. On day 20 we found a broken TV, another mushroom spore area, and a basilisk that we ran away from. We ended our journey by jumping off a massive diving board. Back at base, I showed Shikamaru and Naruto to their new friends. I got Shikamaru started on producing narcotics, and then the gross plant spat out a seed. I picked it up, as it could be useful. I made Naruto a saddle and tested him out. He had good weight, decent speed, an amazing jump, and could climb zip lines. The next day I used the blue gems that I found to make a glider suit. Whoa! After that I put everyone into soul traps, packed my stuff into Neji and Naruto's inventories, and said goodbye to the thatch base. Goodbye little trilobites, it was fun being your neighbor. On the way to the new base location, we got attacked by many things. What? But we survived and arrived at the end of day 22, when we got welcomed by a Carnoraptor. This special hybrid was very strong and very agile, so I tried taming him. But unfortunately, he got murdered by a Saltosaurus. No! How dare you! On day 23, me and Crunchy Peanut Butter got rid of a lot of bushes, mushrooms and rocks to make room for the new base. Then I began building. I used stone triangle foundations, normal foundations, double doors, window walls, normal walls, ceilings and railings to make the structure of the house. While building, I had to harvest tons of materials, and I also got a lot of congealed gas balls from a gas vein right next to me. One time I got too close while it was erupting, and it almost killed me. After 4 days of building, I tried to connect zip lines from the house to the blue zone, but when me and Naruto tested it out, we fell down into the blue zone. There was no way of getting back up, so we had to look for another exit. While looking around, we found lots of dangerous creatures: nameless, Australovenator, Anthracosaurus, a Dilophovenatrix, and a Chilantesaurus. The Dilophovenatrix saw us and started attacking. It was too powerful to fight and too fast to outrun. It kept on chasing us, even after we left the blue zone. We got it to attack a Perinoceratops, and we made our escape. Naruto barely survived. The blue zone is a dangerous, dangerous place. On day 28, I went back to building. Added some wood pillars and a shag rug for decoration. I placed down the crafting stations and a feeding trough, and moved the resources from Neji and Naruto's inventories into them. Then I got everyone out from their soul traps. And here's the house. It's decently sized. You can walk through, and this is the main room. Actually, it's the only room of the house. And then we can use a rope ladder. And then you arrive up here. Oh yeah, and Naruto's here. And you can see over your surroundings. On day 30, I made 8 forges. I got them to start smelting all my metal. Then I made a fabricator and some gasoline to power it. With it, I made a generator and some cables. The next day, me and Peanut went and harvested a lot of metal. After that, I made a zipline motor in the fabricator. This was supposed to let me go up ziplines, as well as down, but they kept making me glitch into things, and made me get stuck. On day 32, I made a sickle and harvested a lot of fiber, so I could make climbing picks and glow sticks. Then I made a soul gun. This made it easier to use the soul traps. With all these new tools, I was now ready to leave the fertile region and venture into the blue zone. Straight away we were welcomed by some nameless and a rock drake, but they were no match for Neji. Then we saw a Dilophovenatrix up close. Luckily they didn't try to eat Neji, as he was too much of a big boy. We then found a Spinoraptor, a very powerful hybrid. And then we climbed a gigantic tree branch, and arrived near the base. I used my climbing picks to get closer, and then attached a new zipline from on top of the branch to the base. Hopefully now, Naruto would be able to climb over without falling. Back down on the ground, we got attacked by an Anthracosaurus. It paralyzed Neji with its electricity and severely poisoned him. As soon as he was no longer paralyzed, I used his spin attack and we ran away. And we came to a bridge of land that overlooked a beautiful light blue lake. Then we entered a magical blue and purple forest. Later on we got attacked by a Torvosaurus, a large carnivore that poisoned Neji with its venom, but we still crushed it with ease. We then walked past giant pink crystals, and arrived at the entrance to the red zone, the molten element region. After fighting off a seeker, we got harassed by a Concavenator, swimming underneath the dirt. After dealing with them, we tried to enter the red zone to get red gems, but I started getting radiation sickness, so we had to turn back. On day 35, we started heading back home. On the way, a Chilantesaurus picked a fight with us. Oh no! Get away from me. Killed it. As I wasn't able to get red gems from the red zone without dying from radiation, I would have to get them another way. So I found a pair of roll rats and waited for them to dig up some red gems. After lots of green and blues, I eventually got a handful of 21 red gems. Red gem! Oh, I got 21! I used them to make a gas collector, and placed it on the gas vein next to my house. Over time, this would collect congealed gas balls, which I needed to make a hazard suit. In the meantime, I went hunting giant crabs with Neji and Hinata to get organic polymer. On day 38, I used the organic polymer and other materials to make the industrial forge, and I could now smelt things very quickly. I spent the rest of the day harvesting rocks with crunchy peanut butter. On day 39, I finally made Choji his saddle. Yay! Oh, look at that. Whee! Not only was Choji super fast, but he was also amazing at harvesting wood. Then I made a chemistry bench, an industrial grill, and a fridge. The next day, I used the ziplines I installed to go to the blue zone with Naruto, and me and Crunchy Peanut Butter got thousands of metal by harvesting glowing blue rocks. Oh my! On day 41, I installed 9 air conditioners in my base to help with hatching eggs in the future. Then I made a greenhouse with stone foundations, stairs, railings, greenhouse walls, sloped walls, ceilings, and sloped ceilings. I made 8 large crop plots and a bunch of pipes to irrigate them. I planted saveroot, citronal, longgrass, and rock carrot seeds in the crop plots, as well as strawberry seeds, a new type of fruit from the mod pack. Then I made an item collector, a modded structure powered by gasoline that picks up eggs and poop from the ground. I put the poop into the crop plots to fertilize them. On day 43, the gas collector had now collected 205 gas balls. Now I could make myself a full hazard suit. This would protect me from the radiation in the red zone and also the evil mushroom spores that killed me on day 15. Then I made some new weapons and some shocking tranquilizer darts. After that we went hunting trilobites for the oil, and this was very nostalgic for me, because this was where I recorded my very first ARK video. On day 45 we hunted giant crabs for their organic polymer, and had to fight tons of sucos at the same time. We even fought a Dinosaurs at one point. On day 46 I made an industrial cooker. I used it to cook some medical brew. This stuff helped me to quickly regenerate my health. Then I made some crop blend with the crops that were now growing very well, and I had it out to tame some new herbivores. I found a group of gigant Spinosauruses the next day, a type of stegosaur with massive spikes on their shoulders. I fed one of them crop blend, and after 2 feedings she tamed. I named her Tamari. She was a very useful herbivore, pretty fast and amazing at harvesting berries. She was also pretty good at fighting, as enemies took damage from her shoulder spikes every time they hit her. On day 48 I tended to my crops, made more crop blend, and healed Neji with the help of fish meat and one of those gross alien plants, as he was still injured from fighting giant crabs and sucos from the other day. On day 49 I found and tried to tame a Chunkingosaurus, the poisonous stegosaur that Neji accidentally hit on day 17. It was taking a while to tame, so in the meantime I went back to base to make a catapult turret and some wooden structures to tame the next creature that I needed. I finished taming the Chunkingosaurus the next day and named him Kankuro. He was around the same speed as Tamari and was also able to reflect incoming damage back to his attackers. He was, however, much stronger. Get out of here. Look at that attack. On day 51 I crafted some stone gates and a large bear trap, and went out to tame a giant crab. I made a simple gate trap and built a tower with a catapult turret on top. I crafted some boulders in the catapult, and then lured a giant crab into the trap and blocked her in. And I started knocking her out by pelting her body with boulders. She soon became very close to dying, so I had to stop shooting. I gave her some corpses to replenish her health with, but she was too scared to even move. After a whole day of waiting, she finally stopped being scared, and I got her to eat the corpses. Now that she was at full health, I was able to finish knocking her out. Got it! Got it! Here's the spoiled meat. There! Shino had an amazing jump, and was also pretty good at fighting, but the best part about her was that she could pick up creatures. This would be helpful for taming the next modded dinosaurs. She could also throw creatures super far. Goodbye Saltosauruses. Enjoy the blue zone. So we travelled towards the blue zone to tame some new carnivores. The first one that I found was a Torvosaurus, the large poisonous carnivore that attacked us on day 34. I knocked him out while at a safe distance and named him Gara. Deeper into the blue zone we found a Spinoraptor. I used Shino to pick her up, and then I started shanking her while she was stuck in Shino's claw. She fought back though, and she did tons of damage. Once she was almost unconscious, she tried to run away, but she was unable to break free from Shino's mighty grasp. I got her knocked out, and she tamed the next day. I named her Kushina. After that I turned Inu's light off to let lots of nameless spawn. We killed them and got a lot of nameless venom, something I would soon need. Later on I forgot to put on my hazard suit, and walked into some freezing mushroom spores, which made me trip out for a good 2 minutes. Without my medical brew, I definitely would have died. After that I found a little shinehorn skipping around. He was a light pet, like Inu was. I tamed him with one of the alien plant seeds that I got back on day 20. I named him Goat. Then I found a Dilophobe Venatrix. I tamed it and named her Tsunade. We then arrived at a waterfall, surrounded by pink crystals. It was so beautiful. Then we found a Carniraptor. I tamed her and named her Inu. On day 57, we swam through a pink and blue lake, and arrived at the red zone once again. Now that I had a full hazard suit, I could explore more than just the entrance. and straight away we got attacked by a pack of Inostrans, and these things were powerful. And deeper into the red zone, I found a featherlight. I tamed him with a seed, but didn't name him for now. Then we got attacked by a rock drake and a pack of concavenators. We fought them off, and then we were seen by a Neo-Venator, a large carnivore even stronger than the T-Rex. We tried running away, but it was too fast, so we had to try and fight it. It was a very difficult battle. Then we travelled further into the red zone, and awoke a Reaper Queen, the ultimate monster of aberration. We had no chance of killing it, so we ran away as fast as we could. We left the red zone and kept running all the way through the blue zone and back into the green zone. On day 58 we arrived safely back at base. Then I got out all of the new creatures I had tamed during my taming spree. I made Gara the Torvosaurus a settle and tried him out. He had more health and did more damage than Neji, and he also inflicted venom with his bites that made him do even more damage. But he was quite a bit slower, so Neji would still be my main mount for now. Next I tried Kushina, who didn't even need a saddle to be ridden. Being a Spinoraptor, she had the power of a Spino and the agility of a raptor. She was very fast and did a lot of damage, even more than Gara. She also gave me an insulation buff, which helped to keep me at the right temperature. However, since she wasn't that big, lots of carnivores tried to eat her, making it difficult for her to survive in the blue zone. On day 59, I made Ino the Carniraptor a saddle. She was slower than Kushina, but had an amazing jump, and could run super fast with her charge attack. It used a lot of stamina though. She also did around the same amount of damage, and was a lot more tanky. Next I made Tsunade the Dilophovenatrix a saddle. While she had very little health, she was very fast and very powerful, dealing insane damage, and inflicting a venom even more powerful than the Torvosauruses. After that I got out Goat and the Featherlight, who I named Asuma. I replaced Inu with Goat as my main light pet, as he had better charge and was much cuter. On day 60 I crafted Kushina something called a Kami implant. This gave her 25 armor to make up for the lack of a saddle. Then me and Tamari harvested a lot of red mushrooms for biotoxin. And late at night I crafted more shocking trank darts. On day 61 I went looking for a Beluasaurus, as I had seen quite a few of them around, and I wanted to tame one. We found one pretty quick, but we had to save it from a pair of Achilobators, who were very powerful. I tamed and named her Karin. She looked like a smaller version of the T-Rex, and had horns on the tip of her nose. She had horrible health, and was pretty bad at fighting, but she was able to harvest rocks, crystals, and gems with her horns, and she got a weight reduction on them in her inventory. On day 62, we harvested thousands of blue gems, and then I was able to make myself a spare hazard suit, as well as upgrade my main suit to apprentice tier. On day 63, we headed into the red zone again, and this time I was prepared. I brought Neji, Hinata, Kushina, Gara, and Shina with me, and together we killed anything that tried to pick a fight with us. Seekers, Inostrans, Concavenators, Neo-Venators, Rock Drakes, Basilisks, nothing could stand in our way. I even managed to harvest some red gems in between fighting. Then we walked past a waterfall of pure liquid element, and arrived at the Rock Drake trench. On day 65, we killed every Rock Drake in sight. We descended down into the trench, and I harvested a purple rock that gave me element ore. Then I grabbed a Rock Drake egg, and more Rock Drakes appeared, angry that I stole one of their children. We killed them all, and I yoinked 3 more eggs. I exited the trench with Shino, as she was the only team that I had who could jump high enough to get out. On day 66, after fighting off groups of Carcharodontosauruses, more Neo-Venators, and other creatures, we made it back to the blue zone, where we saw some little worms called lamprey. We returned home in the morning, and I started hatching the highest level Rock Drake egg, next to my air conditioners. The egg hatched, and out came a baby Rock Drake. I gave her all the nameless venom I had, to keep her well fed, and I named her Rock Lee. I imprinted on her, and made her a saddle once she was all grown up. She was my biggest tame yet, and was extremely fast when gliding. She could also climb up walls. We were able to glide up to the areas of aberration that I had never even seen before. She was pretty strong too, and had the ability to turn invisible. Even though she wasn't a modded creature, she was still my best tame on aberration so far. On day 69, we went hunting to get Rock Lee experience and level her up. Then I got the other Rock Drake eggs, and went looking for a Basilisk to tame. I found one pretty quickly, but no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to come out of the ground. I left it alone and found another one the next day. but it was fighting a Brachiosaurus. We helped it out, as Brachies are very strong, but then it started fighting a pair of Saltosauruses. We helped it again, and then I dropped one of the rockjake eggs near it. She slithered over to it, ate it, and tamed. I named her Orochimaru. Orochimaru was pretty fast and very powerful. Probably my strongest tame so far. The main reason I tamed her though was to get a basilisk egg. Something I needed to tame the apex predator, the Neovenator. On day 71, I went exploring the rest of the red zone with Rocket League, and it was much easier now that I could glide over everything that wanted to eat me. After 3 whole days of exploring the red zone, I had filled up my map's blank spaces, and it was time to return to base. On day 74, there was only one biome left that we hadn't explored, the surface. So me and Rock Lee headed out to one of the 3 surface entrances. But we had to wait for night, because if you go out during the day, you'll get burnt to death by the sun. Once night came, the flames disappeared, and we were able to head out into the barren wasteland. We soon found a surface Reaper King, and it was level 148. It was smaller than the Reaper Queen, but still very powerful. We decided to fight it to see just how strong it was. It had more health and almost equal damage to Rock Lee, and it also took reduced damage from all attacks. But with Goat's Light, we were able to weaken it and ignore the damage reduction. A bunch of Nameless and Seekers came to join the fight as well. After a long and intense battle, we were able to kill it. But it didn't even drop anything, besides a cloud of dangerous acid. And now Rock Lee was extremely injured, so we went back to the green zone to heal up. We came back with full HP, and I realized that we could climb up to these spiky rocks to be safe from the Reapers. Good thing they couldn't climb. It was actually pretty peaceful up here, and I was able to look at the starry sky for the first time in 74 days. Later on, I opened a yellow loot drop, and I got a journeyman shotgun and a blueprint for flak leggings. On day 75, we went to the second surface area, and this area was much smaller. We didn't bother any of the Reapers this time, and I managed to open a purple loot drop and got apprentice flak leggings. We went to the third and final surface area, which was pretty close to my base. This area was very big and open. We climbed up to the tallest rock we could find and looked over the ugly landscape. And in the sky behind us, we saw a destroyed piece of the ARK and a big planet. I opened a blue loot drop and got Mastercraft chitin leggings and a blueprint for a lance. On day 76, I upgraded my pump shotgun to Mastercraft tier and crafted hundreds more shotgun ammo. I also crafted some charge batteries that I charged up at a charge node, and a charged lantern. Then we headed to the blue zone to test them out. First I tested the upgraded shotgun on a Dilopho Venatrix, and I killed it in just 3 shots. Then I tested the charged lantern on some Nameless. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, look at that, it stuns them. Haha. Ooh! There's 2 of them now. Yeah, run out of here. High intensity. Yeah, look at him. Dumb guy. I killed him once. Ooh! On day 77, I killed all the Nameless that I had just angered and got lots of Nameless venom. After that, we went hunting basilisks. They were very strong, but no match for the combined strength of Rock Lee and Gara. On day 80, we went deep into the red zone to kill a Reaper Queen in order to get Reaper pheromone glands. It took a while, but we eventually found one.
What is that?
And then she jumped off a cliff and straight into a river of liquid element. We went down to her and almost fell into the river ourselves. I was wondering how to get her out of the river when another one started dinging its way towards us. She had a lot more health than the Reaper Kings that we versed the other day, but luckily she did a lot less damage, so she wasn't too hard to fight. We injured her quite a bit, and then a bunch of Concavenators and Arthropleuris joined the battle, and when they died she ate their corpses and regenerated all of her health. It was super annoying. Once we cleared out all the nearby creatures, I got Gara out to help us. After that, killing her was easy work. Yo, he got 30 levels from that. And he also got 5 Reaper pheromone glands. Next we needed to get the 3 artifacts of aberration. So we headed to the old railway cave for the first artifact. This cave was in the green zone, right behind the old base. Good one. Glowtail. Here you go. Kakashi. Yes, the artifact. And I had the first artifact and all 4 light pits. Then I crafted a scuba suit and we headed out to the hidden grotto in the blue zone to get the next artifact. This entrance was at the bottom of a lake, and after a lot of swimming, we were in the cave. I spent multiple days running around here, completely lost and having no idea where I was supposed to go. But luckily I had a Noob Blitz tutorial video to help me out.
Hi guys, Steve here.
There were so many deadly things in this cave. We even had to fight a Cymosaurus. Just when I thought the chaos was over, an earthquake began, and I started getting thrown around in all directions. Once it settled down, I finally arrived at the artifact chamber, where I grabbed the artifact of the shadows. But I couldn't rest yet, as there was still one more cave, the elemental vault in the red zone. This cave was surprisingly easy. All I had to do was turn invisible with Rock Lee, and then climb on the walls and ceilings, following these blue crystals towards the artifact. I did run out of stamina at one point and got attacked by a lot of seekers, but luckily nothing else noticed us. Before long, we arrived at the artifact. We cleared out the area and I grabbed it, the artifact of the Stalker. We returned home on day 85 and I now had all 3 artifacts of aberration, but Orochimaru still hadn't laid a single egg. This was bad, very bad. So I headed out to tame the only other creature that I knew laid extra large eggs, the Brachiosaurus. The Brachie was a knockout tame, but it was too strong to be knocked out using tranquilizers. I got one to chase after me, and then every time she stood on her back legs, I shot at them with my pump shotgun. I had to be very careful when shooting, because if I got too close while she was standing up, she would use her Mega Stomp attack, and kill me in one hit. After a bit more shooting, her legs gave out, and she fell over. I gave her some crop blend, but then I realized that her torpor was rapidly draining, so I started force feeding her biotoxin to keep her knocked out. Then I realized that the crop blend was barely taming her, so I gave her a bunch of Sava roots instead. While waiting for her to tame, a little red panda walked past us. I went over to her and tamed her with just one piece of mutton. I named her Kurama, and she was very adorable. At the end of day 86, after 20 feedings, the Brachie finally tamed. Yay! Finally. And I named her Hashirama. Hashirama was so insanely massive that she made the rest of my tames look tiny. She had tens of thousands of health, and thousands of weight, and could harvest almost any material. She also did crazy amounts of damage. Got 2 spiders at once. And had a fear were powerful enough to scare off a Giga. But these weren't the reasons I tamed her. I tamed her for them eggs. So on day 88, I went looking for a male Brachie. Instead I found a little Binturong. I tamed him with a piece of mutton and named him Kiba. This cute little guy smelled like popcorn, which caused wild creatures to become hungry faster and eat more often. This would be very useful for taming things. Later I found and knocked down a male Brachie. Yeah. Go to sleep. Gave him some Sava roots and biotoxin, and got Kiba out to drain his food bar and make him tame faster. No! No! Killed it. We finally finished taming at the end of day 89, and I named him Madara. Back at base I showed him to his new wife, Hashirama, and then I showed Kiba to his new friends. On day 90, I made Hashirama and Madara breed. While waiting for Hashirama to lay some eggs, I made a blood extraction syringe, and started extracting my own blood to get blood packs. I would need these to tame the Neovenators. Then Hashirama laid her first egg. I finally had an extra large egg. I got 2 more eggs and used them to cook up some exceptional kibble, which I combined with the blood packs to turn them into coagulated kibble. Now I could finally tame myself some Neovenators. On day 91, I crafted a ballista turret and some chain bowlers, and then we went to the red zone to find some Neovenators. To tame a Neovenator, you have to hit them in the face with a chain bowler, start riding them, and then feed them the coagulated kibble, like taming an Equus, but with extra steps. Got it. What? It's still coming? What? Got it. What? It's running.
Why you chasing me? Stop it!
Come on.
Get away from me!
Press E. Tamed it.
After many tries, I succeeded. I was now the proud owner of a female Neovenator. Then I found a male and ran victorious once again.
Tamed it. Whew.
Before going back to base, I turned off Goat's light and tried to get as many Nameless to spawn as possible, in an attempt to get a subterranean Reaper King to spawn, as I had never seen one before. After a couple minutes, the Alpha Nameless did a weird emote, and then one spawned behind us. We killed all the Nameless and engaged him in battle. Luckily he was a low level, so he was pretty easy to kill. He still didn't drop any loot though. After that, we went back home and I made a Neovenator saddle. These guys were very big, even bigger than Rockley and Neji. They were also very fast. I tested their might at the Sukumamis River, and they were insanely powerful. Definitely my strongest tames so far. They even had a tailspin attack, and could pick things up in their mouth, and chew on them. And of course, an awesome looking roll. While on our killing spree, I got a Nymongosaurus chibi, which I equipped and named Ruben the Numpty. On day 94, I named the Neovenator couple Sakura and Sasuke, and got them to start breeding. Now was the time to grow an army of Neovenators. Once Sakura laid her first egg, I picked it up and hatched it next to the air conditioners, and the first baby was a boy. I named him TSK. When he got older, I imprinted on him, and then started hatching and raising the next Neos. I named them Normal, Monkey, Lil Cap, and Crazy Jakey. And I got 3 identical triplets. I named them Troy, Happy Man, and Slayer 2. And then I hatched the final Neo and named her Geki the Gecko. I finished raising them all the next day, and then I made a blueprint station add-on for the upgrade station. And then I made them all ramshackle saddles. I put the saddles on them, and my army of 11 Neovenators was now complete. After that, I made upgraded armor for the other creatures that I would take to the boss fight. I also wanted to bring a Reaper King, so I began preparing to tame one. I built a small stone room for hatching the Reaper, and crafted a riot shield, some stimulants, and structures to trap a Reaper Queen. And I also hatched the 2 other Rockdrake eggs that I got back on day 65, for in case I died, I needed a way to get back to my stuff. I named them Fat and Lazy. Then me and Rockley headed into the red zone to find a Reaper Queen. On day 96, I found a good level 1, so I made a trap near her, then I lured her into the trap, got her, and blocked her in. I got out Monkey, my best Neo, and bit her until she was at below 2000 health, and started glowing pink. I approached her on foot with my right shield in front of me, waiting to be impregnated, but then she broke my shield. I only crafted one of them, so I didn't know what to do next. Then I had the crazy idea of approaching her without a shield.
Oh, wait, she missed.
I approached her a 3rd time and stood completely still when she began sniffing.
Oh!
She managed to grab me and impregnated me with a Reaper King embryo. And I only had 1 minute to get back to base and give birth to it. I wasn't able to get back home in time, but for some reason, the embryo stayed in my body. We killed a bunch of dodos and trilobites to max out the offspring XP, and I went into the stone box, ready to give birth. But the countdown timer stayed at 0 seconds. I guess it glitched out because my hatch speed setting was too high. I exited to the main menu and joined back in, and the baby Reaper immediately burst out of my chest and started scattering around on the stone floor. I ran outside, sprayed a Reaper pheromone gland on me to convince it that I was its mother, and went back in. I claimed it, gave it some meat, and then it grew out of its larvae form and into its proper Reaper King form. After imprinting and waiting for him to finish growing, I named him Mike Guy. Mike Guy was only a bit bigger than a Neo, but had an insane jump, and was much more powerful. More damage than a Neo, and more health than a Brachy. Mike Guy could just be the strongest thing I've ever tamed in ARK. He also took reduced damage from all attacks, unless there was a charged light around, just like his wild siblings.
Yeah! Could have before it could Mega Stomp.
I had now tamed all the creatures needed for the boss fight. The only thing left to do was to level up all the Neos. So on day 98 we went out, killing every single creature in sight.
Kill them. Get it. We're strong enough. Oh, nice. Get in. We just all jumped on him. Can do it. There's an alpha basilisk. Nice. Get that guy. $37 levels. Oh my. Oh, I got loot crate. What? Snow owl pellet. I saw you back on day 16, Alpha Dinosaurs. And I'm now ready to kill you. Get it. Oh, I just launched us up in the air. Stupid goose monster. Oh no. Nice, we did it. Okay, let's open these. Oh my. I got element. Let's test out the chibi. Oh, look at him. Chibi Dinosaurs. Oh, I got another one. Hello, Kurenai. And I also got an acetate. Itachi's a big boy. And that concludes our hunting adventure. Day 100 was the day. The day to slay Edmund Rockwell and to send off Aberration. I packed my army into soul traps and said goodbye to all of my teams, as I would never see them again. Goodbye Orochimaru, goodbye Shino, goodbye Karen, goodbye Tenten, my first carnivore team, goodbye Kankuro and Tamari, goodbye Shikamaru, goodbye Choji, goodbye Crunchy Peanut Butter, my very first mount, goodbye Kakashi, Kiba, Kurama, and goodbye Unu, my first team on Aberration. Goodbye Naruto, goodbye Fat and Lazy, goodbye my amazing house, goodbye my greenhouse, goodbye Hashirama and Madara, goodbye everyone, I'll miss you all. After that, me and Rock Lee followed the giant metal skeleton towards the Rockwell terminal. Okay, we're at the very start of the map, where we started the whole playthrough, and now we follow this all the way to the Rockwell terminal. Bye old base. Okay, we're here. I actually had to go back to base to make more shotgun ammo and upgrade my shotgun and armor. So now I am ready to fight the boss. Okay, here we go. This is our last fight together and our last fight on Aberration. So let's make sure we win. Look at him. He just came out from his bath. Okay, go get him guys. Oh, my guy's on that one. Oh, what? Oh, we got already. Okay, we did a good amount of damage. My guy took out the last tentacle, so I didn't even need to shoot it. Oh yeah, and all these balls, if they hit me, I'm in a lot of danger. I can also shoot them, make them explode, so they don't get me. I think my guy just took it out again. Okay, there's nameless now. So my guy will just take care of them for us. Oh, now there's electricity. Those will stun me for eternity. Okay, got it. Oh, there's so many balls. Hi, my guy. We meet again. Got it. Oh, that's not my guy. Okay, there is enemy Reaper Kings. Okay, we killed it. Okay, we got it. Attack him! Okay, he's getting low on health. Let's go the other way this time. Okay, got it. Attack him! Whoa, there's so many Reapers. Ouch. Okay, got it. There's so many balls this time. Oh no. Electricity. Got it. He's so close. Get him! He's still alive? Happy Man just died. Oh no. Okay, I need to finish this. Gecko the Gecko died. Sasuke died. Okay. Kill him. Nice! We killed him. Oh. Good job, guys. You did it. Yeah, look at this, so stupid tentacle boy. Oh. We did it. We are now ascending. Okay, here, take all my stuff. I do no longer I need my stuff. Just take it all. Goodbye, goat. It was nice knowing you.